Good evening and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 11th of June 2021. Tonight we are joined by Second Plague, that oil guy, of Lotus Eater's bullying Trim fame, and of course Trim.
Hello. Also, it's not that much bullying when you enjoy it, so I don't know. I see it as a immortalizing honor. Thank you, Oil.
Yep,
Seriously,
I would like to.
I fucking love that video.
I would like to just point out that he's a pastry chef, so it wasn't bread. It was in fact a penis au chocolat.
Really?
Yeah. Finest
Fuck,
Belgian.
man.
Is
You-
it sus? Is it sus?
You
that that
deserve
made me
respect,
kinda
dude.
hungry?
You deserve all the respect. How was it? Was it good?
My wife ate it.
Oh, that's
You,
adorable.
you gave
Yeah,
her the
makes
penis?
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Well, you
I
know,
couldn't
this is
resist.
still- This is
I
still
was
recovering,
tempted to make it much smaller, but I thought,
You have to satisfy her,
Yeah,
you know.
I told Trim he needs to reenact that in real life.
man. Now, if you really wanted to make it
yeah,
accurate, you should have did.
really.
Oh, I
If you're-
have my intentions to do so, but I made the mistake of sending all my chef clothes before myself to the boat, so I don't have to carry all that shit aboard when I leave on Monday. Sorry, when I leave on
Okay.
Monday, so
Well,
I don't
that-
have the clothes reenacted.
That
I
old
can't
guy,
believe
if
the
you
guys
understood-
hadn't twigged what it was about, which means that they didn't know with the sequel one either.
Ah,
Which is kind of disappointing, isn't it?
It's like I didn't know what. I thought it was like super obvious.
Oh yeah,
It's a
no,
ginger chef doll. What the fuck?
Yeah, right. I'm going to do. I'm going to do a video about it for Monday.
Well, they understood the previous one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
don't
if
think
you
that
don't,
was there
if
for
you
that
need a
one, anyway.
voicing for that thing, if you need a voicing for that for sketches like that, I'll give you one in completely broken Norwegian English too.
God.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
will
yeah.
do this for you.
We're going to do that for future ones, but I've got it already in my mind for Monday. I'm going to do that other one we spoke about. I'll try and do that over the weekend and send it to you.
I am hyped for that.
That one should be good.
Well, okay, if you wanted to make the design of it even more accurate to that oil guy, then you should have like based it off of some NSFW art because he's really into that kind of thing.
yeah, but those normies wouldn't have understood.
You second have a real issue with my cultured taste. You,
I don't know if it's
poor-
a taste
you
as much
poor
as it is an
Christian
obsession.
boy. You poor little Christian boy who's yet to break out of your shell.
So I gotta break out, man.
Yeah, you gotta break out.
Right? You know, like maybe I'll just like stop being a Christian and a base person, dude. You know, I'll just listen to whatever the CDC tells me. Like, don't even gotta think about it.
Oh god.
All right.
I mean, H3 has gone, from a really cool guy to a really chill guy to a complete and utter moron.
all right. So, before we jump right into the news, to quote Callum, who's quoting someone else who doesn't matter, Spoon has done his first video, The Wicked Wench and the Border. If you haven't already checked it out, which, judging by the views, you probably have, go check it out. It's really good.
I loved it. It was fucking beautiful.
It is a very brilliant one. So,
Yeah, I just laughed as soon as you pulled it up, and it was like the Joker on screen.
I just chose that part of the video on purpose. Oh, right.
Honestly, Ben Shapiro's right. Like Kamala should like audition for the role of the Joker.
So, no makeup required.
I mean, she already has the crazy eyes and the laugh.
Yep.
Yeah.
The total disdain for humanity. Yep.
Well, at least Joker kills you with some kind of kindness. He lets you laugh.
At least the Joker has
Kamala will
character.
just make Kamala will just make you look in
Well,
sheer
I don't know.
horror and terror.
I don't know how that's like a 1-up though, because I've been laughing at Kamala all week.
True, but are you dead yet?
For the last 5 years. All right, so jumping into the after show. So, G70, as the Lotus Eaters call it. Biden on board. So, I want to know why these guys are allowed to travel and I'm not.
Because they are the higher class and they have rights that.
But they don't
since
have
they
any
are more
class.
equal than we are. But since they're more equal than we are, so they
Yes,
can do.
some animals are
stuff.
more equal than others.
Wink, wink.
Yep. COVID and climate. As always, our least favourite topics.
What does that have to do with, what does COVID have to do with fucking climate change?
Oh, I'm sure they can come up with some bullshit reason.
The only bullshit thing they can do is be like, oh, we set the precedent already that we can shut people's businesses down. And at least if you're in the UK, force them to stay in their houses with 1 hour of outdoor time a day.
That's so the same amount of yard time prisoners get.
But it's what is this the kind of thing that they were taught? Is the tenuous connection between COVID and climate change what they were talking about months ago? Or they're like, oh yeah, well, I mean, lockdowns. Maybe we could do climate lockdowns. Where it's I might be more amenable to the government doing shit in times of emergency if there was a limiting principle that kept it at okay, we're just doing it now, and once the issue's over, we're completely done with it. But that's never what it is. It's oh yeah, no, 20 days to flatten the curve, 500 days later. Yes, we're still doing this. Maybe we could do this for climate change when there's no pandemic. It's fuck you.
Second says suck on my second.
Yeah, essentially.
Yes. By which I do mean Second Amendment, but
of course.
I wish I had rights. Must be nice.
Yeah.
Hey, at least I have money. Oh wait, I have to pay it all in taxes. I just love the one with Boris just fucking getting sniffed by Biden.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, nothing made me lose respect for Boris faster than him, just fucking spamming Build Back Better on a social media. What the fuck are you doing, man?
And what do you mean by Build Back Better? Are we going to reset things, Boris? Are we going to have a great reset? Is that what you're suggesting, Boris?
Yeah, I think Boris should have just said, yeah, well, the COVID pandemic kind of fucked shit up, so we need to, make Britain great again.
Yeah.
That would actually be a fucking better phrase for the UK, Great Britain, because that's a thing. So it's make Britain great again. That actually works on a couple different levels there.
Well, there's one thing coming out of this which I didn't see coming. It is actually that May has never said something as base as she did. She just called it out as it is, and even ended it with a memento mori quote. I did not see that one coming at all.
The thing that annoys me about climate conversations is that the tone of the conversation was set long ago. And it's the same with COVID and medical things. And the tone is that prevention is better than cure. Is it? Says who? If climate change is really a thing, and I suspect it is a thing, but I don't really think it's being overly caused by us. The question is, are we capable of doing something about it? Do we have to just stop, technical progress, or can we just use our technical progress to fix the problem? I can tell you at least 6 ways off the top of my head how to fix it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's exactly the thing, and this might be my bias as someone who just graduated with an engineering degree, but I think primarily it is going to be an engineering solution rather than some kind of policy solution. it's not going to be like the government getting rid of gas and oil that solves it. It's going to be like somebody creating a competing technology that is actually more viable. And when people like Bill Nye are like, oh well, the planet 100 years from now is going to be 4 degrees hotter. It's like, I mean, that just seems kind of ridiculous to me because I don't see like humanity 100 years into the future not having like
Air
out
conditioning?
based. Well, I don't see I don't see humanity like 100 years in the future having not technologically outpaced the issue, even if you just leave the market to its own devices.
But we already have. It's an look. The reason why there aren't companies spewing out solutions to this constantly is because it's not an actual problem. In your mind, what is the outcome of climate change? What is the negative result of climate change? What happens?
It gets
People
a little
talk
bit
about
hotter.
Okay, but what does that cause? What is it getting a little bit hotter doesn't kill people? What's the issue?
They're talking about the melting of the ice caps, the extinction
Okay.
of certain
So
races,
what happens-
certain species, as well as
rising water
Rising
levels,
water
release
levels.
of diseases, that seems like
Right.
legitimate. I mean, as far as like heat
do-
making shit unlivable, like I don't know. I live in like fucking Texas where it hits like
Okay.
for you Europeans, it hits like 40 degrees Celsius on quite a few days in the summer. So I don't
Okay.
I mean,
So
it's 30
rising sea
today.
levels. Rising sea levels. It's not because of icebergs melting. It's specifically the polar ice caps, right? In that it's landlocked ice that's now entering the water.
yeah.
Correct.
So if I go up there and I build myself a nice big pipeline to the center of the ice cap and pump that water back onto the ice cap, what's going to happen?
Jack
I don't know.
Diddley.
Well, like who's the
How
guy
much-
who like
How much energy do you think that would take?
More than
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
worth.
there was
No.
actually this guy
Not
like
at all.
this
What?
environmentalist.
We pump oil across nations all day, every day. It's no
Except
harder
in the
to pump
US.
water.
I mean, when it comes to using pumps to get water back on top of the fucking iceberg.
Well,
Could
there's
we
actually like
scrub
this...
the carbon out of the air? Could we do that? Do we have the technology to do it?
Don't we
How do you
already
think
have?
space shuttles work?
Oh,
Since the
yeah, no,
1950s. Since the
we do,
1950s.
but I think it's a matter of scaling up that technology. But
No, it's
but-
not. You just.
well, yeah, I mean, I do think it is a matter of like kind of
Instead
scaling
of
it.
solar
some
powering
making
our houses, why don't we solar power carbon scrubbers? Things
Let
like
me
that.
introduce the man, the myth, the legend, the kitchen utensil spoon.
It's
What's
not
up,
that hard to do
gents?
some of this stuff, you know?
Well, I was reading something today that basically ties into that. Apparently, solar power is so cheap to build that it's cheaper to build new solar projects than just to run old stuff. How is that not an infinitely good thing? Like, let's just
Yeah.
stick solar panels on everything we
okay.
can think of, and then
Because we can't.
Yeah.
So what do you think a solar panel is actually made out of?
shit we've gone mine, I know, but enlighten me. I'm not an expert on it.
It's not glass. It's quartz, and it's a very, very particular, very, very high purity level of quartz. So high in purity level that virtually all of it comes from a single strip mine.
Oh, really?
Yep. It is a incredibly finite resource. China
Well, you
is
see-
able to produce a huge amount of solar panels because they use a shitty version that they get from China. But the vast majority of the world's solar panels come from a single strip mine in the US.
You see, I'm
Not-
about to
Feasible.
I'm about to do something pretty taboo and actually like give Joe Biden credit for something. But I remember,
Boo.
relax. I'm only giving
Bad
him.
man.
I'm only giving him credit for something relative to the other Democrats who ran for president in 2020.
That's not saying
But
much.
yeah, exactly. It's not saying much, but like
Yeah.
when they were like talking about like climate change and environmentalism and energy and shit, like it's so funny because they're all like, oh, climate change, really big problem. But then all of them, except for Joe Biden, are like, what? Nuclear power? What the fuck is that shit? No, get rid of it. Fucking ban it. Like Bernie, like fucking like, we are going to not build any more nuclear power plants because nuclear is bad. Nuclear is a scary word and it just enriches the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations. Kind of like, well, okay, you're serious about getting off of fossil fuels and yet you're like, ooh, nuclear sounds scary. Like,
Yeah, and the funny fact is that with thorium, it's not even able to be. You can't even turn thorium into fucking nukes, right? And it's actually a much safer isotope to use for fueling.
Well, even if you're using nasty, evil, dangerous uranium. I live in Australia. Like 99% of the population lives within 100 kilometers of the ocean. The fuck are we doing with all that desert? If we'll stick some power plants out there, and I look at that problem solved.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I
mean-
have a take. I have a take on the nuclear power.
Go on.
Okay. I think nuclear power is the way to go, but I'm going to tell you why, in my opinion, the progressives will never go for it. Because in order for you to work at a nuclear power plant, you need highly specialized intelligent scientists.
Oh yeah.
Where the hell do you think progressives are ever going to get those? You'd have to actually produce things on meritocracy, not fuck around with diversity hires when it comes to nuclear material. So, no, that is in that
you say
regard.
that, but so the French model. France is a huge. I don't know if you know this. Obviously, I'm in power and petrochemicals and things like that, and also military stuff. So I have a sort of wide knowledge of these sort of things. France has a huge nuclear industry. I don't know if you know this, but they actually
I do now.
they use very small nuclear reactors. So actually, what they do is they build basically the nuclear reactor that would power, in Britain, a nuclear submarine, right? They build a power station that size, and it's largely automated. And they'll build them in fairly rural places near a small town. And the payoff is the local town essentially gets free power. And then it powers sort of 2 or 3 other towns around. France have been doing this for ages. There's loads of them. But they're very, very small and very easy to control and very safe.
That does sound like an excellent solution.
Does the local town with its like power plant, when giving power to other towns, like get money from them for that?
Oh. But also cuts down on transmission losses, infrastructure maintenance costs and stuff like that, because they're instead of having a giant power station in the middle of the country and sort of running cables out everywhere, actually they're fairly local. They also provide local jobs.
Oh, well, the left definitely wouldn't be interested in that.
Well, that
what
sounds
terrifies
like
me?
a good thing.
At this rate, if Macron can fuck off and Le Pen gets in charge, France is dangerously close to becoming like a world leader in more than just 1 or 2 things.
That'd be
that. And I don't like the
also
fact that France is leading cultural-wise, and that to me is greatly worrying. How much a French bastard's leading the culture wars? Fuck's sake, that's what the English-speaking ones are for.
But people think of when people think of nuclear reactors, they think of Chernobyl and things like that, right?
No, dude, they think of Homer Simpson.
Yeah, but there's a lot of lessons have been learned. I mean, one of the main problems at Chernobyl was
communism. Communism sucks.
It was communism that fucked up Chernobyl.
Yes,
basically. Yeah, but they couldn't lift the control rods out, right? So modern reactors have the control rods underneath. You have to lift them in. If you don't lift them in, they fall out.
The design itself was actually made to function. It's just that they didn't use the proper resources because it was cheaper. So again, communism fucked it up.
I don't know if it's true, but I know that it was built in built with not so communist technology, but communist safety standards, which you would think if you had so much state regulation would be better. But no.
Yeah, and then they failed to even live up to those safety standards. Like, they broke their own safety rules like half a dozen times.
We'll have massive regulation combat. Nothing will ever go wrong, except this one.
in the UK, I mean, this is true, right? It's absolutely insane. But if you live in the UK, it's physically safer for you to go to work on an oil rig than it is to go to work on in an office. You are more likely to sustain an injury in an office than you are on an oil rig, man.
Yeah, because some fat
Yeah.
Karen is going to yell
these
at you
are
and make you want to kill yourself.
Undeniable, factual, empirically proven fact. That's just true. You are far more likely to be injured in an office than you are on an oil rig.
Well, especially when
Because
are we
we've
looking
taken it
at
incredibly seriously.
Yeah, and not to mention it when you're looking at just rate of incident, it doesn't necessarily take into effect the seriousness. So technically, some idiot tripping over a power cord and smacking their nose on the floor, that's a workplace injury. You tend not to have, due to the nature of oil rigs, accidents are rare, but they generally really fuck you up.
You get two kinds of injuries on an oil rig.
Security protocols aboard those places too. Really strict.
Yeah, go ahead, Oil.
You get two kinds of injury on an oil rig. You get a minor hand injury, and then you get sucking chest wounds.
I was going to say pain or death.
Fully penetrated through the chest.
Oh,
you can say
Oh, now I got it.
Full penetration. Yeah, I mean,
Getting turned into a thin
off...
paste on an oil is a pretty good chance.
Well, literally every offshore medic I've ever met has been an ex-military medic, because because virtually all the injuries are like when somebody's like disconnected a flange and there's still pressure behind it or something, and they literally get a bolt through the chest. It's that sort of injury. So it's like penetrating chest wounds. You need to have been like dealing with people that have been shot and things like that, really.
I'd like to know what the comparisons were for the office that made that more dangerous than the oil rig.
People
like,
falling off
what?
because it's stupid stuff. People tripping over, falling off chairs, doing stupid shit, putting knives in toasters and fucking dumbass.
Yeah, because it's looking at
That
the rate
happens
of
as
accident
makes me
rather than the
angry.
severity of accident.
Yeah.
And Spoon had a point about like the Karens in the office making you want to kill yourself, right? Because well, I mean, especially in Britain, because honestly, it seems like the thing about a British accent coming from an American perspective is that it has this amplifying effect. It either makes you sound a lot more classy, or if you're like a total shrill Karen, that is much worse in a British accent compared to an American accent.
Sure.
I don't know. That's just kind of my take. Like, it either makes you sound so much classier or so much more autistic, depending on what the baseline level is.
I wonder if I can be a Karen with this voice.
Try it.
I don't think I'd be taken very seriously.
I
think I would just sound overly pedantic and just massively condescending, even more than I already do.
Try it.
Well, you're not meant for Karening, you're meant for mansplaining.
Oh god, yeah.
Definitely.
That's not even a joke, that's just true.
It's more sort of gentlemanly splaining, isn't it?
Yeah, but
lady,
gentlemen.
I am a lady, and you. I'm a lady. Sorry, fucking hell. You're a lady, and I'm a man, and therefore, fuck you. It's about as pedantic as I would get.
Yeah.
And then if you
I
ever,
have a
if
penis,
you ever
therefore
get
I
called
win.
on, yeah, and if you ever get called out on being sexist, like, hey, why are you sexist in this like debate? You can just go and just start demonically.
Whatever you just went then was so awful that Discord cut it out.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't really care about being called sexist.
Do not I know you're good at imitation, Second, but do not perfectly imitate Kamala's laugh, okay? Reality can't contain
Discord
more
doesn't
than
even
one.
fucking like it, man.
I just wanted to go back to solar powered carbon scrubbers really quickly so I can point out something Robert Longshore said in chat. Solar powered carbon scrubbers, they're called trees.
Actually, kind of
Yeah, there's
that's
another bonus
kind
for
of
trees,
thing.
by the way. There's
That's
another
pretty good,
bonus for
actually.
trees.
I like that.
They look better.
True story. True
Fucking
story.
get the Lorax out there with his mustache. Like shit, the
They're
Lorax
cheaper.
with that fucking
Comparing-
facial hair, the Lorax probably watches the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah. Well, that's why a lot of focus is going away. One of the many reasons a lot of focus is going away from like plastic and petrochemicals to back to paper, because if you do it properly, it's actually wood is a renewable resource.
Or because paper is the paper industry is buying off Congress.
I mean,
Actually,
everyone's buying off
paper.
Congress.
There's actually a funny thing now you say that, because that reminds me about when I used to take biology at school. While trees do grow back, they grow back so slowly that we do not count them as a renewable resource, actually.
Mm.
Hmm.
But
So they
paper is
are
also
renewable.
bullshit. I
Yeah.
mean, I think one of the things that people I encounter a lot of people that just do not understand the concept of recycling and actually what recycling is. If you recycle it, if you have a sheet of paper, you cannot recycle a sheet of paper into a sheet of paper. If you recycle a plastic bottle, you cannot recycle a plastic bottle into a plastic bottle. This is not how it works. That one plastic bottle will be recycled into 100 plastic bottles. We do not need 100 billion plastic bottles. Therefore, all plastic bottles cannot be recycled. Paper is the same. Everything is the same.
I
You
don't know,
cannot
at
make
least
a
with
perfect
plastic,
product from an original one.
At
Are you
least
trying to
with
say it has
plastic,
diminishing
I could
return?
see. I could
Yeah,
at least see
you
fucking
can't-
plastic being like melted down or something. I don't know, like what you would do with fucking paper though. Like I've always wondered
Well,
that
no,
actually.
well, because it gets shredded into its right. So paper is essentially cotton at the in the tree stems.
Cellulose, isn't it?
Mostly,
It's essentially
Hmm?
It's cellulose, long strands of cellulose, isn't it?
yeah, yeah.
Which is why
But
it
we
can't
sort
be
of it's
recycled
threads
into.
of cotton essentially.
Yeah, and
But if
isn't
when
that?
you recycle it,
Sorry, I'll just finish my point and then let you go, because I think what I want to ask is essentially what you're going to explain. Cellulose is the cellulose is one of the reasons that's so hard to recycle used paper into new proper paper, because you keep every time you shred it, you decrease the size of the cellulose fibers, so you end up with shit paper, which is essentially why it's turned into shit paper. Is that right?
that
All
is exactly it. That is exactly right.
It's a
What you
lot
get
of
is
words that I
garbage.
didn't understand right now. I'm not in the
So,
right
so
frame of
if you
mind.
start with, well, basically, if you start with a really high quality paper and recycle it, you get a lower grade of paper, and then a lower grade, and a lower grade, and then just garbage.
So you're saying
You
recycling is
cannot-
bad?
No, I'm just saying it's not a man. I'm just saying that people just go, oh, recycle it. You can only recycle so much of it because eventually you end up with an infinite supply. So, for instance, my own father was a paper. He was what they called a paper chemist. He literally designed paper for a living at a chemical level. And so he worked for a large paper manufacturing business, and they had a tank that basically was part of the process, and it collected up sort of garbage fiber, and they were trying for years to try and figure out something that they could do with it. And the only thing that the sort of fibrous inserts you get for plant pots.
Oh
They're
yes,
sort of
I
mushy
know the
colour.
ones you mean. Yes.
So they looked at making those, and they realized that the effluent from the tank would be sufficient to crash the world market of those every year. So one paper plant, one single small paper plant in Scotland could completely fulfill the entire world's requirement of those every year. So what
Holy
do the
shit.
other 100,000 paper plants around the world do with theirs?
Okay, I have a
not-
question to
it's
ask
not
now.
feasible use.
This is gonna sound really weird and maybe a bit offensive. How autistic would you have to be to realize and calculate that?
Yeah, about as autistic as I am.
'Cause, like, that's insane and also kind of impressive.
Yeah.
Just imagine, like, I would just look at it like, huh. Hold on a second. I'm just doing some insane calculations and statistics to get that. It does sound pretty
Yeah.
crazy, though.
He was also the guy responsible for gyprock cutting measurements on the outside of the paper. So.
Well, there you go. That's cool.
It's some obscure shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, welcome to my life.
But yeah.
Well, speaking of paper and environmentalism, though, like I'm just thinking of like the fucking stupid paper straws, which
Well,
apparently
God,
are
they're
less
specifically about paper, it's about all
environmentally friendly
recycling.
than the plastic straw.
Yeah.
Stop using
Well,
plastic straws, says I with a private jet.
Well, Okay, okay. Again,
Fucking hell.
No, because
about the
like
plastic
you know,
straw-
having a straw is essential if you have like a mustache and beard. You know, like
yeah.
Stop trying to
exactly.
defend Hitler.
Wait, Hitler didn't have a beard. He only
we
had
could,
a mustache.
we could probably make an ableism argument against paper straws. Because
Ooh.
disabled people need straws so that they can have the dignity of drinking. And if you use a paper straw, it gets soggy and it makes them look bad.
No,
Therefore,
I
it's
have another one.
ableist.
I have another one.
Go, okay.
I have another one. Paper is basically white. It's white in its natural form, and we
Actually,
can
it's
add other
not,
colors
but-
to it, right?
Well,
Like-
it's actually worse than that. It's purposely bleached white. It's not
Yes,
naturally
it's
white.
purposely
It's actually
bleached white.
it's actually
using a paper straw is white supremacy. Boom, get
Yeah.
fucked.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry, Oil, I think you were going to tell us something about straws.
Oh, right. So, well, yeah, sorry. So, again, this is my annoyance about recycling and one-use plastic and stuff like that. Here's the thing, right? Why are you not allowed straws? You're not allowed straws because straws get up a turtle's nose in the sea. Okay? Do you think that the straws that are in the sea are coming from the UK? Do you think they're coming from the US? I
No,
mean,
they're
we
coming
can
from
try.
shithole countries that have no interest
No,
in throwing
virtually-
rubbish in
They-
bins.
Again, if you want to look at these things, I mean, the research has all been done. Virtually all of the sea's plastic waste comes from one tributary. One.
Is that
Is it
part
China?
in
Do you want to
China?
take a guess where it is?
It's in China, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know.
China,
Of course it is.
China.
of course.
You know how you solve this problem?
I mean, these are not things that are not known.
Is
like,
it Spoon?
well-
Is it nuking China?
No, it's teaching the sea turtles to stop doing coke.
Yeah, that's true. True story. True story.
I mean, I have
It's
another
always-
one. It
is-
does not
you said
involve
that
nuking
it's
China.
just
I'm
like-
sorry. It does not involve nuking China. But
Even
it
Sticks
involves
suggested
moving
this.
all work to Taiwan.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
Trim and I were joking around last night and we figured out a solution to the China problem. It's not a final solution, so don't get excited. It is the
Oh,
correct.
God damn it.
So
I
what we
don't
have
have the right
decided
mustache for that
is
yet.
that we are going to conquer China, make all of China part of Taiwan, and then we're going to make Taiwan a British colony.
Oh, nice.
And Hong Kong will be free.
So,
Liberated
the-
completely. Be another colony.
Basically, the thing that annoys me about climate change and recycling and things like that is everybody, the people who knows perfect acceptance of ignoring established facts, things they know to be true that are ignored for the sake of these ideals. So, a while ago in the UK, we banned the use of standard tungsten halogen light bulbs, which is the light bulbs that you grew up with, right?
Oh yeah, I remember
These
this.
are standard light bulbs. So typically in the UK, people would have 100-watt light bulbs in their house. You know, maybe 3 or 4 of those around the house. So maybe some 60 watts or whatever. And along come the compact fluorescent fittings, and they use, you know, sort of 6 watts. And everyone goes, "Wow, like you only use 6 watts to light the house."
No.
Is that more? Well, what's actually happening there? Why is that fluorescent fitting be able to produce the light with just 6 watts instead of 100 watts? What's the difference?
Fancy ass
You know?
chemicals, isn't it?
No,
Oh,
because the tungsten bulb was only producing 6 or, you know, sort of 5 or 6 watts of light as well.
oh, right.
So where was the other 94 watts going?
Heat.
Heat. So the UK is a shitty cold country. Okay.
Oh, now I see where you're going with this.
Yes.
Right. So during the winter, when you had your lights on, you were producing something in the region of 400 to 500 watts of heat in your house from a light bulb. The light bulb was a shitty light bulb, but it was a really good fucking heater, 94% efficient. Where is that heat
Nice.
being produced? Where is that heat being produced now?
From fucking
In the
heaters,
radiators.
regular heaters.
From your central heating system. Do you
Which is
know
likely
what
using
the
more
av-
power,
Do you know what the
Yeah.
average efficiency of a gas boiler is?
like 50%.
Yeah. When it's new, maybe 60, 70%.
Hmm.
Now, after 10 years, maybe 40.
Well, on
Yeah,
that,
So the
Ah,
net.
okay, close.
So do you think the average household's net carbon emissions went up or down when they changed?
up would
Up.
be my guess based on that
you-
information.
Their average energy bill, do you think it went up or down?
Up.
Up.
Not in a noticeable way necessarily, but 66 million people in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, it's also just
I
kind
never
of
even
like
thought about that.
On the
also
note
Do you
of,
think?
kinda like-
Do you think the people who passed that law did not know that that would be the net effect?
of course they did.
No, I think they have no.
I can
fucking
tell you that they
idea.
knew for sure because I wrote one of the reports.
Oh shit! Really?
Well, there you fucking go.
damn.
You've been doing a lot of big work, Oil. Jesus.
On
You-
the,
They
on
did
the
it
you-
note,
anyway,
you-
but they did it anyway, right?
Mm.
But they did it anyway.
But you're
I mean,
also
that's
assuming
the
feel good about
thing.
it.
Like, I feel like a large part of what goes into this kind of shit is kind of like partly pandering, and it is like partly power tripping, where it's like, yeah, use the plastic straw and like it. I feel like there's a power trip element in that, which, when they haven't done the Eat the Bugs podcast, right? They haven't done that yet.
No, not yet.
Okay,
They've
because
talked about
like.
it.
Well, they kind of hinted that, or Sargon kind of hinted, heavily implied, or outright stated that part of what he was going to talk about with that is that he doesn't think there is like inherently anything sketchy about eating bugs. But, like the way that the progressives kind of do it, it's kind of like a power trip for them, where they're like, "Yeah, you're
Well-
gonna fucking eat the bug. You're gonna fucking take it." How it's like there's
Well,
this kind of like degrading power trip kind of like element to it for them, where it's
Okay.
like not somebody like choosing to eat a bug. It's like somebody like I find
that's
bugs
good.
kind of gross, but it's like, yeah, but we're gonna make you do it anyway.
Yeah, it makes
Well-
sense actually.
Well, the bug argument's an interesting one, right? Because would you eat a lobster?
That's different.
It's
Tell us
not.
about the lobsters.
They're pretty much the same thing.
No, it's not, sir. I'm sorry, I'm going to
Oh, by
disagree
the
with you
way,
on
I
this
just
one.
want to point out something. from the
Crustaceans are incredibly close. It's really just a scale thing. If you grow a bug big enough to like a lobster size, I'm thinking it's pretty tasty, probably.
Depends on how you prepare it, actually. But there's one thing. Student of history, he had a good point. I don't want a China final solution. I want a CCP final solution. Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Somehow.
On the topic of bugs as general as food, because I just stepped away from us for a quick second, I couldn't bring myself to eat like a whole bug, but if we were like grinding it up into like bug meal or something to use as a food additive, probably not have an issue. I mean, that's what chicken nuggets are essentially the same thing, but applied to chickens. You take all the nasty, gross bits, grind it up, deep fry it, and it tastes okay. But
Yeah, that's one step away from Soylent Green, though, isn't it? You know.
I mean,
Yeah, it is.
What are the? Is Soylent Green really that bad of an idea?
No,
That's not
I'm
great.
stopping now. Like this is like one of the things like Richard Dawkins said, where I'm just kind of like, yeah, but no. Where he's like, oh, you got all these stupid like sentimental and religious people who it's like, oh, if we didn't have them, we could just eat our fucking human corpses, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, but no. Like,
Not to
I'm
mention that
fine not.
even if you
I'm
ignore the
fine not
religious,
going cannibalism.
yeah, and even if you ignore the religious reasons to it, it's evolutionarily ingrained in people that dead people are gross.
No, it's a pretty easy argument. You couldn't eat a human now; it would make you very sick.
Yeah,
Humans
absolutely.
are absolutely toxic because of all the shit we put into our bodies through all sorts of other, just through
I
pollution
mean, it's like a
and all sorts
defense
of nonsense.
mechanism.
No. I mean, it's just like if you ate if you went back 200 years and ate humans, you'd probably be fine. But like a modern human's just full of
Yeah,
shit.
but like even outside of the health argument, there is just something that is just there's intrinsic moral content to the idea of eating another person or like fucking a human corpse.
Yeah,
It's just kinda like,
and
you
it's
don't do
actually
it.
built into the very fabric of our being. It's why the uncanny
Well, it's a
valley.
survival thing, probably,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is. It's exactly it. And it's one of the theories as to why the uncanny valley exists, because what looks almost identical to a regular human, but isn't and is full of disease? A corpse.
Yeah.
And corpses are bad. It's probably an evolutionary thing that if you ate a human corpse, whatever killed it would probably kill you.
Yeah, good chance. Yeah.
But yeah, it's not a good thing to be eating people. I'm sure the leftists have probably already argued for Soylent Green. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, because they don't value the individual human.
Well, didn't
I
like
might be
what
a
was
bit
his
out
name?
of
Like
I might be a bit off on this one. What was Soylent Green again? I've completely forgotten.
Humans. Soylent Green is people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that.
Yeah.
Oh, that
It's
one.
people!
Oh my god.
well, I
that
mean,
one?
well, no, I mean, like they're already amenable to it, right? Because what was his name? Like Reza Aslan, didn't he go to some like
Yeah.
fucking cannibal culture? Be like, oh
Yeah,
yes,
well-
I will eat the human brain. How vibrant!
I do
Man,
think. I mean, I'm sort of okay with the concept. Not so much the eating of the human bits, but I mean, actually, the concept of the story is that elderly people who have no real quality of life left basically can go to the center and essentially sell their remaining life. So what actually happens is so you've got really old sick people, and they go to the center, and by sacrificing their life, they provide financial support to their families. So although they're turned into food ultimately, their family actually get a payment.
Well, I
What the hell
suppose
did I
that's
just walk in
something,
on?
but I don't think it's probably still not a moral good.
No. But I'm saying if you take the eating people bit out of it.
Oh, if you take the eating people bit out of it, yeah. In that case, yeah. Sorry, I didn't quite understand what you meant there. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
The idea is that they basically the old sick frail remove themselves as a burden from society. So they remove the ongoing cost of their care.
Well,
and that money is then supplied, or a portion of that money is then given to the family in support.
It sounds like voluntary Nazism.
Yeah, sort of.
A bit.
maybe.
Yeah.
I
How do you feel about
socialism?
fascism? I could take it or leave it. Ah, that's a good answer. That's the answer we were looking for. That's literally what you're looking for. It's literally what you want to hear.
Yeah.
Depends on the day, I guess.
Indeed. So one of the interesting things about it is I think I remember an evolutionary psychologist or someone who is into it talking about something along the lines of being able to assess a culture by the condition that they leave the old people in. And it's only in sophisticated cultures that the elderly are cared for by the young.
Okay, so all of the old cultures where the middle age was like 25, they were screwed. They had no... okay, no, I suppose old age to them would have been 40 or so.
Yeah, but I mean those that are unable to care for themselves. And it's only really in places that evolve the concept of civilization where that really happened. Because your nomadic tribes, if the elderly or the sick... Yes, pretty much.
The Norwegians have to jump off a cliff.
Yep. I think
that was back in the old days, because we still had the whole thing that when you die, you either go to Valhalla or Niflheim. Of course, if it was a good person, you'd go to a third place, but not many people went there because either you were an asshole or you were a warrior. So when old people were like, I feel like I have to die right now, but I don't want to go to the icy hell place and get eaten by a snake god. And it's like, don't worry, friend. Don't worry, friend. I'm just gonna bring you to a mountain and yeet you, or actually have to yeet yourself. Okay.
Incidentally, guys, anyone who wants to understand Norwegian culture better, I can tell you how to. On Netflix, there's a show called Norseman, and it is extremely accurate, very, very, very accurate. And I suggest you watch it.
Son of a bitch!
It's absolutely the most accurate thing you've ever seen in your life.
Or you can read the Jane Foster female.
No.
I swear to your God, second, stop it.
Well, I mean, hey, like as long as so how the young care for the elderly is supposed to be some kind of societal metric or civilization metric or culture metric. Shit,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that just kind of proves the point that like progressives aren't pretty civilized. I mean, look at AOC and her treatment of her abuela.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have to interject here and sort of disagree, because can you imagine what kind of poor generation would have to be insane enough to take care of elderly millennials?
Ugh.
Yeah, exactly.
okay.
So perhaps your older people are wankers.
I'm not sure there will be any
there is
elderly
that.
millennials though.
No, because a lot have killed themselves.
I think when their parents have died
I take
and
offence at
left
that,
them
but
nothing,
true.
left them nothing, I think there's a good possibility that there won't be any.
I just want to point back to the Norseman. That old guy actually right, because Norseman is a comedy, a very funny comedy, but the traditions and a lot of things that happen there are actually quite fucking close to how ancient Norway and Sweden and Denmark used to be.
I like the way that in the
I don't-
Norse mythology is being a bloodthirsty warrior is considered a good thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I had
Also, the
Yes,
world was
based
made from.
Scandinavians.
The world was not created from a giant right hand in the sky just saying "Let there be light." It was three gods in a ice on an iceberg with a planet-sized hermaphroditic giant who said, "Fuck this shit. We want more room." Killed the bastard, tore his corpse apart, and made a planet out of it.
See, that's much better than the Christian story.
Yeah.
I, I, I
Get
have to
screwed,
say I
Jesus.
didn't get from it that it was a comedy.
Of
No,
course
because it's
you
probably
have
too
to.
close to the life of Scotland.
It seemed, to be fair, I'm from Aberdeen, which has very close ties with Norway. Anyway, I have also lived in Oslo for over a year.
You're an
in the past,
honorary Norwegian.
Okay, so
and
I
also
have to
you're
know,
more
you
Norwegian than
you're
the
in
average man from Bergen. Just gonna say, you're more Norwegian than the average guy from Bergen.
Yeah.
you're in the good part of Scotland then.
In the very north, in the cold and frosty north. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because
It's where we
I've
went over and had a lot of struggles.
I've been to I was in Glasgow several years ago, and everyone in Glasgow was very nice. Though to be fair, I went to watch a rugby match there, so there was a lot of South Africans everywhere. So probably why I felt at
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
I've known people from Glasgow, and they're all heroin addicts and want to kill people because that's what the jokes are about Glasgow. So
Yeah,
I
pretty
don't know
much.
any stereotypes about Aberdeen though.
It's cocaine.
Oh, coke.
Yeah. Well, it's oil
Okay.
industry.
Oh,
Shit,
okay.
nobody tell Hunter Biden about that place.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. Aberdeen in the '90s was quite a place.
Fucking
can tell you.
snort that Parmesan
In terms
cheese.
of how
Is
can we
it-
say this politely, recreational purposes.
More office purposes.
Oh, okay.
Staying
I thought you
attentive
meant
for
like
long
train
hours,
spotting.
I imagine.
Very
Also-
very sort of Wolf of Wall Street sort of activity. Lots
Okay.
lots of sports cars and.
We're not fucking leaving. We're not fucking leaving.
Yeah. So I'm going to forcefully drag us back to the G7 or G70. So because one of the things I want to do is make a comment on the tweet from Jill Biden, who is somehow a United States government official because she's fucking the president.
Oh God, that's so many jokes. I don't even know where to begin.
What
I
she
mean, at
says
least
she's
this one is a
prepping for the
woman.
G7. Why the fuck does
Democratic-
some unqualified, unelected bimbo have anything to fucking do with the G7?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's so fucking weird. Like with Donald Trump, they were like, "Oh, why is his immediate family involved in shit? This is like nepotism." Like with the RNC convention thing, they were like, "Oh, why is Trump's wife speaking there? She's not like in office. What is that?" Or no, it was like, "Why is Trump's son speaking there? He's just the son of the president. What does he have to do with any of this?" And then, like, at the DNC one, they have, like, fucking Michelle Obama speak, and the progressives, like, practically worship her. It's such a
Michelle
weird
Obama,
fucking
don't you
double
mean
standard.
Michael Obama?
That's because she's a diversity
I mean,
hire.
There's a good thing with Jill Biden. There's a good thing with Jill Biden, at least. You know that she's actually a first lady, unlike, Miss Obama.
Mike.
Michael.
Disavow, bro. Disavow. Like we're gonna
Dude,
get
have you seen the
slapped.
shoulders on that chick?
No, disavow,
Yeah.
bro. Watch, dude. We're gonna get like fucking shut down by YouTube, and they're gonna like slap
For
a.
that? No,
they're
we're
gonna
not.
slap a label underneath like the fucking video where it's like
Dude,
the
if-
Associated Press. The Associated Press has confirmed that Michelle Obama is a biological female.
Dude,
The-
Louis
Here's the
can
dick
scream the
prove it.
N-word and the
It's a
F-word on
feminine
here.
penis.
He'll be fine.
I'm looking forward to the Biden visit with the Queen because I'm really fucking hoping that we'll see a.
Well, hey, it's
Picture
the
of-
first time
I
the
really
Queen
like
has
the-
first time in decades that the Queen's met a president older than her.
Yeah. Also, I just quite
Is
like
he? No, he's
forward to
not.
seeing a picture of Joe Biden sniffing Princess Charlotte.
Oh no.
I was gonna say
Nobody
Biden.
fucking please don't.
I was gonna say the exact opposite.
Can we say
'cause-
international incident?
how old is the Queen?
Like 90
The Queen's in her
something.
90s, isn't
Something.
it? Yeah, and Biden is like 89 or something, isn't he?
And well, no, remember, Biden's been in Congress for 2 centuries.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you know,
what
I
I'm just saying is
remember
if-
200 years ago when I first joined the Senate.
I'm just saying if Biden says something about Princess Charlotte's hair clips or something, there's going to be a fucking war.
He won't make it out of the fucking UK.
Does he say barrettes or
Biden is
something?
gonna be like, I am the Senate.
Wait, Nancy
No,
Pelosi
I
is 81
am
years
the
old.
Senate.
Wait,
Nancy
how old
Pelosi
is
is
it?
older than Bernie Sanders? What the fuck? I did not know this. Wait, is she the
Wow.
oldest person in the Senate?
We need to destroy her phylacteries. Stop her coming back from the dead.
Hold
Yeah,
on, how old is
seriously. Like,
How old
Yes,
is
the whole
Maxine
life.
Waters? I'm just curious now.
Next time you meet her, just use.
Oh my
turn
god, no,
undead.
she's older. Maxine Waters is older.
Oh my god. Oh, that is quite obvious though. Have you
wait,
seen
what?
thing?
Low IQ Maxine Waters.
He's not wrong.
I mean,
Oh
how
my
old
god.
have
how
you
old is
heard
Beetlejuice?
Maxine?
Bernie is 79.
No, Beetlejuice, the governor of
Lord
The
Lightfoot.
guy with the fucked teeth?
what's her name?
Lord Lightfoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She must be in her 60s, I think.
Okay, I don't mean to be completely rude. Actually, but don't. She looks like a fish. I'm just gonna come out and say it. She looks like a fish. I have seen literal salmons more attractive than that.
Yeah.
And I
Okay,
live
well,
in Norway.
Well, you know
Speaking
who
of
just,
the
like,
Queen, though,
you know who just
Go on,
just
sorry.
one thing real quick. You know who just sounds completely fucking stupid though? Like where you just hear it in the voice, like Diane Abbott. Like I don't know. I caught that one question time, even though I'm not British, where they had Jordan Peterson on. And Diane Abbott was also on, and just the way she talks, where it's like, "Well, I did the thing," and it's like, "Oh man, it hurts
I mean,
to listen to."
I think we generally think she's a moron.
Yeah,
What, Lord Lightfoot?
But
Or
you,
Diane
you
Abbott.
realize that
Yes.
Diane Abbott used to be in a relationship with Jeremy
yeah.
Corbyn,
Like didn't he like parade her around like naked at parties or something?
right?
Some like
some,
weird shit like that.
Okay,
I-
guys, just the comment section. Just student history comes with another one. Lightfoot is a Lovecraftian fever dream. Does anyone wanna
Accurate.
try
I
to
do
type that?
remember this one
I do not
Lovecraft
disagree.
story I read. Well, I read this one Lovecraft story in school where this guy like visits this like town or something. There's a bunch of fucking like weird fish people. And then he just stays the night there. Like that was the weirdest thing to me. He shows up and it's like, oh, a bunch of people look like a fish. Well, I'm gonna stay in a hotel here. Like, no, you get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like,
I
what are
have
you
a theory
doing,
about
man?
that. I have a theory about that. He actually knows Laura Lightfoot. That's why he stayed there because maybe it's normal.
Yeah.
There's a picture of her where she looks high as a kite.
She probably
Every
is.
picture of
It's
her, she looks high
Chicago.
as a
It's
kite.
full of drugs.
Guys,
It's-
check
it just-
Primed Knight says Lori Lightfoot is the name Beetlejuice says 3 times.
Yeah.
Hold on,
so-
just look. I want to send you guys a picture and tell me she doesn't look like she's
Yeah.
high off her balls.
So while Spoon
Sure.
does that, I've been having a thought. I think I've told Trim, but I think maybe even Second could agree with this, minus the whole being an American part of it. But on the topic of the night of the Queen and thinking about Black Lives Matter, there are 3 times a real man kneels for God, the Queen, and the woman he's asking to marry him.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
I was gonna say another time, but okay.
Okay, say it.
Oh, you're on your
Yeah.
knees. Do I need to draw you a fucking picture?
I said a man.
Oh, of course.
That's why specified man.
Women can go
I'm
on
a
their
big
knees for
fan.
that
Spoon-
reason.
Spoon has a different philosophy, bro. He's like, right, you gotta get on your knees, you gotta lick that clit for the woman, just to show that men are really better at everything.
Yeah, but
Or,
I
You know,
mean,
that's the
taking
only
a knee is an-
only reason. That's the only reason Spoon would like give a woman oral, because he's like, I want to prove that I'm better at this shit than you. Let me show you how it's done.
The only good thing that's come out of the LGBTQ plus I bullshit system is that it is proven that men make better lesbians than women do.
fact. Men just make better women than women. Full stop.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
that's-
so-
oh
that's
so
shit,
the
what's...
domination of their
Yeah.
sports.
Yeah.
That's
God, imagine if the first female president in the U.S. was a trans woman.
well,
That would be
I
hilarious.
know one that could do that.
Oh my
and
god,
she's
Bruce
already
Jenner
on the
being
right.
president.
Oh my god, yes.
Where's
That would be
image?
the funniest
I don't
thing
even give a
ever.
shit at this point. Let's just make it happen for the meme.
Kathleen
I
Kennedy for
remember-
president. Come on, people, we can do this. The first woman in fucking the office.
Exactly,
And they
because
have
I'm
to
a
be, and they have to be
conservative.
white.
Yes. Oh, crap. What's her name? I've completely forgotten. The one running for governor.
Bruce
Caitlyn
Jenner.
Kennedy.
Sorry?
Oh, no, that's fuck it.
Bruce Jenner, yes. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
Caitlyn Jenner, yes. Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Mate, better woman than even women are. Runs over someone
will-
with a car, gets off scot-free. Yeah, that's
I
something
was,
a woman would do.
Buckle
I
up,
did,
buckaroo.
I did listen to the campaign ad. I thought the campaign ad was pretty good.
Yeah.
I was like, huh.
Sorry, guys, for saying Kathleen Kennedy. That is the name that shall not be named again. I'm sorry. It was a mistake, and I actually apologize for this. Anything else? No, but this, I'm sorry for exposing you to the name that shall not be named.
Yes, the
Bro, but
first
you
woman
just
president of
said
the
it-
USA would be a man.
Well, you just said it again, Trim, to apologize for saying it, bro.
No, I
It's
didn't.
like the fucking, it's like the Life of Brian Monty Python skit where it's like, he said Jehovah. You said Jehovah.
Oh, you got the
That's what you
reference.
just said.
Thank God. Oh, you're beautiful.
I remember years ago, the feminists used to say, you know, with the advent of the artificial womb, women won't need men anymore. It's going to be the other way. It's going to be the other way.
Yes.
With the advent of the artificial womb, the men who want to be women will no longer require women, and women will.
Okay, well, it's
Yeah.
also like, that's just so weird to me because I am like, okay, I think that would be better than like abortion, but at the same time, there's just something that seems like like the humanity of both the mother and child involved. There's something very human that's just kind of being.
Well, I imagine we
stripped
would
away in
see
that kinda-
massively increased amounts of child abuse. Because
think?
basically
I
the
don't know
only
if
thing
that's
that...
true because, well, most children that are murdered by their mothers.
True.
But there's one thing though.
But imagine
the
how
whole
many would be
artificial
murdered by their mothers if their mothers weren't biologically programmed to care for them.
I mean, you
Think
can
about
see
this,
this.
though. How
Okay, no, I'm
many,
just gonna make a really
surrogates-
racist joke.
Well, then a good thing.
Oh.
to stop.
I think we'll just go. I
the
think it'll
thing-
just be
I
raised by
have a
men and
thing.
we'll go full Spartan.
Wait,
I have a thing
Spoon,
to
I'll
attribute
make
to
it for
the
you,
artificial
Spoon.
womb thing. The
I'll
artificial
make it
womb
for
thing.
you, Spoon. Do you guys think that Lori Lightfoot is a failed abortion?
No,
Yes.
because
No,
That would
it's
imply
invalid.
that Laurie Lightfoot is human.
look at
She's
that
from
picture in
Kingston,
general,
Remember?
And tell me she doesn't look like she's been up for like 5 days.
She looks like she's been dead for 5 days.
I
She
have to
looks
ask
like-
this. Why are her eyes so far apart?
She looks like she's been like participating in activities with Hunter Biden.
She actually does.
Yes. Student of history brings up a very salient point. Random question: has anyone ever seen a stable lesbian relationship? No. And
Yes.
and statistically, was it between a trans man and another trans man, or a trans woman and trans woman?
No, funny enough, it's actually between like some like semi-conservative lesbians who
Well,
go to
that's-
farm.
I've actually seen one too. I have seen a stable lesbian relationship that actually also turned into a marriage. My
Yeah.
neighbors in a place I used to live in, they're still together and they're just a whole couple.
Well, there
Of
is
course,
one
it was
thing
a
that
Russian
Highest-
chick and a Norwegian
But there
chick.
is one thing though that
Highest,
I think I'm going to say exactly what you're about to say, all. But there is one thing that lesbians are better at than straight couples: domestic violence.
I
yes,
was literally about to make that same joke because they have like the highest.
highest statistical chance of domestic
Yeah.
violence.
Yep, and which
Well,
group has the
but-
lowest
but-
statistical chance?
Gay men.
Gay men.
Gay men. So there we
Oh,
go.
Those lesbians have got a lot of
I
toxic
think it's
masculinity
something
going on.
about like it is something about like people are like, oh, we raise men to be violent. It's like no, because men have like greater upper body strength. We do the exact opposite. We teach men to control that impulse because if they don't, shit gets bad. And I think the fucking domestic violence statistics kind of reflect
really-
that somewhat.
Well, when you don't look
answer's
at
really easy.
the crime statistics, when you look at, they did a research study where they asked people to self-identify whether they were an abuser, and in the vast majority of cases, the violence was reciprocal. When it wasn't reciprocal, it was nearly always the woman doing it. And in the reciprocal cases, it was nearly always started by the woman. It's just that the man holds back, then he snaps and the woman
Snaps.
dies.
Let's see.
I mean,
that-
any serious person would tell you that's the truth. I mean,
But that should raise a
obvious.
point because the argument from the people with the police are the police don't stop crime. Yes, they do because they act as a deterrent. The same thing with the lesbians. If there's no men around, then they start knocking the shit out of each other.
Well,
so the
I
man
mean-
is the deterrent.
a few
Well,
years ago,
that's something that you can see when you're looking at, shall we say, people of a certain cultural background in places like inner city Chicago. If they're
Part of
not,
the culture.
we'll call it a culture, but it's very much lacking culture.
Oh,
If it's
oh.
not gang
Well, it
related,
has.
you quite often see fights, very violent, vicious fights amongst women. The men
oh god, yeah.
will posture like shit, but they tend not to have fights. And when they
Okay,
do,
I'm not
it's a
backing
couple
one
of
thing.
punches.
I just need to say one thing. Hashtag not all yuckamuckamers.
If it's not
Well, I
gang
mean-
related, it's because they're a visitor.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I do think this kind of proves the point though that like conservatives do LGBT better because like I have witnessed a decent number of like pretty successful lesbian relationships, but the funny thing is they're all like deeply religious lesbians who like got like brought up and have this like ethos of like family values. Like when I get in a relationship with another person, there's going to be this like mutual self-sacrifice. I have to like sacrifice some serious shit on mine. They don't come from like the kind of degenerate secular culture of just like, oh yeah, just like fetish parades and let's just like fuck whoever and I shouldn't have to change from my partner. My partner should just completely
I just
accept
want
me
to
the
address
way I am
something
because
from-
I am beautiful and
Yeah.
perfect.
So I want to address something that Prime Knight said in chat. He says, so men are more about intimidation and women are about getting even. It's not
Yeah.
actually about intimidation, it's about status, which is why you'll quite often see the hold me back, bro, hold me back, bro. That way, when they're both pulled away by their friends, they can both go, I was willing to fight him, and they both rise in status. So,
Okay, so
mind,
I have
was
a thing
wrong.
about this, right? And this is the thing that I always say to people: if you look at the difference between men and women's relationships with men and women, right? Women and women and men in terms of friends, right? If a man, you have a group of male friends, they sort that group very quickly sorts itself into a hierarchy, and that hierarchy generally stays stable for the entire duration that you're friends. Unless one of you takes some sort of massive leap financially or status-wise in jobs, your status largely stays the same in that group. Whereas women's groups, the statuses change constantly as their status changes. If a man in the men's group does some crime against his fellow men, he can be ostracized from that group. But that man always has a route to redemption, always, and that may be having a fight with the person that he did ill to and losing. That is still a road to redemption for men. If a woman is ostracized from a women's group, there is no road to redemption for her. Those people will largely pretend she doesn't exist.
Indeed. And there is
women are much crueler than men.
Yeah. And there is absolutely truth to the so-called joke that men will insult each other and not mean it. Women will compliment each other and not mean it.
I've actually seen it, and
that's
I've
a
been through it
truism.
myself.
That's true.
Like, especially being Australian, if you're in a group of men and you're not being insulted and you're like a month into the relationship and you're not being insulted by them,
they don't like you.
They don't like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though there's one thing, there is no person in the world who will insult you more than your closest friend, because
Absolutely.
nobody is going to have the balls to call you out on everything as much as your closest friend. So when you have a dude who goes around just fucking railing you every single moment of your life, and you can just handle it, you know he's your best friend.
Well, I mean, my best friend took it a step further. He ran me over with his car, so I mean, like,
oh, you still going
I
on
think we
about
got
that?
it nailed.
Fuck me, man! Like,
get over it.
Yeah, exactly, right.
His friend did.
Yeah, right over him.
You got into the George Floyd stuff afterwards, and you defeated that addiction, so you didn't have to get a knee on your neck.
Yeah, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, apparently.
Unless it kills you, of course.
You know, and the titanium pegs in his leg, well, they are technically stronger than the bones. So, I mean, that is fair.
Wait, titanium pegs?
Well, I don't know if he's
sorry.
Just making a joke about it.
It's fine.
No, my legs didn't actually, like, my legs themselves didn't suffer any, like, kind of bone damage or whatever, just some, like, tissue damage. The bone
what are you
damage
fucking
was,
complaining about?
Oh, no.
Stop being such a fucking pussy.
God literally was with you when a car drove over you, and you're still bitching about it.
No,
Yeah,
the bone damage. No. I said my legs specifically. Now I got like the pelvic. I got like a ton of fractures in my pelvis, so I couldn't like fucking walk for a few months, and then like some like broken ribs and shit.
Boo-hoo. Yeah.
Honestly, most annoying thing was like not being able to drive.
Well, in America,
no, I take that back. No, the worst thing was waking up with a catheter in, and then them having to like remove that, and
oh yeah, that's fun.
Burning when I peed for like fucking 2 weeks afterwards. That was fucking awful.
I feel your pain.
It was the worst thing
on that one.
Yeah.
You see, I like. Yeah. See, I don't know how I feel about that. Like China being like East Taiwan meme. Part of me kind of hates it because I'm like, well, shit, that's kind of insulting to Taiwan to suggest that China would be a part of it.
Oh God, I apologize to Taiwan for insulting you to such an extent. I'm sorry. I did not mean to compare you to communists. Please forgive us. We disavow.
I mean, that would be like, should the U.S. like annex Canada? It's like that'd be fucking awful. We'd get like a bunch of like pussy lefty dipshits voting.
I sort of hope the Chinese do the beach landings in Taiwan, and then Taiwan just completely BTFO them. They've actually been secretly building shit for defenses against it for years. You know, something that would just be like, yeah, that'd be nice.
Would be nice to see China get what they deserve.
Just get absolutely fucking what happened? Yeah, it could be pretty funny.
It would be hilarious. We could definitely get behind that.
Yeah, fucking. You just sort of see like Saving Private Ryan style beach landings, mowed down to fuck.
I mean, Antifa uses bike locks. When you go against Antifa, you use a pan. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, that was.
You have
such a funny
access
video.
to a lot of pans, right? But like,
It-
then when,
it's still-
when you attack them with the pan, like, and you get like pulled in by the cops, you just like drill a hole in the pan and start fucking it and go, "I'm bisexual. Are you oppressing a sexual minority on this month of all months?"
Well, you wouldn't be bisexual; you'd be pansexual, surely.
Yeah, did I not say that? My bad.
No, you said bisexual.
Fuck. Apologies to bisexual people for comparing them to that made up shit.
Yeah.
It amazes me that no one has literally mowed down a crowd of fucking Antifa yet. I mean, just amazes me that no one
Wait,
in
didn't a
America
dude
just.
do that
just-
back in 2016 or some shit?
Oh, it just amazes me that no one's just pulled out a pump action and just literally just dropped 20 Antifa guys. Like, it just seems incredible to me that it hasn't happened.
I seem to remember there was this one case where actually Antifa people went mad at someone in a car, and he actually had a gun, but he shot once and he didn't
Yeah, but that's
hit.
what I'm saying. It seems incredible to me that there hasn't been some sort of like sort of 25.
Even if you just brandish your gun in self-defense, like the law is gonna side with them because we live in this like corrupt system.
Sure, but you would think somebody would have.
Well,
just
if you're
lost their
going to
shit
get,
by now
if you're
and
going to go to
wiped
prison
them out.
anyway, why not just take all the fuckers you can with you?
Yeah, I mean, like, shit. I remember back in, like, middle school or some shit when I was, like, 12, there was this kid who kept trying to pick a fight with me. And I kept, like, not wanting to fight him because I was like, shit, like, I don't want to get in trouble. And so he, like, corners me after school one day, like, shoves me against a wall and punches me really hard in the stomach. So, like, I push him off of me, and I really want to keep going at him. But I just like walk away because I'm like, fuck, I don't want to get in trouble. And then a month later, I get called into the assistant principal's office. And he's like, you pushed him. That's 3 days of in-school suspension. You get the same punishment he does. It's like, well, fuck, if I would have known that, I would have, like, fucking
Knocked
wailed
the shit
on
out of
him.
him.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a lot of parents I know tell their kids, especially their sons. You're going to get punished anyway, so make sure the fucker never does it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get punished at school, but you're gonna get rewarded when you get home. So
Well, I mean, depending on the parents you have.
well, in my house, it'd be fucking steak and lobster. 7-2-1.
Well, actually, I once remember this. There was a fight in my school when I was a kid, right? And there was this one guy who was constantly being bullied by 3 other guys. And at one day, he just turned around because they were like the 3 guys walking after him was like being a bunch of dicks. So he just turns around and unhooks his backpack halfway through the swing, turns it into a flail, and he always carried all his school books, like 10 books, and just hits all 3 of them cartoon style, and they spin once each of them and fall down. Of course, the guy was taken to the principal's afterwards, but he told me the day afterwards that his dad bought him ice cream.
Correct response.
Yes.
Indeed. So, critical race theory.
Disapprove.
Yeah. Can we... Parents are rise
End of
up.
story.
What took that fucking long, guys? I think a large part of it was COVID. Yeah, something good COVID did for us. Parents got to see the bullshit that their kids were being forced into.
Yeah.
I think that's really it. People have recorded these classes, and you've been able to see it.
Do you guys remember when like that started happening and teachers and there was late conversations between some teachers where they're like, "Fuck, how do we make sure that parents don't find out what we're teaching their kids?" You guys remember that?
Yeah, that was pathetic.
That's such a fucking yikes moment. Like, if you're conspiring to try and make sure that, like, they don't know what you're saying, bro, like, that's just.
Yeah, maybe if you have to conspire to not let them know, maybe what you're doing is wrong. But that wouldn't stop the
And
leftists.
you know it. And you know it.
Yes, and you know it.
Yeah.
And that yet, the new extra principle called parents who oppose critical race theory wackos. Guys, that's not how that works. Critical race theory is insane.
Yeah.
If I ever meet
Well-
someone here in Norway who actually tries to peddle critical race theory, I am going to have to hurt them.
Well, you see, guys, conservatives say that they oppose critical race theory because they hate racism. But in reality, conservatives just hate black people. And they're all fascists like George Bush. And to find this out, because they're never going to admit this, you have to use inductive reasoning to figure it out. And the way
Every
that
time.
works is that if they are conservative, then obviously they just hate black people and are fascists.
Yes, and by
Because
conservative
that's
we
the
mean
way
anyone to
that
the
this goes.
right.
And if someone on the left, ostensibly on the left, like Destiny, says that George Bush isn't a fascist, it's just because he wants to spite the left.
Every time you do that, you fill me with this sort of burning, fiery anger, which can only be subsided by playing a Minecraft game.
Would you
Yeah.
say my burning desire, or that burning desire, is turning you to sin?
Yes, it is.
Hellfire? Hellfire?
Yeah.
Now,
I
Gypsy,
think-
it's your turn. Wait, fuck. We should have brought in JS or Shu.
I think America's solution to the racism problem is really easy. Just go to all the black people and say, right, do you think you deserve reparations? Do you feel like you've been oppressed and you deserve reparations? If they say yes, go, here is $1 million. I will give you $1 million, but you have to leave America and you can never come back.
That'd be nice.
That's it.
That would certainly work.
But you have to go back to Africa. Okay, so pick any of these African countries. Here's $1 million. Off you go. See how long they keep that $1 million in Africa.
Yeah, but
I don't think they're gonna be-
their
I
reparations
don't think
could
they're gonna
just
have
be
it
a
very
plane
long.
ticket. No.
No,
If
give
the
them
problem
$1
is
million.
if the problem is slavery, we can just ship them back.
Well, like,
Oh my god.
honestly, like, I think we should give Ghazi Kozdo or whatever his name is, like, $1 million. Don't even make him leave. Just, like, get a reality show camera crew to, like, follow him around. Give, like, Black Hitler, a Kwabaya guy who, like, founded the
Stop
Black
it, please.
Hammer Commune. Just give him $1 million and, like,
Well,
follow him
it's-
around
it's-
with a
it's-
camera and see what happens.
My
We
We
point
know
is,
what would happen.
My point is, if you look back at the history of the people that were slaves, right, and send them back to Africa, those tribes that they were originally were already slaves. The people there are not very keen on those tribes still. Kind of
Yeah.
how that works. They weren't, America, Britain and America didn't turn up in Africa and start grabbing people with nets. They bought already enslaved people.
Hey, Oil, do not say this. You do know what happens when you speak that kind of hate
Truth.
facts, right?
Hate truth, yeah.
Hate facts.
Factually
Hate facts.
accurate.
It's
I
hate
mean,
facts.
it's
Well,
like our
yeah.
our South African friend here. When the Dutch arrived in South Africa, was there anybody there? It's largely empty, right? Largely empty. The Zulus had just passed through and killed everybody. The Dutch arrived into largely empty lands. They didn't take it from anybody. It was empty.
For the most
I
part, yes.
wonder why. I really
This is not-
wonder why.
This is not something in dispute.
Imagine my shock. But yeah, like, kind of on the subject of critical race theory, we're all, like, aware of how perverse it is as an ideology.
Thank you. Have a good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
But, like, even that aside, it's also just the fact that the way the terminology works is just so dishonest. Like, because we all know how they redefine terms, but they could just create a new term for the ideas that they have, but they don't. They redefine old terms so that they can misappropriate the weight given to the term under its old definition, as well as to play a sort of Mott and Bailey game where it's like, so for example, Vosh can like say, well, I think that Count Dankula is a white supremacist. And then like Dankula's like, hey, I'm not, lad. And Vosh can just be like, debate me, bitch. You fucking scared,
Well-
debate me. And like just call Count Dankula a white supremacist with all those like implications. And then like
Well,
do
first of
this
all-
Mott and Bailey thing where he like walks it backwards, like, well, yeah, well, somebody who even has like, slightly off color attitudes or does or supports something which has a disparate impact is a white supremacist.
Of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, so first of all, Dank and I's natural color is blue, not white. So we only achieve whiteness when reaching room temperature. So that's not the
Very true.
natural color of a Scotsman.
And of course, the thing about Norwegians, we just turn bright red whenever the sun hits us during summer.
Well,
Our
especially
true
you, you're
color is
ginger.
our true color is in the snow. As
We're just vanished.
Who?
what
Ah.
happened?
We lost someone.
Spoon.
Spoon.
no.
Spoon.
Oh, Cap Stasher's gone.
But like the other thing about critical race theory that I've been thinking about is where it's like, because they always try and what?
Bezek, you remember the thing I told about the wasp? Turns out it is here. I need to go. I'm gonna give it the Southern American welcome with a newspaper.
Okay, so Trim is off to murder a wasp. Spoon has disappeared for unspecified internet reasons. Go on, second. Tell us more.
Right, so kind of the other thing is that with critical race theory, like the left always tries to walk it back by saying, oh no, it's actually this really innocent interpretation. You see, when we say abolish whiteness, or whiteness is evil, or whiteness is like everything wrong with society, we don't mean white people in any way. No, we're just talking about certain assumptions and like cultures and systems that are kind of fucked. We're not insulting white people. No, that's not what we mean by whiteness. The thing is, and this is just like them like seriously walking it back whenever they're under scrutiny.
Yeah, and
But
then the
I
idiots
guess
go
here's
and
the thing.
define whiteness, don't they? And then they insult everyone who isn't white.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, even if they were being completely honest about that, and even if their ideology was completely agreeable and innocent, I would still like reject it just on the basis of the terms. Like, hey, Bezek, I've created this ideology called being anti-pedophile, right? And so, Bezek, say the statement, Bezek is a piece of shit and he deserves to burn at the stake. No, don't worry. The sociological definition of that phrase has nothing to do with you being a bad person or anything, or wishing violence on you. No, that's not what the sociological definition of that phrase means. Saying Bezek is a piece of shit and should be burned at the stake has nothing to do with you, Bezek the person. It just means that pedophilia is bad. So if you don't say this statement, I have no choice but to conclude that you were pro-pedophilia. Like, no, you're not going to say this statement, because even if like sociologists have redefined it to mean like some completely innocent shit, just the very fact of using that statement itself is an inherently degrading thing to you. So why would you do that? Even if the critical race theorists were being honest and they weren't actually doing anything to insult white people, and their ideology wasn't inherently just completely hateful towards white people, you'd never use the word whiteness to describe the bad shit in society because it's just inherently degrading terminology. So even
That
if
took
we take
way longer than I wanted it to do, but
But,
I
like-
managed to remove it.
but even if we interpret their ideology at its most innocent, you still just you would never go along with their terminology if you had a brain on your
No, their terminology is inherently offensive and purposely inaccurate at best.
Yeah.
It's either over-specific or under-specific, depending on which day of the week it is.
And the stupid fucking thing is they'll be like, oh, like using whiteness as the term for all things that are bad in society is completely okay, guys. Don't worry, we're not talking about white people. And it's like they're the last people who have the room to say that, since they're the same people talking about microaggressions, where it's like you can't ask a yucca mucka muh where they're from because that implies they're not from here and is hurtful to them. But you can tell like a 6-year-old kid they need to abolish whiteness and become a white traitor, and that's like completely innocent.
Every time I go to a foreign country, people ask me where I'm from.
No shit.
Because I'm white, and that means I could be from any fucking number of places.
It's almost as if they go, oh, not local, nice conversation starter, get to know something about them, and you can take a good guess at what some of the cultural norms are so you can relate to them better.
It's quite interesting, actually. When you meet Americans often assume, if you're a Brit and you're not, unless you have that very sort of classically film English accent. If you don't have that, most Americans will first assume you're Australian. That's my experience.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's landmass, isn't it? Right, the number of British people that you will encounter is actually quite low because there aren't really that many British people. Fucking lots of Australians though. So they go, well, he's not American. What's the next biggest English-speaking landmass?
Yep. Australia, despite the fact we've got fuck all people by comparison.
Oh yeah, I mean, and if a British person comes to the US, they're not coming to fucking Texas.
I've been to Texas. I've worked in Houston.
Fair enough. But you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be like the first destination choice for someone coming out of the climate of Britain.
I caused a bit of a stir in the office. I think I went to Houston the first time for work when I was like 17 or something. So I was quite young. And I arrived in the office, and of course, I'm being a Brit. I've arrived in a nice Italian 3-piece suit and shirt and tie and everything, and everyone's looking at me like, "What the fuck?" And we're sort of congregating outside this meeting room, ready for some sort of meeting. And it's literally my first morning. I'm a bit jet lagged. I've got off the plane and that.
You passed out from heat stroke, didn't you?
No. I've just said to the guy, have I got enough time to quickly nip out and smoke a fag?
Oh, that's even better.
Fucking lead balloon. And I just sort of looked around and went, right, what is it you think I've just said? I mean, I could just, you could just tell by the people I'd said something. And I was like, right, what is it you think I've just said? Because I meant I'm going to go outside and smoke a cigarette. And the guy was, and then you could see the sort of relief on people's faces, and I was like, yeah. Sort of sounded like you were going to go out and shoot a homosexual. And I was like, right, yeah, no.
Okay, can I come in with that one, because I have a story of a friend of mine who's a Scottish man. He told me about the first time he was going out to have a Scottish cigarette in Norway in a pub, right?
Okay.
He goes talk with this one guy, and then they were out gonna go smoking, still talking. He was putting a smoke in his mouth, lighting it, and then he gave it, and of course asked, "Do you want a Scottish smoke?" And the guy just said, "Are you calling me a bundle of sticks?" And the Scottish guy just he did the thing that was natural to him. He just first saw him pump up, so you're like, oh, it's gonna be a fight. Okay. Then the Scottish guy just slapped the Norwegian guy, who incidentally was from the southern area of Norway behind you, which ended up with the Norwegian
Hold
guy.
on, someone's at
collapsing
my
on-
door for some reason, so I'll be right back.
That's all right. He collapsed on the ground, started crying like a bitch. And then he just turned around to me and said that was the moment I realized that not all Norwegians are Vikings.
They're really,
And I just
they're really not.
no. I mean, the further north you go, the closer you get. But Jesus Christ, the ones in the south are just fucking pathetic.
Yeah. So talking of cultural linguistic issues, the classic one for Australia, and it's a story of unverifiable origin, but it gets the point across. So, an Australian goes on holiday with his family to America, and he takes his daughter shopping. So he goes shopping and asks the shop attendant, "Can I get a thong for my daughter?"
Yeah, okay, I already know where this is going.
Yep. So, being Australian, thongs mean flip-flops.
Oh God.
In America, a thong is a piece of lingerie, so the reaction, suboptimal to say the least. Wood chipper inducing?
Yeah. So I lived in Singapore for years, so I'm quite au fait with Australian culture as well. You know?
Ah, yes, Singapore, where Australians go when they're tired of white people.
Yeah. Basically true.
Language
Me, a lot
is
of
such a
Australians.
funny thing. It's just such a funny thing.
Well, it's no wonder that Americans get like this if apparently 50% of their students are not proficient in English, math, or science.
Yeah, I mean, Americans are pretty stupid, generally speaking, anyway. So I mean, let's that.
Well, hold on a second. Like, seriously though, like, I want to know, like,
we didn't send our best. That's what I would say.
look, we're not sending our best and brightest. We're sending our criminals, our rapists, our gang members. Like, frankly, it's a mess over there. So we need to
So
make
that explains
America
what happened to
great
the
again.
Aborigines, huh?
I mean, you got to remember the people that left the UK didn't do it by choice. Well, they weren't our
Yeah.
best people. Much the same as Australia, really.
Well, I mean,
well, let me see if I can offend everyone. I'm just saying, like these.
Go on.
You know, have you read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yep.
That colony ship.
Wait, read it or watched the movie? Because I only watched the
well,
movie.
Oh no, the book. There's a colony ship in the book, and it's all the people who like clean the telephones and things like that. And they're like, "We're the first ship. Everyone's coming afterwards." No, not so much. Yeah.
well, it's also like, where is this like bad education happening, and what? I'd like to see the breakdown of who exactly isn't proficient.
I'm going to guess that
Why?
it's cities.
Yeah, like, are we looking at single motherhood situations here?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
Like, because
Pretty
I
much.
seriously doubt, like, a lot of the time that the problem is, like, actually, like, education.
Well, because
it's like,
part
well,
of it is
I've
probably
heard-
the quality of the teachers, but the bad teachers probably go to the inner city, which has the same issues we're talking about.
Well, the thing is, like, I was in advanced, like, placement classes in high school. You know, I did very well in those. But the thing, like, so my best friend, because he just did not give as much of a fuck about school and kind of really fucking hated it, was just kind of in normal classes. Even though he's a reasonably smart guy, he's got like a lot of good common sense and shit. But he would tell me stories from like just the regular level classes of like how the students in there would like do wild shit, like, you know, start throwing bags of hair around the room, or like, be like oh, you fuck with me, I'm gonna get my boy Deltrice, he's gonna come kick your ass, and just like other weird shit that like went on there. Like, a student just kind of roasting a teacher, like, "Bitch, who the fuck asked you?" and stuff like that. And so it's like, how much of that is like poor education, and how much of that is just really fucked like behavioral environment?
Probably a
Why do
lot
they
of both.
always bring their? Why do they always say that we're gonna bring our guys instead of just standing up on their own? Why do they always be like, I need to go get my friends because I don't have the balls to come and get you myself.
Well, okay, so in the example I was quoting, it was a woman who said that, so they quite literally don't have the balls. Oh shit, I guess I'm making a dangerous assumption here in 2021 that a woman doesn't have balls, but no, so that makes sense. It's like, if you're a whammon, you're gonna get your boy to defend your honor.
I just I have to say, like,
very traditional.
In modern times, I don't really see the purpose of teachers. I don't understand the point. Maybe it's a bit of a controversial view, but why are we not simply taking the best, whoever are academically the best 10 teachers for every subject in the world, having those 10 people produce a single syllabus, a single class, recording in high quality all of the classes, and teaching everybody the same fucking thing? What is the purpose of individually creating classes?
It's a simple answer: free daycare. It's free daycare. It's because we have destroyed the nuclear family in such a way, thanks to fucking up the economy and feminism, that both parents have to work. Therefore, the kids have to go to school. And
I mean, they can still go to school, but why have an individual teacher create an individual class for an individual year of students, and replicated hundreds of millions of times? It's fucking absolutely obscene, absurd, stupid, ridiculous. Everyone should be getting the same class. You have the teachers there to support it, but why isn't everyone getting the same class? That's equality of opportunity.
Well, that oil guy, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because like before Jordan Peterson's whole benzo wife dying of like cancer fiasco, before all that shit, and I wonder if he's still like involved in this, but he and some other people were trying to work on some like online humanities type university where it's like, fuck all this critical race theory degenerate shit. We can get like a bunch of people who are a lot more based together and like get like humanities lessons and just like, record them, get the material, whatever, and just reuse it over and over again and get like a much cheaper, actually based education in the humanities for people. And they were kind of working on that. I'm not really sure what the status of that is now that, like, after the whole Jordan Peterson hiatus thing, but it was something they were talking about.
Well, I'll give you a for instance, right? So in the UK, we have a very famous school. You've probably heard of it. It's called Eton.
Right, that's the one where there was like that.
That's the one where they raise pedophiles, isn't
it? Well, no, it's the most premier school in the UK, right?
But that was the one where that professor like made that video about masculinity.
Right? No, that wasn't Eton.
Wasn't?
But anyway, during lockdown, because of lockdown, Eton released all of their classes. They're online, so they put all their classes online. And they have been free. I mean, it costs insane amount of money to go to this school. Their classes have been free for the last year. You've been able to use them.
Well, there you go.
They're available to anybody. Why anybody in the UK has been sending their child to a shit local school where they could just have their kids at home watching Eton's fucking classes, I cannot imagine. I mean, why would you? It's just insane.
Do they get the I'm going to say, what's the English word for it again? When you finish university, when
degree?
You graduate?
Of course not.
Yeah, graduate.
It's a degree fund. They just want the degree.
Yeah.
No. This is for children. This is the children's school. This is for your 7-year-olds.
Oh, that level of the schooling. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I'm not entirely sure that I agree with that. I mean, look, I could see that working for like maybe middle school, high school students, but part of the lockdown shit that just seemed ridiculous to me is like, What the fuck do people actually expect a 5-year-old to learn in an online class?
Actually, guys,
At that
there's
age,
this
like
one
the
thing.
teacher needs to be more hands-on. So I don't think
I
a
think
recording.
all teaching needs to be
one thing needs to
hands-on,
point
but
out
they
one
do
thing.
need to be
room.
more consistent with the curriculum.
Uh,
They should be
I
teaching
need
the
to
same
point out one
things,
thing
but
when you
then
have time.
individualizing it for the children.
Well,
We've got-
should they? Oh, okay, individualizing it. For the
Yeah, teach the same things to the same level, but then the teacher's job should be to take all of that and then make it so that it's easier for the individual kids to learn it. And
Yeah.
just while I'm talking, just real quickly, Trim, has your country been culturally enriched?
My country?
Yes.
Well, we do get culturally enriched. It's just that we make it clear that if you're gonna stay in Norway, you have to A, learn the language, B, get a job, and C, pay taxes when you
So
get
you
those
haven't been
payments.
culturally enriched
Well,
It's mostly
we call-
gypsies.
then.
Well, the
Gypsies.
Anyway,
gypsies always sneak past like
yes.
rats.
Sorry
shit,
for interrupting with that. It's just a question that came from chat a bit ago that we needed to cover. Go on, guys.
I just
Occasionally a
wanna-
few
I
oil
wanna
guys
point out
sneak
one
in as
thing,
well.
though. While we're on the subject of schooling and shit like that, this is actually something I've talked with some friends of mine who who have children, like in 3 different age groups. One is going to start high school soon, another one is midway through grade school, and there's this one kid who just finished kindergarten going to grade school. Now, there's this thing is that their kids, through this fucking corona thing, had varying degrees of actual damage to this. Their teenager has been less with his friends, thereby giving him less self-confidence. He has less of that livelihood which kids they should have. Then you have their daughter, who's in the middle of grade school, again, haven't been with her friends, haven't been able to interact with people around her, made her more of a shut-in, just more careful and just prioritizing keeping distance with people. And then you have their youngest daughter, who's a kindergartner. When I came to visit them once, she screamed and ran away from me. And that's not because I
I
look
think that's
fucking
probably
hideous.
quite typical,
No,
though, isn't it?
that's not because I'm hideous. I actually got an answer that
Disavow.
I mean I'm used to it, but it's just that she does that to everyone who comes around who isn't part of the family.
Yeah.
Because she hasn't been to kindergarten, she hasn't been with a friend, she hasn't been with anyone who helps her develop socially. That's what actually grade school is to help you prepare for school.
Yeah.
It's
And-
to learn you the
Sure.
basics, and kindergarten is to help you develop socially. Without that, you will be crippled.
Not to mention, even especially middle schoolers and high schoolers also need to be in at least regardless of whether it's in a traditional school or in some kind of group learning environment, they do need to be in group learning environments to learn to function correctly with the opposite sex. I've come up with a new hypothesis. The reason most politicians are sex pests is because they went to single-sex schools and they don't know how to interact with women. Do you have a comment there, Royal?
No, I didn't go to a private school or anything.
Yes, but
It
I imagine
explains the
you
intelligence.
interacted with women some other way.
Including a lot of oil, but not the oil from dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's a whole generation of sort of 14-year-old girls who haven't been finger blasted the way that they would have done in previous years by the boys from the school across the road. Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be some catching up to be done all round, isn't there? It's not fucking true, though, isn't it? I mean, no, it's fucking true, isn't it? Like,
oh, absolutely.
There's a whole year of. I mean, it's going to take. I mean,
Bush volunteers as
anyone...
tribute.
No, but I mean, like, no, like the outgoing ripples of these lockdowns will take years to even comprehend all the
like
the
a
effects
whole
of them.
generation might be damaged by this.
They
I
are.
think
They
they-
already
yeah.
are.
Well, it's fine if they're damaged because that just gives the left an excuse to like accrue more power to themselves to solve a problem that they created.
might actually make them a bit more resilient than some of the other previous generations.
Well,
as
well,
well. Who knows?
my real
There's a-
concern is like a lot of people have said, the ones right at the beginning of their education, like kindergarten through to like grade 5, like one of the biggest factors for success, if not the biggest factor for success, is the ability to socialize well. And you only gain that ability by socializing as a child from like 2 or to 5. If you miss that,
Yeah.
you are damaged for life. And so we
Well,
are going
it
to
may be a
end up.
case that they have to do a lot of parties or something afterwards. And
Well, I'm not sure that'll actually help, but it's going to significantly damage them. Like, in 10 years, we are going to see a generation of people that act autistic. Because they've been stuck at home to develop their
we're
own
not in that
special...
already.
No, but these people are
Damn.
undiagnosed fucking sociopaths, not autistic. None of these fucking leftist nutjobs who go, oh, I'm autistic, are fucking actually autistic.
no,
Like, they are
they'd be a lot more
maybe...
successful if they were.
Yes, they may be sociopaths. In fact, probably a vast majority of them are, especially the transgenders, but take my word for it, autistic people do not act like that.
No. Oh well, I mean, I have Asperger's, so.
Oh, welcome to the club.
How do you put burgers in your ass?
With a really
Okay,
big
that was-
stick.
Yeah.
That was a bad one. That was a bad one.
Yeah.
That was a low
Yeah.
blow.
But,
I mean, it doesn't even count as a low blow. It's just lazy.
like,
Well, you see, Trim, it's a spectrum, as your friend would agree, right?
oh, I'm gonna fucking get you.
Oh, boy.
Asperger's is not part of the spectrum, damn it.
It's not my thing. It's not my thing. But just be glad you didn't hear him because he would have a deep voice. Just fucking.
Hmm.
Oh boy, he chastised you. All right. I'm just
Yeah,
happy to
but
hear this.
One thing you can
How
tell,
vibrant.
especially from the way they talk and the way they write, is that most leftists are not
Yeah.
autistic. In fact, one
No,
of the
for sure.
key diagnostic criterias for autism or Asperger's is profundity of language. There's a reason they're called little professors. Like 5-year-olds that talk at a doctorate level of language are probably autistic. Not people on the fucking internet who can't spell words properly.
Yeah, not people on the internet who talk like, I am literally shaking right now.
Yes,
Oh, you know all
because
the names of the dinosaurs is a good indicator as well, to be fair.
well, an above normal interest in a
Anything.
specific in anything, like a clinically above normal interest, even to the exclusion of other things, can be
Yeah.
a diagnosis for Asperger's. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't
Yeah.
autistic leftists. In fact, some of the people who are most profoundly affected by it, especially some of the victims of this transgender indoctrination, are quite possibly autistic. Because one of the key traits of autism is essentially an interest to an obsessive level in something. And if you're unlucky enough to have your obsessive interest become gender, not gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
But I guarantee most of these people aren't autistic, just from the way they speak.
I mean, speaking of gender, are women allowed to exist?
Yeah, it turns out that
Well-
women are allowed to exist these days. Fun fact,
Only-
women have vaginas.
This
Did
about-
you guys know this?
Really?
Yeah.
My life has been a lie all this time. Oh my god.
You say that, but I worked in Asia for quite a while, and I met a lot of women in Thailand that didn't have them.
One night in Bangkok makes a hard man humble.
True story.
One night in Bangkok makes a man unintentionally a faggot? I mean, what?
Bundle of sticks. Bundle of sticks.
Yes, bundle of sticks.
By the way, Oil, did you get humbled?
No comment. Well, I'd already paid, so.
Well, I mean, since you already paid, why not? As
You
long as you say
discover
no,
late-
just say no homo.
If you
before
discover late
enter.
on, it's not your own fault, is it?
Well, if you continue afterwards, it's your fault.
Oh,
Yes.
I mean,
But then again,
like,
being bi is no problem anymore, so you're safe, dude. You're safe.
I mean, just go along with it, dude. Just do what the LGBT experts tell you to do. You don't even
Suck
have
the
to think
feminine
about it,
eat the
penis?
bro.
bugs.
You don't even have to think about it. Just suck the female dick, bro. So fucking stupid, bro. Like that's why we have all these like experts. They just tell us what to think. You don't even have to think about it, dude.
I mean, either that, or you could just let your girlfriend just either take you in the rear, or just let her go and be taken by someone more manly than you. It is 2021 after all.
Yeah.
Maybe the Aztecs were right. The world, if the end of the world was in 2012.
Holy
Yeah.
shit,
God.
you're right, actually.
Yeah, maybe it was, and it's just taking fucking forever.
Well, maybe progressivism
Like that.
is the end of the world.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
the
it's
world has
just like
already
taking a
ended.
while.
We're in post-apocalypsia now because
Well, it does
values
feel
and
like hell,
concepts
doesn't
have
it?
disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are in hell, my friend. God abandoned us. No offense.
You say that, but I
Stefan.
sort of assumed that I would enjoy Apocalypse more than this. Yeah.
Well, I've
I mean,
always assumed
we
that
would
hell would
enjoy
be
it
where
with
all the
zombies.
prostitutes and drugs would be.
I mean, we
Yeah.
technically do have zombies, though. I mean, Antifa can be classified as zombies, right?
Yeah, I
They
mean, like,
walk
well,
in herds, they scream a lot, make a lot of unnecessary noise, and violently try to murder you when they get close to you.
my wife used to say that if a zombie apocalypse happened, my biggest problem would be trying to pretend I wasn't enjoying it.
Right?
Like a real man, then.
Yeah. I don't know, I have to say, zombie films and like The Walking Dead and shit like that really wind me up.
Because the
I mean, that
characters
show
are
you-
idiots?
Yeah, right. Because it's like, well, the zombies are weak. Really, the only way that they can kill you is to bite you, right? So
Machine
so-
Gun says
so-
brute.
Well, no, not that. But it's just like, well, let's just walk about in the place in fucking shorts and t-shirts, then, shall we? You know,
Oh,
it's like,
yeah,
Yeah,
not
well-
wearing any form of armor. Like,
it's like we're in America. If only there was a reasonably easily available form of body armor that I could wear that would solve this problem. Like, not that like every fucking house has a set of fucking American football armor or a set of hockey armor or some of the basic padding
yeah.
for baseball.
Well, what about
or
England,
fucking-
where they
you
can
know
just
what I mean?
walk down to the local museum, smash the window in? Oh, look, actual armor.
Well, I'm not sure how practical that would be, but
It'd be cool,
You know
though,
what I
and
mean?
who cares about practical?
yeah, sure. But,
Holy
like,
fuck, just somebody in knight armor with a fucking shotgun. That sounds kind of
you know what I mean?
badass.
You know what I mean? Like literally every character in The Walking Dead should be head to toe in body armor at all times.
Of
There's
some
no-
kind,
there's
like,
no reasonable
even
reason for them not
fabricate.
to be.
Even for fabricated stuff, it doesn't take a genius to bend some sheet metal around a pipe.
It doesn't need to be. I mean, there must be, hundreds of millions of sets of sporting armor in the US between ice
Yeah,
hockey and
probably.
American football. No, I mean definitely. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, true,
Just
true.
get a bicycle suit and you'll be safe.
Well, I mean,
Well,
yeah,
no.
I
Human
mean, a
jaw
wetsuit.
can't fight through that.
Well, no,
you mean
dude, like, the
motorbike armor,
CD
maybe?
Well, no, dude. The CDC actually says that armor is a bad thing in a zombie apocalypse, dude. Don't even think about it, dude.
Well, that just if
listen
the
to the
CDC
CDC,
says
they
it,
just-
it must be true.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they
mean,
just
of
tell
course,
us what to
I-
think, dude. You don't even have to
Of
think
course,
about it,
the
bro.
Chinese communist department is trustworthy and should be listened to.
Indeed. Believe
Over
the
my
science. Believe Lord Fauci. To disagree is to sin.
Believe
Yes.
the science. Believe it, please. Believe it, please.
And if you sin against Fauci, you shall go to hell, also known as Florida.
Yeah.
But
Dear
if
God,
you don't
save me.
if you don't keep me in charge, your grandmother is gonna die. The droplets are gonna get all over her.
I knew you would fucking do that. I knew you would go there. Thank you.
Robert Longshore brings up a good point as well. All they need to do in the zombie apocalypse is wear 2 masks.
Yeah.
The droplets can get
Well,
you
as
there.
long as it. Well, presumably, if the zombies wore 2 masks, that would help.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if it would help you too much.
Holy shit, we just need like fucking
Yeah, but it's not
masks.
about protecting yourself. It's about protecting others if you're infected, remember?
Shit. No, we know what's fucking happening, bro. Like, maybe this is like part of God's plan. This is why COVID happened, because the zombie apocalypse is gonna happen soon. And we're gonna need those like mask Karens
This
in
is
Dr.
preparation
Fauci's
for
world.
the apocalypse.
I mean, the
Yeah.
mask thing is bullshit, right? It's completely.
Oh, well,
bullshit.
yeah. Well, I mean,
And-
here's the
and-
thing, bro. They're like maladapted to COVID, right? And they're really annoying now. But when the zombie apocalypse happens,
disallow the
No, but-
oil
but I mean,
because
like, get
the
them to
masks are
force
probably
everyone to put a
proven
mask on.
correctly.
I
No,
just
but
have to
I mean,
protect
it's
from
really-
Susan.
But it's easy to prove that they're bullshit. It's the easiest thing in the world to do, right?
Oh, it is.
You name
it
me.
is.
You name me a single piece of personal protective equipment that is used in any industry anywhere in the world that isn't directly related to some sort of standard, right? So in the UK, it would be a BS standard and an ISO standard from the European Union. What is the minimum legal standard of a face mask? There isn't one. There isn't one anywhere in the fucking world. There's not a single other piece of protective equipment in the world that isn't directly linked to a standard. Why is that?
Gee,
Because
I
if you
wonder.
use the mask, because if you used the mask and you got ill, you would be able to sue the company that provided the mask.
Well, not to
Well,
mention...
don't even think about
Currently,
it,
you
dude.
can't.
Well,
That's
that's,
it.
it.
That's
If
all
you
you have to
if
go
you
to.
were to go out and buy a respirator like used in construction or welding or whatever,
Yeah.
the first thing they they include in the box is a fitment guide. So when it doesn't work, they turn around and say you didn't wear it properly. You don't get that with regular masks. It's
Well,
all-
or you can be Joe Biden and wear one of those like hardcore masks, and then wear like a shitty cloth mask over that to virtue signal.
Well, what I like is every time someone brings in a mask mandate, they don't specify what kind of mask.
Right, exactly.
So, by that standard, where is my Darth Vader outfit?
Yeah,
Also-
dude, I was literally about to say that. Like, I didn't see the G70 summit or whatever, but when Biden was there, was he just like dressed like Darth Vader? Like, if he wears like a mask for a Zoom call, like, what is he in like a Vader outfit or like an astronaut suit when interacting
To
with
stop
people
you
in
there.
person?
You do know that there's a certain level of cool required to wear the Darth Vader suit. If Biden tried to get close to a suit like that, he would just turn to dust.
Hmm.
Also, what the fuck do doctors know about masks? I mean, that's a hydrodynamic question, right? That's an engineering question. We're talking about exit velocities and sizes. So my understanding is a single hexamer of water can contain the virus. A single hexamer of water is 5 mu millimeters, 5 mu meters. I mean, paper mask's not stopping that.
No chance in heck. Like, they specifically say that the masks aren't big enough to stop virus particles. They stop bacteria. That's what doctors wear them for in hospitals. And they're always like, oh, why do they wear them in surgery? To stop bacteria, you brainlet.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the masks that doctors wear for surgery and stuff, actually to stop infection, they're of a much higher standard.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened to
But
your
even
audio?
then, I don't believe they stop virus particles. I believe they just stop bacteria.
No. To have one that would stop the particles, you have to have a ventilator as well, right?
Yeah,
A respirator.
absolutely.
I mean, you need like a own air tank or some shit. You know,
Yeah.
no connection with the outside air at all.
Well, not to mention that the masks even the surgeons wear. There is a reason hospitals in operating theatres have a rule where you must always look at the patient. Like, if you sneeze, you must look directly at the patient because the rapidly escaping air hits the mask and goes behind you.
Yep.
How does that help? Prime Knight suggests a HEV suit. Pro. Just Cool.
Ah,
Yes.
yeah, or just like walk around in a
full
fucking
NBC.
bubble, dude.
Go full NBC.
Well, I've
Oh,
seen
if we
people
get- if we get
non-ironically wear stuff like that, but what I would do is if I had the skill or the money, I would totally get a plague doctor outfit, and when they're like, put your mask on, okay, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah. I think the problem with the masks is what's going to happen is, and people rarely understand so it won't come down to government interference. It won't come down to health and safety stuff. It'll come down to insurance companies. So in the UK we have a thing called portable appliance testing, right? So that is every computer in every office is checked every year to see that it's safe to use. Now, actually, what happens is they're not actually testing the computer. What they do is they're testing the power lead between the wall socket and the computer.
Yeah, we have something similar
that-
where everything with a power lead must be tested yearly or something.
I bet you do, because it comes from a bit of British legislation from a very long time ago. Though I happen to know the guy who wrote that legislation, and I happen to know for a fact that it was written very specifically to cover hand tools. And by that I mean drills, grinders, things like that were being used in workshop environments and around work sites that were constantly being unplugged, moved, plugged in again, unplugged, moved, plugged in again. It's to check basically to check the insulation of the leads to make sure that the items are safe, right?
Yeah.
What happened is, once the insurance companies realized that, they insisted that it be done for all equipment. There is no law that requires. I mean, it's in our health and safety at work regulations that you should do what you can to ensure that these items are safe. It doesn't specifically say that you should do this test and that test should be carried out annually. What happens, and there's no legislation that requires you to do it. What there is, though, is if you don't do it, the insurance companies up your premiums. And this is what it's going to be with masks. If the insurance companies say to you, if you own a little shop and your insurance company says to you, if you don't insist that your customers and your staff wear a mask, we're going to put your insurance policies up, premiums up 20%. What are you going to do?
Yeah, obviously. You'll go with
And
the
that's where
financially viable option.
If the masks come into practice, it will come in through the insurance companies. It won't come in through government legislation. They won't need to do it.
I mean, yeah, like they don't even have to think about it.
Well, they will have to. Like, for instance, like if you own a small business and loads of people, like when people have sick days, that's essentially an insurance claim, right?
I suppose you could look at it that way, yeah.
Well, that's where the insurance companies that's where the big companies recoup their money from, right? They don't have a big pot of money that they pay for sick pay; they get it out of their insurance, right? So if you have a company that employs 1,000 people and you've had for the last half a year that you've been reopened or whatever, but you've had everyone wearing masks, your number of sick days have decreased. If you think the insurance companies aren't tracking that and going, hey, by the way, it cost us less last year while all your people wore masks, we insist that all your people wear masks forever. If you think that won't be a fucking thing, you're quite naive.
Yeah, that'd certainly be a problem if the insurance companies start doing that. We might need base Florida man to make that illegal.
But I mean, if you think that if you think the insurance companies and things aren't looking at that already, you know, I guarantee you they are. Actuaries are all about data, and they collect it all day, every day.
I'm sure you're right, because I'm pretty sure there are several other things that only exist because insurance companies go, no. Like in Australia, we've got a thing where usually to drive a company vehicle, you've got to be over 25 because the insurance premium shifts.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, there's the old thing that women's car insurance is less than men's. And so
which is for totally inaccurate reasons, but yeah.
Yeah, women's insurance is cheaper because women have less accidents. No, statistically, women have far more accidents than men. What they don't do is claim for them. What they do is they bump their fenders and they bash the car into trolleys and have minor scuffs and pay for the damage. Men do stupid things and wreck
Yeah,
their cars.
like, and even when they do claim, okay, $150 for the bumper, or
Yeah.
the entire value of the car because it's been wrapped around a telephone pole.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. But I mean, the common adage is that women are safer drivers than not.
Yeah, that's blatantly not true. They have far more crashes. It's
Yeah.
just that their crashes tend to be less likely to be catastrophic.
Yeah, exactly. Low impact, low speed.
Yeah, like if
Low
you have if there's a crash in a shopping centre car park, it's probably not a man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, right. But you know, if you're unsure, go and have a look at your girlfriend's car and see how many scuffs and dents.
That's actually a joke amongst some friends and I. It's like, give that woman anything, but I wouldn't lend her my car. Oh dear. So, I think we have reached.
What is that noise?
I believe Oil is out and about at the moment while he's joining us.
Ah, the sound of car.
Yes.
Are you
yeah.
sure that's not the sound of a hermaphrodite clapping hands and having a orgy with its own body to produce monsters and shit?
Well,
Actually, it does kind of sound like it. I was about to say no, it sounds kind of different, but then he just made that car roar and is like, I'm starting to kind of hear that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm out and about doing my Friday tenants, where I deliver food for charity.
Smart, rich, and wholesome. Also,
And
No, I
vibrant.
just
Oil,
like going and
everyone.
seeing poor people. I like to go and see poor people in their poor houses.
Dude, I was trying to build you up here. Least you can do is play with it, okay?
Mm.
Not everyone needs to know you're an asshole.
Yes, they do. Yes, they
Well,
do.
true.
I generally prefer telling people one on one, but
No.
I'll do it this one time in the group.
Wait, you talking Echidna, like student of history, you talking Echidna, the Greek monster, Echidna, the weird tiny like mammal, or Echidna, the witch of greed?
I think they're talking about the Witch of Greed.
The Witch of Greed.
ReZero. The latest
okay,
live movie.
somebody got it.
Fuck that. ReZero is crap.
The girls are okay in their cultured fan art.
I'm going to be honest. I haven't seen ReZero.
Yeah, neither have I, but I've
managed
seen
to
the cultured
annoy
content.
Oh, fucking course you guys have.
What? What do you expect?
You knew we
It's
were
a
degenerates. What did
There
you
are-
expect?
There is like what? One is a pink-haired chick. The other's a white-haired chick.
The other's
No white
also,
hair.
and then there's the other twin for the pink-haired chick one.
That one too.
Yeah.
Hey, ReZero, is that the one with the twins with the blue and pink hair with
Yes,
the horn?
yes,
and
it
it's
is.
a sociopathic mass murderer who uses a yo-yo made of steel and kills people? Doesn't she get like brutally murdered?
Well,
Like,
I think you're thinking of
arms are, like-
something else.
Yeah, I don't know what the
ReZero.
fuck you're talking about, dude.
ReZero. It's like this dude who dies gets
Yes.
It's like Groundhog Day, right? Only with anime and murder.
Yes, only with anime and murder.
Yeah. I think Groundhog Day is funnier. Man, this has been really funny, you guys. It's been a riot.
Okay, so since I
Might
think
as well call us Portland, am I right?
speaking
What?
of cultural enrichment, one of the guys from our Discord has given us permission to share a video of his of how enlightened the culture is outside his home. So we
Enjoy it, everyone.
So we have some crackheads caught in action just hours ago today. So I'm just going to play this on the stream, which has some, and it just has some commentary from our mate.
Crackheads.
He's off.
Oh, my apologies, folks. I forgot to turn the audio on.
And you call
So
me a
this
boomer.
chick is absolutely off her nut, tagged, and probably going to buy some drugs off this guy. Let's take a look
Yeah,
at
he
this.
calls you a boomer. I mean,
She was
he
just
can at
grinding
least
on the
get the
bollards,
stream
which is
working.
fucking hilarious. Let's see if there's a
I
handoff.
have
Oh,
lost
here we
that
go.
title now.
Here we go. This guy's just appeared. There's a handoff. Proper job. There's that guy. He's
Carl is
off.
the forever boomer.
She's
so don't
off.
worry about it.
He's off.
He's chief boomer.
He's the same age
Crackheads!
as me.
Crackheads! Gotta add that to the soundboard if we ever get around to making it.
Yeah, I heard the fuck
Whatever
up again,
you
bro.
say, boomer, boomer. Okay, boomer.
Okay, when we
Shut
make
up,
a
you
soundboard,
communist.
We are going to tie you up second and make you quote so much shit. We're going to milk you for all your worth and then some.
I mean, at that point, we're just gonna be like melancholy poet. We're just gonna be like fucked at that point. We gotta depend on the rise of the veterans and military people to
Yeah.
take us to the Heinleinian timeline.
Well,
we just need to speed it up. We'll pass on
Yeah.
the rest of the bullshit.
I-
Just go
I would
straight
like
to
to
service
add the
guaranteed
theory.
citizenship.
I have a theory.
the
actually,
rise
how
of the
to
vet.
do this one. You first, Oil.
The rise of the veterans is supposed to happen in my hometown. You know that, right?
Really? Yeah.
Did
I
we
know.
not?
It's Aberdeen. Yeah, Aberdeen. Based oil guys.
No, that's
rise
cool.
up.
Oh
That
my
is really
god,
cool.
the oil guy is the first veteran. He's the one who shall save us all from the fucking commie threat. But here's a
Rise up.
theory of mine. The pseudo-arachnids, they are the perfect
Communists,
communists,
yes.
right? Now, the thing is, I think that some point during the Great War that destroyed all is so much of the infrastructure of the world that it caused the based oil guys to rise up and create a new world order that actually is not a dictatorship from hell. Who knew, huh? It makes sense that Scotland does it too, because being repressed by the National Socialist Party so much. Anyway, I believe that the nuclear fallout will affect Antifa. It will mutate them into these deformed, like pseudo-arachnid demons that'll just fucking half of them will morph into these madman's description of a spider, and then just go to these other Antifa people who just like mutate into these spaceships and fly off and fuck off to a planet they'll call Klendathu.
Well, that's already happening. Have you not seen Drag Queen Story Hour? There are drag queens dressed as demons, and they're having their way with your children. Only in America do we allow this crap. I'm sick of it.
Sweden.
Uh,
I'm probably pissed off. my
glorious.
roommate.
Oh man, you're you're too good at this. You're too good at this, man.
Oh dear, that's brilliant. I claim
Ooh.
all responsibility for this, by the way, because I said in one of the monthly chats that you should just stop doing videos and just stop doing anything else and just do impression videos.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I claim
really
all.
should
I claim all responsibility for this.
Nice. Student of History is
No,
subscribed.
we
Thank
said
you,
it
Student of
long.
History.
Thank you, student. Awesome.
Yeah, we need to. How vibrant? We need to like add that fucking dick thing in or whatever. The stupid. It's like somebody has just become a subscriber, and it's like, or whatever.
Why not just do your Tucker Carlson impression? Like someone just subscribed. How vibrant.
How vibrant?
Yeah, but we need some way of defining the subscribers. So we need to know whether they are a bread subscriber or a keto subscriber.
That
yeah,
war
yeah.
is dead and bread won. You made pastry, so you lost. You have admitted defeat.
I
Stop
already
it.
have anyway, because in actual fact, I didn't get around to saying it, but I actually had my consultation with the dietary guy, who's actually told me that keto is not suitable.
Of course,
With my
keto is
condition, actually,
suitable.
so
Keto isn't
I won't be
suitable
doing.
for long-time use. Believe me. If you do keto,
No,
it'll only
it's
last
not
for like
suitable for
2
short-term
years.
use for me.
Oh, well,
So
that's
yeah,
also a thing. But seriously,
so I won't be using
keto works for a few cases. Actually, a lot of cases. But after 2 years, the keto diet will stop working properly. It will stop degrading until the third year. Will just completely stop working. And also, if you're unlucky enough to eat any form of hard carbs, like a roasted potato or something, like an unboiled potato, like it's a
Yeah.
French fry or something like that, or anything that has like a lot of Stevenson,
starch
as we
or
call
whatever.
it, a lot of starch, your stomach will rebel so hard that that happened to me because I actually considered fucking opening my stomach with a knife because I've never been in so much pain. And I've been kicked in the balls by a fucking lamb. I walked there for 3 days. I'll tell you the whole story one day, but not today.
Yeah.
But
So,
it is not this day.
so I sent Trim a link to something earlier that sent him right off the deep end that I would
No.
like to share with the rest of you so we can all go off the deep end.
Okay.
Okay.
So, the Tolkien Society seminar speakers announced Tolkien and diversity.
Oh God.
Oh.
So, I'm going to start
Leave C.S.
reading.
Lewis's friend alone.
Yes, so I'm going to read some seminars and papers. So,
Wait.
Gone- Trim?
Wait. Let me just center myself out. I need to prepare for this. Go. Do
So,
it now.
Cordelia Logsdon, Gondor in Transition, a brief introduction to transgender realities in The Lord of the Rings. Claire Moore, The Problem of Pain, portraying physical disability in the fantasy of J.R.R. Tolkien. V. Elizabeth King, The Burnt Hand teaches most about fire, applying traumatic stress and ecological frameworks to narratives of displacement and resettlement across cultures in Tolkien's Middle-earth. Jesus fucking Christ, that was a mouthful.
Jesus.
That's such a reach.
Christopher Vaccaro, Pardoning Saruman, the queer in Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings.
Excuse me, what?
Why is that?
Pardoning Saruman, the queer. Saruman the queer.
Saruman. Yes, of course. Saruman the queer. Let me guess, because he's Saruman of many colors.
Oh my God.
My
But-
lord, how many gay strippers shall we have at your party?
But wait, it gets worse.
Oh, there is no such club.
Trim, but wait, it gets worse.
A new faggot is rising.
Sultana Raza, projecting Indian myths, culture, and history onto Tolkien's worlds.
Stop it. Just stop it.
Nicholas Burns, The Lossoth, Indigeneity, Identity, and Anti-Racism.
Is this enough, Sultan?
I don't like it.
Christine Larson, The Problematic Perimeters of Elrond Half-Elven and Ronald English Catholic.
What?
Excuse me?
Repeat
No,
it.
I don't know what these words mean. The problematic perimeters of Elrond Half-Elven and Ronald English Catholic.
Oh my god, just fucking kill me already.
I don't know what that is meant to mean.
Half of this is so cringe that it freaking hurts. The other doesn't even make sense. And I see on the screen there's still another half left.
Yep, there is. Cami again. Hearkening to the other. Athrobeth Finrod are Andrith. Because of course they're being fucking spurgy.
they're just. Why can't you just use black speech instead?
Yeah. So,
That's-
and then we have. Did someone say my name?
Oh god.
So, Sarah Brown, The Invisible Other, Tolkien's Dwarf Women, and the Feminine Lack.
I don't.
There are no dwarf women. They're all pop out from the holes in the ground.
So, Prime Knight says, this is generational protected work. Get the lawyers now. Yes. And the pitchforks and the torches.
Go to crusade. Just crusade it at once. Just fucking Numenorian crusade. Just out.
Yeah.
Out.
Well, I'm sure we could get Spoon in here to tell the dear progressive about how they are a colonizer imperialist.
But they are. They're
Monarchy now.
colonizing everything.
Yes. Okay, guys, let me just put this out right here, right now. Gatekeep, and one more thing, gatekeep. This happens because fucking fans doesn't care enough about their own fandoms. Keep the cancer
Yes.
out of the cell.
Yes, because what do gatekeepers do? They protect the city from invaders.
Yeah, the great gate, these guys come like fucking Gron the Hammer smashing through. Or like
But,
Saruman fire magic.
but, wait, it gets worse. So, Sonali Chunodka, Desire of the Ring, an Indian academic's adventures in her quest of the perilous realm. Robin Reed,
What's even
queer
that connect-
atheists, agnostics, and animists. Oh my. Okay, fuck it, atheism was a mistake.
Okay, I'm so close to convert to Christianity right now.
Oh yes.
Just to
Well, that's the
spite
thing. That's the thing. Like,
it. Just to spite it.
what's the quote from someone? There's a famous quote from someone that was like, I converted to like Christianity because I realized God exists after I realized that the devil exists, or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I'm on that path. Actually, I'm just.
I mean, I'm not
away.
really on that path, but I'm at the point where it's like, Christian moral values? Fuck yes, why not? Screw it.
Yeah, I'm
No,
just gonna join the
yeah,
club just for that.
I think you guys have got the wrong idea. I think we should all be joining Islam.
Well, Islam
No.
does have the right idea about women.
We're fighting.
But I'm
on
not
two- we're
into
fighting on two-
fucking children.
we're
But
fighting-
that's
you don't have
optional,
to-
Trim.
You don't have to fuck it. It's an option.
It's
Yeah,
optional.
but it shouldn't be an option.
Second, can you
Yeah,
say the
but
thing?
One battle at a time. One
Wait,
battle
what
at a
am I saying?
That it's about it not being mandatory.
We're fighting on too many fronts: feminism, wokeism, and Islam. So join Islam, fuck over the feminists, get rid of the woke, and then try and change them from the inside.
Something
Yeah, and
about
then we go to Christianity.
being supererogatory or something, second?
Oh yeah.
Oh, God,
Yeah,
no.
I mean, well, you see, the thing is, it's not obligatory. It's supererogatory. And, in
You
fact,
make it
the
worse.
supererogatory thing to do is to try and find white supremacy everywhere. And even if that leads to you lying about white supremacy, it's supererogatory for the left to lie about right-wingers if it means that the left wins the war. And, Destiny is just against the left lying out of some sort of spite against the left.
Oh, Prime Knight.
He calls out the left for lying, and it can't be that he's principled and just hates lying or something. No, he obviously just hates the-
Vosh, I'm going to show him what's so very, very supererogatory.
So Prime Knight suggests a based alternative. Prepare the longships. We have a list for the first sacrifices to Odin.
Oh yeah. No, wait, they don't get a long ship. We just find
No,
a
we
nice
get
spot
the
in
long
woods.
ships, then we go raiding and etc. etc.
And then we bring them back, and then find a nice spot in the woods where we just excavate their entrails for the glory of our gods.
Yes. And if anyone tries to stop us, we call them racist.
Yes, because they should respect our religion.
So,
Religious freedom.
I'm going to we've got 5 more of these speakers to go. Joel,
So my attempt of derailing this didn't
no,
work, huh?
because I am a very focused individual. So, Joel Mariner, hidden visions, iconographies of alterity in Soviet bloc illustrations for the Lord of the Rings.
What?
I don't know what these words mean. I think they're in English, but I don't know what they mean.
What are they talking about, the orcs? Because this could make sense for the orcs, because they do certainly seem like fucking commies, all right.
Yeah, maybe.
Of course, if I was a social justice warrior, I would believe there would be something different, because instead of being like blue scale, they would be more like brown scale. But we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah. And as Student of History points out, the USSR didn't exist when this was written.
Yep.
Student, you're making sense. Stop it. That is not allowed in the social justice world.
Yeah. So, Eric Reinders presents Questions of Caste in The Lord of the Rings and its multiple Chinese translations.
China doesn't deserve Lord of the Rings.
No, they
Oh,
don't.
Yeah.
I didn't
Taiwan
realize there were
does.
black. I didn't realize there were black characters in Lord of the Rings for the Chinese to take out.
The Haradrim are. Oh my god! Oh, that one came a bit.
That was
slow.
perfect.
I love it.
That took a moment.
Hey, I'm already crushed from this shit, and there's still 3 left.
Oh god. Oh
no.
god. We'll get
What?
Cap. We'll get to that in a bit. Just when
What?
we finish going through this list. So, 3 more,
Did I
and
check
then
Discord?
no, you shouldn't, because I want it to come as a horrible surprise.
Oh god, no.
So, Dawn Walls Thumber.
It gets worse.
Stars Less Strange, an analysis of fan fiction and representation within the Tolkien fan community. Do you not have a fucking hobby? Get a hobby.
Is that all just Legolas sucking people off?
Please don't.
I mean, yes. It probably is just Legolas sucking people off. And don't get me started on the fucking... what is it? It's like
Remember,
Sam and Frodo is like their favourite shit.
Remember,
What?
people, Sam and Frodo are a homosexual couple. The same goes also for Legolas and Gimli, because they're men who have a deep bond, and it doesn't mean that men can have a deep bond. That
Oh,
is
you want to
platonic.
talk about how
Don't have
bad
to
that
be
is? I don't know if you...
erotic homosexuality.
Speaking
right
of
there.
something stupid that I remember on stuff like that, I don't know if you know, Trim. You may not, because it's an original English language thing. Second White Oil, being UK-ish, probably does. The Tales of Noddy, Enid Blyton. Are any of you guys familiar with that?
I've seen Naughty.
Yeah, of course.
As a kid, I thought it was Norwegian.
They kept
but then I
trying
found
to
it
kept
was
trying to
British.
say that Noddy and Big Ears were fucking.
Yeah, because they sit in
Right.
the same bed. It's like, they're gay, we can't have that, they're gay. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Kids
It's for
don't
children.
think that. Like,
No.
millions and millions of kids have gone to sleepovers, and the parents have gone, okay, there's one bed, and you're all like 3 feet tall. Throw you all into the one bed, tuck you in, it's
5 of
fucking
you in
done.
there.
Yeah.
Of course it's-
I mean, yeah, dude. Like, you don't even have to think about it.
Yeah. Thanks for subscribing, Spacepunk. Really appreciate it, man. Or
Thank you
woman.
very much.
Nothing else? Either man or woman?
I am no man.
Yes. Robert Longshot, dude. The Chinese want all the orcs out of films, though.
The little man in the red and yellow car. Yes, that is naughty.
Yeah.
You know, they do get. Actually, the Chinese do get all the orcs out of it at the end of the Return of the King, because the like ground literally swallows them up, causing major genocide of
Well,
all
hey,
orc
I-
tribes.
yes, well, the point I think he's getting at is if the orcs represent black people, clearly the Chinese don't want them, so all the orcs are gone, replaced
What
with...
I meant, the ground
yes.
literally swallows them up.
Yeah, I'm sure they enjoyed that part.
Oh yeah.
So what would
I-
that edit like fucking be the South like edit Indiana Jones where all the guns
Oh,
I didn't hear that.
Oh, this is good. This one's beautiful. On the topic of naughty, so it's obviously set in Toyland. So
Sex Toyland.
no, a sewn doll of a particular skin color called a gollywog features heavily in some stories.
Remember this? What? Shit, he
Gollywog.
was that. I didn't think of that one as a kid.
Yeah. So.
He's on jam jars too, right?
Yeah. Holy crap. Wow.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's been fucking banned by someone, or they've at least tried.
Or hey, this is removing black representation.
Well, the progressive don't actually like black people, they just pretend they do. We know this because they think all black people are stupid. And
Well,
we
yeah,
don't...
if you see,
See,
conservatives just hate black people.
see, that's the problem with the right wing. They believe black people are just as smart as white people, so they should be held responsible for their own actions.
I mean, guys, just
Well,
to
no,
make
the
it like this.
progressives believe that as well.
Now it makes
Right.
sense that people
Our
that they
kids are
kind of
just as bright and talented as white kids.
they are.
Did you say poor kids are just as bright and talented as white kids second?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know,
A
like this
certain
is
leech
the
lord
father. This is the father who raised the proud anti-racist son of Biden. It was like, nigga, you better not be charging me those Hennessy rates. My penis is unconditional.
Hey guys, this actually makes sense now with how the SJWs worship Saruman of many colors. Because Saruman the White is also Saruman of the many colors. He is the single lord and master of 10,000 Urukai, whom he just sends to their death as a means to an end for world domination, who he later plans to replace and exterminate after he's achieved his perfect order.
To go off what one of the guys in chat has said, I'm Joe Biden, and I forgot this message.
Well, you see, I'm Joe Biden, and I forgot why I'm doing. But I know it's important. We got to build back better for the people. The United States of America. You know, America has had a difficult past, and there are white supremacists everywhere, and we have to change. Otherwise, Europe is going to be disappointed in us.
Which is strange, because I thought Biden hated black people. Because he's
Actually, Europe
responsible
is
for
already
locking up
disappointed
millions of
of
black
you.
men.
As
Just
a
to be,
European, I can confirm we are disappointed of you.
Just to be slightly pedantic about Saruman, Saruman was Saruman the Red, and then Saruman the Many Colors, not
Saruman the Red sounds like a communist. Get him.
Yeah.
Even fucking worse. But he was the red before he became the white, though.
No, he was never white.
You're thinking Gandalf.
Gandalf's the white. Becomes the white.
Oh yeah, shit, that's right. Because Saruman dressed himself in white.
Hmm.
Yeah, he
Only
was.
in film.
Shit.
Oh,
No,
only
he
in film.
actually,
It wasn't on that
it's actually in the books too. He is like, he makes a comment on how white is merely a blank slate to paint. I might be paraphrasing, but how white is just a canvas for colors to be painted on.
White.
So, to get back to our list of lovely
Wizards.
topics from
White.
the Tolkien Society. So, two of the worst ones in the list now. From Dana Peterson Deep Rose. Oh yeah, because that's a real fucking name.
Deep Throat.
Something mighty queer. Destabilizing cis-hetero amatonormativity in the works of Tolkien.
Oh god.
What the fuck does that mean? Like,
Sam
legitimately.
goes back and gets a
There's
wife.
point-
That's the problem.
There's a point where you just fucking butcher and brutalize the English language.
Just give me
so
2
hard.
seconds. I just really need to just take something here.
Like,
So,
you know,
I
maybe
think
physicists
amatonormativity
need to-
is supposed to be a traditional relationship. So they want to destabilize straight relationships? I
Yeah,
mean,
they
we
do.
know they're in favor of that, but is that what they're saying in twice as many syllables?
Of course they do. They need too many words. Haven't you seen leftist memes? It's a fucking
Well,
wall text.
they've got to baffle you with bullshit to stand even remotely a chance. Because they sure
And
as hell
yes-
don't have any logic involved.
And yes, Solomon, Gandalf is a sniping loot ninja.
Yeah, so the last one, Martha Salas Mendoza, translation as a means of representation and diversity in Tolkien's scholarship and fandom. Yeah, so I'm going to translate that sentence translation as a means of rewriting the entire fucking thing to reflect my political agenda. That's what that means.
It does.
Utterly fucking insane. Student history. It says Gandalf is proof that whiteness can be achieved. Yes, so clearly that's why the leftists seem to hate the Lord of the Rings. Because
everyone can become white.
Yeah, because the white guys are good.
Yeah, it sounds like whiteness is pretty inclusive.
Well, if a
black person can become white just by
Well, remember, the Smithsonian thinks that whiteness is a good thing because it includes things like showing up on time and, respecting each other.
Hey, second, you wanna go find a big-ass tree, see if we can find some kind of weird centipede-like thing, and just start a certain plan?
Yep.
Yes. I could be the monkey guy, and you can be the fucking centipede guy. I'm okay with
bro,
that.
I'm the monkey.
Like, okay, you could be the monkey, then I want to be the guy who controls the monkey. Just don't get decapitated once, okay? We have a plan. A reference for all of you there.
Yeah. So, now that we've got through that, Capstasher gave us an interesting news story in the Discord.
Do you really have to do this?
Yes, you must suffer. A Lord of the Rings anime movie is headed to theaters. It will be called The War of the Rohirrim. Now, is it actually anime, or is it retarded communists?
This is actually not a bad... This might not be a bad thing, because the guy who made Akira is the one who's going to be the director here, and the chick who was part of the screenwriter team, she is also gonna be part of this.
Oh, okay.
So I have a little bit of hope.
It's actually properly anime. Yeah, Kenji Kamiyami, Ghost in the Shell.
Yes, and also
Ultraman.
However, the Amazon thing there in those nice red letters is already confirmed many times and through hiring that they're gonna be the Game of Thrones, and we all know how that wonderful, diverse, amazing story happened because once they dropped out of books to copy, they ended up just scoring so wonderfully. I'm not going to start. I'll just be here for an hour. I'm just going to stop right there.
Oh,
God. Hey, dude, at least they're getting, they got a Westerner to do it. It would probably end up being ooh, where can we have the gay elf fucking?
Yeah, probably. If it's the guy that did the Ghost in the Shell stuff, we are going to see some proper dismemberment.
Yes. And
we are going to see orcs get dismembered.
Actually, this is the war in Rohirrim is actually about the part in the war with Helm Hammerhand, and he was a brutal motherfucker. I'll tell you that. That fucking chart scene just makes me cry tears of joy every single time. I love it.
So, something thoroughly fucking disturbing that have come up in the next up section. So, Netflix is apparently doing a Cuphead show.
Oh, what?
Oh my god, it's real.
And then Netflix is doing an animated League of Legends show. Fan-fucking-tastic.
Okay. That's fun. That's good.
So, possibly based Lord of the Rings anime movie, if it's being done by the Japanese.
Dear God, please let it be so.
Oh God, it is that Cuphead. Fuck me sideways. It's going to be thoroughly full of woke bullshit, isn't it?
I've seen a few clips and it's already been like, sarcastic humor. No fucking sincerity at all. Sorry, I just had a lot of stuff to drink right now, and that last mouthful really kicked off.
Oh, you just had something to drink?
I opened up a bottle. Bro. Dude, in order to get through this shit, I need...
think about it, dude.
I've already done it. Already done it. I'll do it again.
I'll do it again. It's gonna be white bullshit.
I'll do it again. I'm doing it again. Wait, I'm done.
Fuck, we need to do just like a drinking and fucking stream. Or I guess that is what it is for everyone but fucking me, since it's like not even noon yet for me.
Because your Christian values doesn't allow. Oh wait, you're
No!
American Christian, so
No,
you
I
are actually
get-
allowed to drink. You're allowed to drink.
No, I'd get fucking hammered with you guys, but it's like fucking noon. So after it like ended and you all went to bed, I'd be like, fuck, it's like the middle of the day.
What
I'm
time
gonna
is
be
it for you
fucking
now?
hungover at like the beginning of the evening, and it's gonna
What
suck.
time is it for you digitally? Between 0 and 24. Between 0 and
11:40. 11:40.
All right. To me now it's 18:40.
Yeah.
So when can you start drinking?
In like 6 hours, if he wants to be anything resembling an adult about it.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys can get like fucking smashed on these things, and I'm just stuck here like, shit. Well, after this, I still have like the rest of my day I have to deal with.
You know
How
what?
vibrant.
If we wait for like 25 days when I'm back from the boat, I can actually time it. So because if we do this now, I turn my day around too much, and I'll be fucked when I get back.
Yeah. So apparently, as Cap has given us, apparently Amazon's doing a Fallout TV series.
Can Amazon just fuck off? I mean, the only thing they've done right so far has been Invincible. And I seriously doubt they'll do anything else because Invincible has a little bit of wokeness in it, but it's the right kind. They actually made it work. But if they do anything more like it, what are the chances like it's going to strike twice in the same place that is the size of a fucking needlehead?
Oh, God.
No, I'm ranting
yeah,
again.
okay, so the article tells us absolutely fucking nothing about what it is. It gives us some actors' names, though. Lisa Joy, Jonathan Nolan. I don't know any of these people. Yep.
Oh, Liam Neeson, yeah.
Liam
Yeah,
Neeson.
he's
some
actually
other losers.
he's actually in the Fallout 3. He's in Fallout 3. He's the father of the main character.
Oh, really? So they
Yeah,
got him back to do it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I'm
just
still-
saying
I
that
still
they
don't.
could be doing it, so they're not confirmed. Thanks,
Okay.
you useless. What is it?
Not
with-
interested.
It's so
I
it's
mean, that's
basically
such like
speculative
fucking
bullshit.
clickbait, though. That's such clickbait. Like,
Yeah, well, it's Rotten
oh, like,
Tomatoes.
this
we know
thing
they're
is
leftist
announced.
fuck.
Here's who we think might be in it.
Yeah, so
That's
it's
not
completely
the move.
useless clickbait. Thanks, you wanks.
You know what? I just one day, if I swear to God, to fucking Odin, Thor, Frey, and everyone else, even fucking Surtur, that if I ever become a millionaire, I'll make a fucking animation studio, and I'll fucking churn out proper animation series without any woke bullshit.
To be fair, it can't be any worse than Fallout 76 anyway.
Do not say it out
I mean-
loud again. It might happen.
But
Seriously,
what?
don't.
Fallout
I-
76?
I can't-
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
There's no such
I-
thing.
I cannot imagine anything that I would find more disappointing than that.
Then
I'm
don't
not
speak
bothered.
of it. If you speak of the thing, it will become reality, and do not speak of the thing.
No, of course. Also, fuck it. I'm gonna toss back some Malibu because why? That's Friday.
Did you just say you're
Yeah.
drinking Malibu?
As student of history
Yeah.
points out, if Rotten Tomatoes says it's good, they're wrong.
Yeah,
Yes.
actually, I'm actually doing the grading like this. The lower the score on Rotten Tomatoes, the bigger the chance I'm gonna watch it.
No,
Well,
Well, you
this
see
is
that?
important.
You see that oil guy? That's the thing you need to understand that with me when it comes to what I'm drinking. It's like it's either 10 or 0, man. Like I'm either going like full hardcore, like yeah, get into that manly scotch, that really good precious shit. Don't even dilute that shit with ice. So it's either that or it's like, oh yeah, I'll drink like the fucking Malibu. Get me that like fucking mixed drink. Get me a pina
Jesus
colada. So I'm like
Christ.
either 10 or 0.
Malibu. The fuck is a Malibu?
It's
Coconut
probably-
flavored liqueur.
Oh
So-
God!
Just- Fucking.
Why?
it's some fruity girl drink, isn't
I've
it?
just lost
Yeah.
all respect for you now. I'm sorry. That's it.
I mean, second,
I mean,
I was thinking
love
you were
you
kinda
No,
cool.
no,
platonically.
I'm fluid,
I love you
guys. I'm
platonically, but
fluid.
that is a point against you. That is a point against
I'm
you.
fucking.
No,
I'm fluid, guys.
I'm making a video about this on Monday.
No, I'm fluid. I either drink the or the super
Shrimp.
family.
Trim,
You know, it's
trim.
Well, then you have to
2021.
Then take a super manly drink because that girly shit is not good for you. No wonder you used to be a lefty.
How I came fucking it's actually kind of funny based on my picture. My introduction to Malibu was actually at a wing bar, right, called Pluckers, where one of the drinks on their menu is called a psychedelic frog, right? And so naturally I have to try it. So I get it. It's really fucking good. And then so I try and get the shit to remake it. And basically what's in a psychedelic frog is blue curacao, amaretto, Malibu, Sprite, orange juice, pineapple juice, and melon juice. So that's how I got introduced to Malibu.
Nice.
Okay, let me just explain. Let me just explain the rules for drinking, right? I'll make it really easy for you. Drinks should never have names that have more than one word in them. End of story.
Oh yeah.
Any cocktail you drink shouldn't have more than 3 ingredients, and none of them should be a mixer.
Let's see, what's the thing? What's the thing I've been drinking? It's
You see
Valentine.
that oil guy though. That oil guy. I think that I think we can make called the psychedelic frog, given that that's literally what my profile pic on here is. I think that's a fair
nothing can be
exception.
forgiven. No. Compromise is how you get wokeness.
Exactly.
I mean,
yes, that's right. Gatekeep the hell out of it, Oil. Gatekeep.
Yeah.
Gatekeep harder.
So you know what? I'll redeem myself, like whiskey and pouring like 7 shots. For now, I'm just slamming it all at once.
Okay, that is enough to actually redeem it in my eyes.
No, it'll be it'll be some sort of filthy bourbon. It won't be actual whiskey.
Oh, okay. So what? Oh,
Pick or it didn't happen.
Well, here's the thing, though. You put me between like a place, that oil guy, because it's like I want to like pour 7 shots and slam it all at once, but like it'd be a waste to do that with some high quality shit.
By the way, oil guy, since you're
if it's high quality, I'd want to go, a bit slower, take my time to enjoy.
That's not the Scottish way.
No, yours to drink 2 bottles in 1 swig. You are that's the reason why Aberdeen
no one in Scotland is drinking for enjoyment.
Okay, you know what?
Because nobody wants to be in Scotland.
That oil guy?
The thing is, oil guy.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna ask.
Would you find it acceptable? That oil guy. Would you find it acceptable? Yeah. Okay. That oil guy. Would you find it acceptable if a week from now I got some like not necessarily some high quality shit, but like some shit that's like I don't know, like 150 proof, right? And then like slammed a decent amount of that. Would that earn your respect?
Only if it doesn't have an E in it.
So I gotta find it, but it can't have an E in it.
Yeah.
Whiskey. Why?
Yeah.
Whiskey. Why?
So whiskey doesn't have an E in it.
So Oil.
WHISKY.
Yeah, so Oil. Melancholic Poet wants to know: is it still a screwdriver if you use a can of orange juice concentrate mixed with a 2-liter bottle of vodka?
It's still gay, if that's what he means.
Well, the funny thing is, it's like
I told you, no mixers.
The ratio you're supposed to do for a screwdriver, one it's like orange drink or whatever. I do it 1 to 1.
I mean, if I was being honest, the only allowable cocktail really should be a Negroni.
Yes, approved.
But by the way, Oil.
Billy Blogs, I believe 150 proof is 75%.
Oh shit. By the way, what do you think about the Valentines from the Milton Duff, age 15?
Yeah, I mean, I'll drink it.
Yeah.
Oh, Billy
I got a
Blogs. 150 proof would be like 75% alcohol.
Yeah, standard.
Shit.
Yeah, so that should earn you guys respect if I bring some of that.
No.
Well, as long as the kidney as long as your liver don't fucking corrode, that's okay.
I'm gonna fucking
At some point I'll get a drink with some of you guys, and we'll see.
Well, I mean that's kind of the thing, bro. Like I'll get those like trashy, so it's like 0 to 10 with.
Hey, second, you popped out. What happened? What did you say? You popped out to me.
We lost your audio for a second, man.
Oh shit. I mean, like I said, like it's either 10 or 0 with me. I either get the high quality, manly type scotch, or I go for like these like fucking mixed drinks and flavored alcohols and shit. It's either 10 or 0.
Yeah, or as we say in Norway, du kjører alt eller ingenting.
Yeah. I mean, part of the thing is like I have the taste that can like appreciate high quality shit, but it's also like as a kid, I was that kid who would experiment with mixing like 6 different soda flavors together. So that kind of like lends itself into adulthood where it's like, you know, kind of mixing different kinds of drinks.
It's got a very kind of rainbowy flag feel about it to me.
Yeah, I
mean, judge.
Well, he's a fucking mechanical engineer, so I mean, he's obviously suspicious.
How is that? Wait, how is that sus though? Engineering is like the most right wing major in American
college. No,
college.
actually, you're wrong on that one.
I always think mechanical engineering sort of like protesting too much, you know. Let me do the manliest engineering I can.
Actually, the most manliest thing are people who build homes.
There's lots of greasy men involved? Is it? Yeah.
No, bro. No, I'll give you the real reason.
And you're quiet
and
again.
2, I didn't want to do something that had to do with fucking coding and shit.
It's just a thing in my industry. We refer to them as clankies. In our industry.
Clanker! Oi, get the clanker!
Clankies.
Oh, by the way,
sort of knuckle dragging apes, you know.
Trim, have you seen the latest episode of The Bad?
I haven't seen the latest episode. Actually, I haven't seen the last 2 episodes, but I was actually planning to watch them after the stream.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
are they good? Are they good?
Okay. So can I mention 2 of the characters who appear? You don't care enough about them for it to be like a major spoiler or anything.
Just mention them.
Okay, so one of my friends complains that all these Star Wars have this.
You're dropping out again.
Oh, one of my friends complains that these Star Wars shows have like a really incestuous type of relationship, right? Where it's supposed to be a big galaxy, but everyone appears in everything and knows each other, right?
Right.
And that's like a fair critique, and he kind of levels that at the Bad Batch too. In the most recent like episode, out of all of the characters that they could have done that with, they bring in the Martez sisters for some reason. The 2 characters that like nobody likes. Oh man.
Oh shit.
To be fair, you should all be going and watching Norseman.
Yeah.
You really should. It's really fucking fun. I highly recommend as a Norwegian.
I will say
completely accurate to Norwegian society.
I will say
I not go to disavow that because far enough back in time, it is actually kind of true.
No, I think you have to know to really get it. You have to know some Norwegians and go, yeah, that is exactly the sort of conversation, exactly the way they approach things. You know?
Yeah, the comedy there is as close to classic Norwegian as you can get. So
yes. So Trim wants me to show everyone the new She-Ra
I just want to
characters.
show you how you do the social justice version of She-Ra and He-Man and the proper way of doing them.
So good-looking characters and woke bullshit. We have the freak,
tell me which is which,
the
guys.
fatty, and the possibly a man in drag.
Or the trap, of course.
Probably a trap.
See, the thing is, like, are some of those guys...
Well, they're not supposed to be.
They're all women.
They're not supposed to be.
The women, I think the one with the mask is a man, but of the other side, most of them are actually women. All of them are supposed to be women.
Yep, so obviously you're supposed to have She-Ra, and apparently they made one or 2 of them lesbians for reasons.
Okay, you can...
one, I think, if I remember.
But
that might just be the cultured art.
Here's the thing, you can have strong women without it.
dykes without being dykes.
Bad Batch and The Mandalorian. A good example of that is the actress Ming-Na Wen, right?
Oh, yes.
She's Fennec Shand in the Star Wars universe, you know, the female sniper assassin lady in The Mandalorian. In Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., she's Melinda May. She genuinely kicks ass. And perhaps most well-known, she voices Mulan in the original Mulan animated movie.
Yeah.
So it's like, she is just an actress who it's like, she plays strong women, but it's not cringe because it's completely organic and convincing. Like, she's just a badass. Like, she doesn't have to go out there and be like, I have to prove myself. Like, no, she's just fucking good at it.
Is her character lesbian?
In which, no. I don't think so.
Speaking of strong female characters that are probably lesbians, or at least bi, Xena, the warrior princess. At least better than the woke bullshit these days.
Oh my Wait, we pull something up? What are we laughing at?
Just that.
I found the image which makes She-Ra look like the crap it is.
Can you send me that, please?
I'm trying to find the most safe for work version here. Give me a second. Jesus Christ, this is degenerate as fuck, even for me.
Oh my god.
And of course, that's always the classic female character of Ripley from Aliens.
That was the safest one I could find. That's the safest one I could find. And it hurts to look at.
Oh,
but
God.
It's so funny.
I can't show that.
Fuck it, I'll post it on Discord. I posted it in Not Safe for Work in Discord, so everybody wants to see it, join our Discord.
Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't call it not safe for work, personally, but it's close enough to the line.
I posted in meme, then. It is.
It can go somewhere.
I can actually post the one that is not safe for work for those who are into that. And I will judge you.
Why does it look like... Why the fuck does it look like there's a bowl?
Leftists.
Oh
That's
my
why.
God.
Okay, also, notice that they're...
work, you get the other one.
And not to mention pecs, not breasts, pecs.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there you have the other part.
I'm never really sure about that not suitable for work thing. I mean, the guy I work for doesn't seem to give a shit.
Says the self-employed guy.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
My dad was self-employed too.
I just want to say something to Prime Knight. Just so you know, there's no thing called a bussy. It's just an ass.
I don't even know what the term bussy means.
It's supposed to be boy pussy.
Oh god.
Oh god.
I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry I fucking asked.
I seem to have suddenly got cancer suddenly.
The thing is, even though I am a Christian boy, I don't got an issue with the gays. It's like possible to be gay and not be degenerate. But
hey, I don't care if you sleep with men or women as long as you don't sleep with children or commit rape or hurt anyone, unless it wants.
Well, yeah, well, that's the thing. I mentioned that in a previous podcast when we went over child drag queen, and where it's like, credit where credit's due. Like, I don't think that's they want to watch little boys play drag or something. Because a lot of those stories are footage broke because gay people who were at the gay bars were like, what the fuck is this degenerate shit? I'm going to record this and blow the whistle on it.
but logically...
Trim, why did you have to post trap crap?
Because I need to prove a point. Just show it off in the uncensored version. And
I fucking knew it. I knew there was no way.
I was going to say,
I fucking
logically, straight men should be pro-gay.
Yes, because right. Less competition.
If all the good-looking guys who take care of themselves have taken themselves off the market, I mean, that seems like a pretty good deal for guys.
Well, actually, the thing is, I actually realized that principle before I even became aware of
sexuality or like serious interest in the opposite sex. Like, I think at my first birthday party, one of my friends just didn't like fucking cake or something. And everyone else was ripping into them. I was like, no, guys, leave them alone.
Yeah.
For us. I mean, like, what are you talking about? Of course, Carl would call that haram. First graders should be like,
Wait, how long have we been? Oh my god, we streamed for 3 hours.
honestly, like, we're just having a good time. I'm fine to keep going.
It's fucking hilarious. I love this.
Right.
It's
So
not like anyone's
I
going to watch it anyway.
Just go like Adam. Just go Adam and Sitch and like let's keep going for like 12 hours.
so I had to.
I will join for one of those, but not now.
Yes.
Oh.
So up to you guys, but I've got more bullshit to go through, including the American politician that threatened to blow up a school bus.
What?
Oh boy.
Okay.
You guys want to hear about the politician that wants to blow up a school bus?
Let's do
Sure,
it before
yeah.
we end it.
I'm a few drinks in, man, at like noon. You know.
So for all that complaining, for all that complaining,
like, yeah, I mean, this kind of feels sketchy. I just have to like not pass out in a driveway, otherwise somebody might run me over.
Yeah.
Actually, before we get to that, I'm just gonna explain this story to chat because it's kind of fucking hilarious. So, like, back in like September 12th, 2020, I'm chatting with some friends over the internet. Like, I'm in a call, we're playing games with them and shit. Like, I think some Codebreaker game or something, and I'm drinking. And then afterwards, this guy in my Christian group who we were playing the game with, everyone else gets off, and I'm talking to this guy. He's a really good guy, I think, but he's a Vosh fan, so his mind is kind of poisoned. So we're kind of like debating while I'm continuing to drink like rum mixed with apple cider. And I'm getting distracted from how much I'm drinking because I'm so focused on countering the Vosh bullshit. And so, like, I didn't know this. Because normally I drink around 7 to 9 shots worth, but I think I ended up having 16 shots worth in my system or something. So that guy gets off call. He has to go for some reason. And the next thing I know, I'm waking up in a hospital. And apparently what happened is I got really wasted. And then I went outside for some reason, passed out in front of my driveway, and my friend and roommate got home in the middle of the night. And I'm wearing all black, and it's the middle of the night, and I'm like on the edge of the driveway, so I'm like blending in with the street, and he like runs over me. And I wake up in the hospital with like a breathing tube down my throat, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So that was an experience. Like, I got run over by my best friend. And since then, I haven't blacked out or thrown up from drinking, so I've adjusted my behavior from that obvious excess of vice. Yeah, that's just a thing that
This sounds like a good night out to me.
It's an experience.
Yeah, and the fortunate thing is I was blackout. I don't remember getting run, which is fortunate because that sounds like traumatizing as fuck. I wouldn't want to remember that. I'm so happy I didn't.
I'm just happy you made it, dude. That's all.
Yeah. Also, and here's the thing. Like, getting from a former opiate addict, I was addicted to the fentanyl pound 5 years ago. Because when I was a freshman in college.
Not Floydian.
Yeah, well, when I was a freshman in college, some guy in one of my classes like hooked me up with it for free, like out of nowhere. Like, just because I did him some like favors and shit, and I got along with the guy. I got addicted to it recreationally, which was really fucking stupid. Ended up getting off of it with the interval increase. But yeah, no, I ended up. But the thing is, here's the thing about it. When I was in the hospital, so I had some like fractures in my pelvis, right? So I couldn't walk without a walker for like a few months. And for those first few weeks where I was in the hospital, I was stuck in bed most of the time. And something I will say about the opiates is, and they were very important killing the pain because I had like a catheter in when I woke up, and it like
really bruised the urethra when it pulled it out. So even on the opiates, it hurt to like pee for like 2 weeks. And I couldn't get a boner because as soon as it started, it would just hurt too much. But I mean, aside from the pain killing aspect, which was important, I think the opiates in the hospital where I was stuck in bed almost 24/7 actually helped me keep my sanity in a weird way. So I don't know. I feel like there's kind of this thing where it's like
fucking great. That's why.
Yeah, like exactly.
I mean,
Like I think there's this thing where it's like, like it's kind of this mixed bag where it's like I think opiates are like overprescribed for some things, right? But it's kind of like if they fuck with your dick and make your dick hurt, yeah, they should give you opiates. Or like, if you're fucking stuck in bed, unable to get out of that bed, the opiates are going to keep you from going crazy, provided you're not stuck in bed long enough to get like seriously addicted to them. So I don't know.
Say what you like about heroin, but it's moorish as fuck,
I haven't tried a heroin, so I can't confirm or deny.
Neither have I.
Right.
I actually haven't. I'm willing to go through.
These things are addictive for a reason, right? It's because they're great.
Surprising.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, here's
because
kind of the
they're shit,
thing.
right?
Here's kind of the thing, and this is the really dangerous, right? Is that you'll see this like stereotypical like depiction of someone on heroin, and they're like slumped against a wall, going, "Whoa, man! Like the walls and ceiling are melting." Like that's not what opiates are like. They make you feel really good physically and emotionally, but they don't fuck with your ability to focus and think nearly as much as weed or alcohol does. So the real danger of it, aside from the addictiveness, is that with weed and alcohol, if you get drunk or high, there's kind of a disincentive against doing that all the time because you need to do other shit. So it's like, if you wanted to get like hammered, but you had to like go to work later that day, you're not going to fucking do it. But with an opiate, you can like pop a pill and feel really good and still be able to think and function relatively well. So there's not as much of a inhibitor based on rational self-interest that's going to keep you from doing it all the time.
There was a guy actually who got fired on the boat for taking speed.
Yeah. Speed's fun though.
So that's meth, right?
We'll try one day, but not right now.
Quite good for weight loss as well.
Oh, really?
And tape loss.
Oh,
dude, I've been eating a lot. I've been eating a lot more. I imagine I'm going to put on some weight. I'm going
to. Yeah. So, moving away from drugs to terrorists.
Oh, we could just go back to drugs, please.
Well, you segue through Afghanistan, don't you? I mean, that's how you get from drugs.
Well, that's how you get drugs and terrorists.
Well, I honestly wonder how many terrorists fund themselves sales while saying fuck up the West for being degenerate and doing.
I mean, so we didn't quite hear you, but from what a little I gathered, you're saying that you're asking how many terrorists fund themselves through selling drugs, with the added bonus that selling the drugs also fucks up the West. I believe
not quite.
No,
not quite. I'm asking how many how many terrorists fund them
to your PC because you break up so much.
But I'm asking because they don't consider using the opiates as being degenerate.
Take my fucking headphones out. Well, the thing is, like, I'm asking how many terrorists. I'm asking how many terrorists like fund themselves like off of selling drugs, while also saying the West is degenerate because so many people do drugs.
No, but they don't consider the opium to be degenerate.
And even if they did, a lot of them that don't use it are like, oh yeah, it's fine to sell it to the kafir or whatever it is. They don't matter.
No, in like Afghanistan and that, they don't smoke it, but they chew it and stuff. It's not. It's like India have like a pod that they chew and everything, and they don't consider that to be drugs. It is drugs, but they don't consider it to be. There's loads of that sort of shit going on around the world, man.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of the thing where I'm like, I don't want Islam to take over. I want Christianity to take over. But like low key, one of the most based lessons from Christianity is love your enemy. And that doesn't mean let your enemy run fucking roughshod over you. You can still act in protection of the things you value. That
I think that's just a mistranslation from Old English. I think it means fuck your enemy.
Well, I think
to engage your enemy in rough coitus to show dominance.
There's one perspective where it's like fuck your enemy, make them suffer because your enemy's suffering is good, and then there's like the we'll call it the progressive Christian perspective of, oh, loving your enemy means not fighting them because fighting people is bad. And then kind of the base Christian perspective is you're supposed to love your enemy. If you're
because the Christians never Christians never engaged in any kind of Christian-based warfare. Right?
No.
Oh, yeah.
You can go to war with them,
that never happened.
But you don't hate them even though you're fighting them. You kill them all and let God sort them out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kind of the mindset though is that when a Christian engages in fighting, the entire point of the motivation is supposed to be the protection or defense of something valuable. We're not supposed to be motivated by wanting somebody's suffering for the sake of their suffering, let's say.
Yeah. It's God's job to do the judging. You're just arranging the meeting.
Exactly.
Can you explain? Okay, before we go on, I'm sorry for interrupting constantly, but I just want to know what is your idea of the righteous vengeance or righteous wrath?
Are we talking about the righteous wrath of God or the righteous anger of man?
Both. You can go both. Explain God first and then the men.
So kind of the point, or no, I'm going to do man first because that's kind of easier and less.
And mansplaining, of course.
So the point of the righteous anger of man is that it is in defense of something, in protection of something. It's like you see people talking about healthy masculinity, or that guy, I think from Eaton, that professor talking about how one of the cores of masculinity is protection, right? So the point of righteous anger is a passionate defense of something that is valuable. You're not like looking at someone and going, they're a piece of shit, so I'm going to delight in their suffering. You're going, I am going to fight to defend this thing that is good. And if this person proves to not be as bad as I thought, I'm not going to be disappointed because I would have wished that they were worse, so I would feel better about standing against them. I would be happy if they improved as a person because it's like, this person is also of intrinsic value. And if they are becoming a better person, that is a good thing. It's not a bad thing that the opportunity for spite is removed from me. So I guess like righteous anger is based around a protective impulse, whereas unrighteous anger is based around kind of a vengeful or spiteful or bitter, resentful, or hateful impulses. I guess the distinction between the two.
Thank you.
And as for the righteous anger of God, in the early church, there was a lot more of a debate about the final end of man, whereas now Christians, the mainstream perspective is that the people who are truly faithful go to heaven and everyone goes to hell. But in the days of the early church, there was much more of a diversity of opinion, where you had quite a few people who believed in annihilationism, which is that the worthy people went to heaven and the unworthy people weren't like tortured forever. They just like stopped existing after they died. Then you had the universal reconciliationist position, which was that God would eventually reconcile every soul to him. And you had some people who were like, yeah, everyone after they die just goes immediately to heaven. And then you have the more base take where it's like, well, no, if you've like fucked your soul in this life, you're going to have to do a lot more work to reconcile to God to get into heaven than somebody else. And so I kind of
take go to hell to like burn off the sin or something, right?
Well, hell, quote unquote, the word hell was never actually in the Bible, actually. It got translated from 4 other words. It got translated from Hades and Sheol, which were the Greek and Hebrew word for the grave, and from Gehenna, which was a location in Jerusalem, which in older times was used as like a pagan site for like rituals like child sacrifice or torture by fire or some shit. And in Jesus's time, it was used as like a sewage dump. So he used it a lot in metaphors and comparisons and analogies. And then the 4th word was Tartarus. And that's the word that could most appropriately be translated to hell. The only problem is the word Tartarus was only used in the original reference to the fate of the fallen angels, not to humans.
Huh. Okay. Thanks.
You got your like weird theological lesson, semi-Christian, kind of funny.
Well, there you go. So, fundamentalist terrorists that are now running, that are politicians. So, from the post-millennial. Progressive Washington state politician threatened to blow up school bus called children cowards as they fled. When the driver told Gadir to leave the bus, she said, "You need to calm yourselves down because I could have a bomb. Look how loose my clothes are."
What?
What?
But wait! It gets worse!
Yes.
Off.
So, an employee of Seattle who has been called a social justice warrior and is now a progressive candidate for the King County Council threatened to blow up a school bus, then called middle school students cowards as they fled. So,
really now?
According to court documents obtained by the post-millennial, Eubanks Gadir boarded the Highline School District bus on January 12, 2010 as it travelled on its morning route. Once aboard the bus, which was heading to Chinook Middle School, Gadir demanded the driver tell his dispatcher that a national security incident was going on. Gadir then began yelling at the children about America's relationship with Somalia, according to police reports. An audio recording of the incident demonstrated that when the driver told Gadir to leave the bus, she said, "You need to calm yourselves down because I could have a bomb. Look how loose my clothes are." So,
the old female privilege there, knowing that if a man had said that, there would have been a very different outcome.
Oh, he'd get shot.
They'd get black-bagged. Black-bagged in a fucking heartbeat if they survived.
Narwhal
sniper
tooth.
through the window, I would have thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or narwhal tooth to death.
As Prime Knight says, why are they involving kids? Do they not have standard? Oh, of course they don't. But yeah, why the female privilege not getting shot in the fucking face?
Only in Britain can terrorists be defeated with narwhals.
that was so fucking cool. But notice the police did not stop that terrorist.
No, it was a Polish
That's
guy.
the thing I have to wonder about, because in America, like, the BLM narrative isn't completely accurate. The police do go overboard some of the time, though. Like, one of the points that conservatives bring up about BLM is that it's like, and I saw this footage and it was pretty fucked up, where some white guy was like chilling in a hotel or apartment and somebody saw him with a water gun, thought it was an actual gun, and he's like holding a water gun in a window, and they're like, "Oh, it's a gun," so they called the police.
Yeah, the guy who was on his knees crawling and they fucking shot him.
Yeah, and that was so fucked. And that was so much worse than the George Floyd thing. But the progressives don't care about it because the dude was white. So it's like, I'm not saying that our police never fuck up, but it's kind of like, I'm looking at other people where they're like, "Oh, well, we need to err like hardcore side of like."
Yeah, where was the $10 billion in property damage when that guy was shot?
Yeah, but the thing is like, yeah, no, like that guy the guy who shot him is a piece of shit and should get like screwed by the legal system. But kind of the point I'm making though is that it's like, they're like, "Oh, and I'm like, well, these things are so relatively rare. Like, what do you want? Do you want our police to become like the police of other countries who are like ineffectual at like punishing people for fucking over children? Like, is that what we want? Like, are we really going to push?
The leftists do want that because they want to fuck children.
Of course they do.
So, on the subject of fundamental terrorism, there was a terrorist attack in Glasgow that you may not be aware of. There was a terrorist attack on Glasgow Airport. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say it was like a decade ago, and it took the form of some guys driving a Land Rover with some cans of combustible material. I can't remember if it was petrol or something of that nature in it, through the straight in through the main doors of the airport, and trying to ignite it. Now it didn't ignite properly when they did it, but it did set the terrorists on fire.
Yes, I remember this one.
Wait, I remember this.
Quite a bit of damage.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
When the terrorists got out, and then was trying to get into the back of the Land Rover to try and set the charge off, and a baggage handler, can't remember his name now, I used to know it, baggage handler decks him just fully, and you can see the security video of it, runs up, the guy is completely engulfed in flames, just fucking drops him. Do you think that man's ever bought a drink again?
No, fuck no. Is that the guy who kicked the Is that the guy who kicked the terrorist in the nuts so hard that he ripped a tendon?
I'm not sure. He definitely punched them in the face. Anyway, that's for sure.
Another question.
Because it's in the video.
Well, Dankula did a debate with Vorsh. Oh, I've got to look at that someday.
Isn't this the guy who said when the terrorists came running towards him on fire, the Scottish guy said, "Mon then," and then kicked him in the nuts?
Who knows? Come on, man. Probably. Yeah, probably. I just think it's fucking class.
Video. I saw Count Dankula's video of it. It was fucking beautiful.
So, going back to a specific radical terrorist.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
So, according to a detective with the King County, Gadir told the arresting officer she was prepared to die. However, no weapons were found in her possession. She eventually pled the felony charges down to a gross misdemeanor before trial. So, that proves two things. One, that the justice system has no teeth. And two, that the police don't just shoot black people. Because if anyone deserves to get shot, it's someone who says they have a fucking bomb.
Yeah. Face take.
That's absolutely fucking disgraceful.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think too. Actually, if someone comes and says they're a fucking terrorist, put them in the ground.
Yeah, straight in the ground. So, Democrat State Senator Rebecca Saladana saying her endorsement of Gadir, "I will follow Eubanks anywhere." Former radical Seattle City Council member and activist Mike O'Brien called Gadir an amazing leader. It is unclear if Saladana or O'Brien were aware of Gadir's bomb threats against children on a school bus when they gave their endorsements. Have you considered Googling people before you endorse them? Just radical thought.
Yeah. That sounds like work.
Bombing children is a step further from the example I'm about to give. Well, like, I know that Black Lives Matter, like, deifying this, like, activist woman, I forget her name. It's, like, Akia or some shit like that, who, like, murdered, like, 8 police officers and is, like, on the FBI's, like, most wanted terrorists list. Like, you have all these modern BLM people who are like, oh, she's such, like, an inspiration, such a great leader. And it's like, yeah, she's like a fucking terrorist who murdered a bunch of cops just because they were cops.
Yeah, but we know Black Lives Matter and leftists in general hate cops, so that's probably a good thing as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, but it's kind of one of those things where the mask slips, right? Like, so for example, we think...
student of history, our resident Brainiac, says that their name is Asada Shakur.
Now, me personally, and me personally as a Christian, I try not to hate the people, but, like, communism itself is, like, a fucking bad thing, right?
Would you call communism satanic? Not in England, of course, because then you go to prison, but is communism satanic?
I haven't thought about that. No, I would say that communism isn't necessarily satanic, but it's like Cain from Cain and Abel. Like in the story of Cain and Abel, Cain fucking murders Abel because he's jealous that that Abel's more successful than him. So Cain is the first communist, whereas Satan is the first postmodernist, right? But kind of point being, like, for my theological worldview, I try to person specifically or themselves. But we all agree that communism's fucking terrible. We hate communism. Like, none of us would disagree with that. But like, if you had some like terrorist that was just fucking murdering communists in the street, like, we wouldn't fucking praise them and be like, oh, this is like such an amazing person, such a wonderful community leader. And so it's like,
I wouldn't
lie. Celebrating a person who kills cops is kind of a mask off moment for them.
I'm just gonna be honest, I wouldn't cry, but if I was there and could stop it, I would. I mean, I don't see them as people, but still, they might still turn around.
Well, even animals have rights.
Exactly. And who knows, they might actually evolve into humans if we give them enough time.
Speaking of our piece of shit Gardia, she claimed that when she threatened school children with a bomb on a bus, she was being criminalized for mental health issues.
Really?
Okay, sure, we know you're fucking insane, but that still doesn't mean terrorists don't get the bullet too.
Damn, that was some good stuff.
Jesus Christ. I need to mute myself for a second, just be right back.
I mean, here's the thing that I hate, like, which is that...
Oh, of course, she supports Palestine.
Well, there's something else that's kind of fucked about the...
Sorry, we've lost you a second.
Oh, shit. What is wrong with my mic today?
It's being super, super cigarette-y.
Yeah, but there's something else that's wrong with, like, the crime mental perspective, right? Like, you have people who try and get out of guilt for a crime by being like, it's... But the other problem is, if you equate all crime to mental health, then you turn it into a matter of essentially psychological expertise as opposed to a matter of justice. So under the worldview that all crime is like pathological and like a psychological disease, then you could justify the government fucking with people's thoughts, even if they had not committed any crime, right? Or like, you could justify them fucking with it for a much longer period of time than would be proportionate to the crime they committed, as like a, oh, well, this is the scientific recommendation on this. Like, you could, much like with the pandemic, you could remove all moral justice considerations from the question and make it purely a medical question of, yeah, let's just give the scientists complete control over a person's mind. Well, and that's something that C.S. Lewis writes about in his essay on the humanitarian theory of punishment, which I would recommend to everyone.
Well, you've actually hit on something which, God forbid, I'm just going to do a super, super quick Google to see if it's true, but it came up in... Oh, fuck it, I'm just going to talk about it anyway, because it's an interesting idea, and it's probably got some basis. No. I was watching, and I don't endorse the show because it's fucking progressive. Chicago Med, part of the Chicago bullshit series, and you don't worry about it. It's a TV show from America. That's all, and it's based in Chicago. That's all you need to know.
Never mind.
So, one of the things they bring up is that apparently back in the Soviet era, they had something that they referred to as something or other psychopathy. And as a result, that meant they got to imprison these people in psychiatric hospitals that were just prisons. Because disagreeing with the state, because the state is perfect, disagreeing with the state means you're insane, therefore, etc., etc., etc. And honestly, that's probably one of the things the progressives are after.
That makes perfect sense, because who would go against the state? Because rights and everything good comes from the state and not individual humanity.
Exactly.
here's the thing, and I feel like this is at the heart of a lot of conflict. And I wrote like an entire section of this on my book, but it's that there has to be like a necessary harmony between the individual and the social structures, right? And so I feel like this is kind of represented by patriotic liberalism. Liberalism values the individual. Culture of patriotism like respects the society and culture. And I feel like between the two, you get that kind of harmony. I think that was one of the messages in Brave New World, honestly, because you had the world state, which was an entirely anti-individual society. And I don't think John the Savage in Brave New World is a hero. Like, I think he makes some good critiques of the world state, but he has his own problems because through no fault of his own, he's completely cut off from society. His original society rejects him, and the world state is fucking terrible. So he's like this anti-social individual. Like, he fucking like physically assaults a kid when Lenina like tries to sexually proposition him. He's good for rejecting her thoughtness, but like physically beating her while yelling strumpet isn't the good response either. And it's the kind of thing where in the Bible,
debatable.
Yeah, like well, in Genesis, you have these two stories, right? Where it's like you have the flood thing, right? Where it's like humanity is completely degenerate and shit. And it's like essentially what Hobbes would describe as man's state of nature, entirely violent. And so, but Noah and his family are different because they have that social structure of the family, and Noah's a good guy. So they do a lot better, right? And now Noah isn't perfect. So after they get off of the ark, Noah gets like blackout drunk and naked and passes out in a tent. And, you know, lucky for Noah, there were no cars around in his time, so he didn't get run over. But I feel like that's a good metaphor for our society, right? It builds the ark, so to speak. It keeps us from drowning, getting murdered, teaches us standards. Sometimes it gets blackout drunk and naked and passes out in a tent. So what do we do about that? And two of Noah's children are respectful of that, but recognize fucked up, so they like cover him with a tarp. And his other son, like Ham, sees him passed out naked. And even though Noah raised him, provided for him, and saved him from the flood and gave him standards, he's like, fuck this guy. Why should I respect him? So he tries to humiliate him. And that's portrayed as a bad thing. It's like the antisocial element of progressives, where they're like, yeah, our culture might have given us a bunch of shit, but it's not perfect, so fuck it. And so that's like kind of the criticizing the antisocial attitude. And then you have the Tower of Babel as this utopian attempt that rejects the individual and is like, oh, everyone come together, perfect vision. Which, by the way, to any Eurosceptics, the European Union designed its parliament building after an artist's rendition of the Tower of Babel, which shows how degenerate they are. But so, like, the Bible from the very beginning, like denigrating society or having no society whatsoever, but it also warns against making society everything. So you have to like
just to touch on the Tower of Babel thing with the EU. I am looking forward to buying an apartment in that building when it's finished.
Nice.
Looking forward.
Okay, that one went right over my head. Sorry.
He's saying that the EU's gonna.
Buying...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, when the EU is fucked off and it's yes, we can become a
nice
neighbors.
Penthouse. Nice penthouse.
Dibs on the top floor. Dibs on the top floor.
Looking forward to it.
I call dibs.
you realize that in the event of the EU collapsing, that actually Belgium's Brussels specifically economy will just be completely destroyed. So much of its economy is based around servicing that building. all the local services and everything, taxi firms, catering, other offices that provide services and things to that building is almost the entire of that city's economy now.
Well, here's the thing I don't get about like left-wing Europhiles, right? Like left-winger Americans specifically who support the European Union, right? Like, so progressives in the US hate the Electoral College, right? Because it's like, oh, you know, everyone votes, and then their votes are kind of aggregated into these
like electors, which aren't entirely put proportional to the population, and they're like, oh, that's anti-democratic. And then they support the European Union, where the majority of executive and legislative powers is put in the commission. And I'm an American, so I might be wrong about this, but from the way I understand it, the country leaders within individual countries are elected, or the governments of specific nations are elected by the people, right? Then those governments appoint a council, and then that council appoints the commission. And it's like the European Union's powers are so far removed from democracy. It's so ridiculous to me how leftists in America can criticize the Electoral College and say it needs to be abolished, while simultaneously simping for the anti-democratic nature of the European Union.
There is no democracy in the EU at all. It's a bureaucracy. It's not a democracy. They vote themselves. The bureaucratic arm gets to vote itself extra powers. You don't get to vote them out.
Sounds really true.
Sounds like a dictatorship, you know?
It is. It is. It's a dictatorship.
Do you know what isn't a dictator? What wouldn't be a dictatorship, though? A president who, once he's elected out, fairly or unfairly, who just leaves.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? But unfortunately, Ursula and her kin is more like, and of course, Guy Verhofstadt, they want a first European
for
a safe and secure society. And also,
yeah, the thing you've got to remember about them is that the majority of them were failed politicians in their own country. Most of them are people who failed to be elected by a democracy, who have gone into the bureaucratic bureaucracy. It's fucking ridiculous.
He is despised in his own country.
Well, you see,
but the EU simply will not last. It will not last any significant length of time at all now. It's done.
It's dying.
It's already dying. But one more country out, one more of the big sort of seven, and it's done. I don't know if the Americans are really aware, but when the UK left, when we were in, there were 28 countries inside, and the financial impact of the UK leaving was if the bottom 17 countries had left. Financially, that was the financial effect of the UK leaving.
Well, yeah, because from what I remember, because I'm an American, hated about shit, but I've been watching Sargon, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm cutting out. I'm gonna switch to my phone.
There's one thing I want to point out, though. It's the way that Guy says union. Guy Verhofstadt can't say the word union, because whenever he says European Union, he says it like this: European Union.
Yeah, my laptop is kind of dumb, but I'm an American, but I also watch Sargon, so I'm familiar with this. But Britain was the second largest financial contributor to the European Union after Germany, right? They gave the second most money to it. And most of the countries in the EU.
To children?
What?
What are you doing to children, Oil?
He's feeding them.
Ah, good.
From his windowless white van.
I'm just near a park, and you can hear some children playing. It's completely wholesome.
Good stuff.
Dreams of horror.
I can't see the children. Maybe they're being fucked by pedophiles. I can't see. But
well, are there any Muslims in the area?
No. Where I live, fuck off.
What about Antifas?
What? Antifas?
Yeah, they're,
they're also pedophiles.
No, there's no Antifas in Aberdeen.
Okay, so it's probably not pedophiles. They're probably just playing then.
That sort of shit wouldn't get much tolerance up here, I can assure you.
Excellent.
This is a city that is built entirely on oil wealth. Do you think you're going to get a bunch of communists successful.
Communists? Hard work? Nah.
You got
No,
a fair
but I mean,
point.
anti-corporate sentiment in a city completely built on corporate sentiment.
You'd be
I'll tell you something
surprised.
really.
You'd be
I'll
surprised.
tell you something interesting about Aberdeen, right? Aberdeen, as far as I know, is the only city in the UK that has a hospital that has a car park that is free.
Well, there you go.
And why
Wait,
does it have a free
your
car park?
hospital car parks isn't free?
They're not free in
No,
Australia
you can-
either.
Really?
But what? But why does Aberdeen have a car park that is free for its hospital?
Because it has people that work for a living?
No, because one guy who owned an oil company called Sir Ian Wood, fantastic guy, had to go and visit his a family member in the hospital while they had terminal cancer, I believe, and was so disgusted at the amount of money that he was paying in parking, built a parking structure for the hospital, and then put a trust together to maintain it forever. It's
Chad.
completely free.
That is pretty
ability
fucking
to-
Chad.
But that is a fully capitalist oil guy of the highest order, took his own money, built it, and then when he sold off the company and retired, offered our city council 70-something odd million pounds of his money, not of the company's money, of his own personal money, to build a science park. And the council fucked about and didn't take his money, and have now developed the area into a couple of restaurants.
Yeah. That's government for
But
you.
yeah, you know, but capitalists never do anything good, do they? You know.
Well,
Yeah.
that takes the anarchist idea of who would build the roads and shoots it in the fucking head, doesn't it?
But I mean, as far as I know, that is the only hospital in the whole of the UK where it's free to park at all times.
Wonderful.
I mean, that's kind of the thing too, because like I have this like atheist kind of technocrat friend Harrison, who's popped up in the chat on this before. He might have debated some of you listening now in the chat. And you know, I don't agree with him on like a lot of shit, obviously, but it's kind of funny. He's like ethnically Jewish and he fits all of the stereotypes. His dad's like a millionaire, and apparently his dad knew like the top, like the biggest Trump donor or something. So like he's like, well, and he's met Oprah before, and you know, one of his friends to like talk to like basketball stars or something. So this guy's like well connected.
Been
But
to a
one of the
cocktail
things-
party with Harvey Weinstein and
no
Jeffrey Epstein and Oprah.
Weinstein shit, as far as I know, none of that degeneracy. But because his dad knows a lot of the rich people, right? Like he knows a lot of this like socialist myth kind of shit, where it's like a lot of the rich people, like you have all these socialists who are like, oh, let's fucking take rich people's money from them, especially after they die and shit. They're all just fucking selfish. But like the vast majority of them are like, no, when I die, I'm giving like most of my shit to like a charitable cause or something. And this is kind of one of those things, like the guy who like part of the Industrial Revolution, there was this guy Carnegie in the US. He was really into steel and shit. And admittedly, not all of the progressive critiques against the guy are entirely invalid. He was kind of a dick. He did some kind of stuff that not necessarily good worker conditions. And he became like one of the richest men in the world. And yet when he died, he was like, yeah, no, all my money going into this kind of foundation thing to help people, charity kind of thing. And the money from that is still going. It's still like funding like charitable shit going on. So like this myth of like the rich people who never help anyone out. I mean, their economic transactions giving people jobs already helps people out. There's a culture within rich people of like, yeah, like donating to shit. And like when I die, my money is like going to like help people out and shit and charity. So the whole socialist.
Here's an interesting question then, right? So Bill Gates, he pledged all his money to like 95% of his money or something to charity, right? Bill Gates.
Yeah, so he won't have to give it to his wife in the divorce.
No, he already did that. But now that they're getting now they're getting the divorce. Has she just stolen half of that money from, or maybe more of it, from charity?
Yes.
Yes.
And will she? And will she be berated for it?
No.
No.
Because he's promised all. He promised all that money to charity. Is she going to honor that when she dies?
Of course not.
What do you think?
And
as if any other money would be left by the time she dies.
Yeah. And so, like, Bill Gates is kind of like a mixed bag. I'm going to do a controversial thing and sort of defend Bill Gates. Bill Gates does, like, a bunch of fucked shit. Like, apparently he was, like, involved in, like, the whole try and fuck Trump out of getting reelected thing, right? So it's like, that's
of
kind
course he
of
has.
These
But he's
people
also
are,
been on Epstein Island, hasn't he? So
I guess, yeah, I didn't know about that, but it's also like,
well, that's probably why he's getting divorced, right?
yeah, well, it's also like,
Because
you know, whatever else
there's
you
a
want to
lot.
say about
If you look, there's a lot of stuff happening where people are shifting around. There's a lot of divorces, lots of people moving and stuff because they're getting ready for Ghislaine Maxwell to start spewing fucking beads.
yeah. So it's like Bill Gates done a lot of fucked up shit, but as far as criticism of rich people goes, I mean, Bill Gates put like a lot of money into like trying to eradicate diseases like malaria and shit. And to give a more moral example, right? You have Mike Lindell. Dude makes a bunch of money selling like pillows and shit. And very inspiring story. I'd recommend everyone to like check it out. But like the dude used to be like a drug addict, like fucking so bad that the drug dealers were like, man, I'm not selling you any shit right now. You're like too fucked up. Like where the drug dealers were like, I'm not selling this guy some shit because like I feel bad for him that he's like taking all this shit. And then like he had his whole Christian journey. He found God, you know, got off of drugs, but he starts the My Pillow company, and everyone hates him now for supporting Trump. But like during the COVID pandemic, he like put 75% of his factory output into making masks purely charitably. So it's like, you know, the myth of like these rich people who just sit on their money like Scrooge McDuck is obvious nonsense.
Yeah, but do you know where this myth comes from? Pure, unadulterated jealousy and spite. Every
Yeah.
single one I speak to who has this ideology are just jealous because it's always, but why them and not me? Every single
Yeah.
time. Why them, not me? Jealousy,
Well,
spite.
and that kind of thing. And I feel like this is where the Joker movie comes in because I've heard like arguments about whether it's like really a left wing or right wing movement, where it's like, oh, like
Yeah, I didn't catch that. What?
there's this debate about whether Joker is like pro leftist or pro right wing. And it's kind of like, and leftists who like simp for the Joker will try and argue, oh, it's against like the rich people. But the point in the movie that is particularly interesting is like they don't get mad at Thomas Wayne for being rich. Like the moment they get mad at him is when he starts like talking down to like poor people and normies and being like, oh, they're all just like a bunch of jokers and shit. Like the moment where the social outrage starts is where the rich person starts socially acting like they're on some sort of pedestal. It's not about them having money. Like a rich person could have a bunch of money and fuck off, and most people wouldn't care. It's the elitist attitude of fuck the normal person that got the people in the Joker pissed off. That's when the clown movement really started. Not because Thomas Wayne was rich, because evidently he'd done a lot of charitable shit. It's when he started shit talking people who had problems and stuff and saying, oh, they're just a bunch of
It's
assholes.
going off. I need to check it out. Be right back.
I
Okay, so go ahead and carry on, second.
I mean, that's pretty much it. Like how the real point of change was that, you know.
I think you're right. A lot of people go, oh yeah, rich people, they're rich because quite often maybe privilege or something. Just don't, as student history says, be rich and be happy, don't talk down to me. Abso-freaking-lutely. Especially if they're the kind of rich person you've been describing who does spend a lot of time and effort going into charitable institutions and whatnot.
Yeah, but I really do enjoy talking down to poor people.
Don't make me go all communist on you. Filthy bourgeoisie.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I am.
Okay, so...
I'm all sports cars and cigars.
Yeah. Sports cars and cigars is not a bad idea. So, second, have you heard about the latest piece of stupidity that Joe Biden's gotten up to?
Maybe, maybe not. He does so much stupid shit. I don't know what the latest is. So, like, let me know.
Well, US President Joe Biden withdraws Donald Trump era attempt to ban TikTok, WeChat.
TikTok,
that sounds TikTok and WeChat. So TikTok you're obviously familiar with, and WeChat is one of the many Chinese social medias. So that sounds like something a communist I would do.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Excuse me, I'm just coughing to death. Yeah, so yeah, he's rolled back Trump's moves to ban TikTok and WeChat for reasons? God knows why.
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, well, because TikTok is I think TikTok is definitely a tool against the Republicans. Like, I have a Democrat friend who was talking about how a bunch of TikTok witches were trying to curse Donald Trump and shit.
Oh, that was good times.
But like also like how they would like organize shit. They're sort of similar to the K-pop community in this way that they'll like organize to completely fuck like anything right wing. So on Twitter they'll get together and be like, "Oh, right wingers have a hashtag that's trending and getting noticed, and people don't like the left. Let's like use the hashtag and then like post completely random unrelated shit and have people upvote it." So like the actual shit relating to the trending thing gets completely drowned out, or like some shit like, "Oh, there's this right-wing event that's going to be sold out anyways, so we're not giving them any more money than they would have gotten. Let's just buy all the tickets so like actual people can't show up and hear them."
Yeah.
So fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it's not to mention the massive frigging national security risks. Like, is it going to try and roll back the ban on having it in the military too?
Oh man.
Who knows?
That is kind of a base thing too, that like the military apparently is like, yeah, no, we're not like flying pride flags at our bases or something. And it's like, that is the appropriate thing. That's not the point of the military to get political, right? Like within a country, the point of the military is that the point of it is that it is the country standing against the rest of the world. There has to be like, the only political attitude allowed within the military is like being pro your country against everything else.
Well, that's it. Like, the military purely exists to employ the force of a nation against outside threats.
Exactly.
Like
that is
ideal to the military.
That is the functional purpose of the military. So that is an ordinate attitude.
Well, it's supposed to be anyway.
Yeah.
It also takes a big chunk of your male unuseful population and gives them something to do.
Well, in America that's true, but in Australia, to get into the military, you basically need to be a university graduate, which is interesting.
Well, I mean more sort of historically.
Oh yes, historically. Well, I'm in favor of expanding the military because, yeah, maybe we want to have more than 20,000 troops when China comes knocking. Maybe.
Well, I mean, I'd be in favor
Sure
of
about that. Wouldn't it be so much better to just bend over backwards like John Cena to Xi Jinping?
No.
I mean, I like the Singaporean model.
Wow.
Is that where everyone's a soldier?
No, in Singapore, everyone does well, at least all the men currently do 2 years national service.
Oh yes.
But national service isn't just so it's obviously it's Army, Navy, Air Force, but then it's also police, ambulance, fire service, Coast Guard. There might be one more, I don't remember.
Are you saying that from the men in Singapore, service guarantees citizenship?
Yeah, well, they don't have any choice, really. But
well, I'm literally typing a pro Heinlein thing in the chat right now.
But what it also does is generate a huge amount of discipline.
Yes, and a sense of cultural identity within your country.
And that it is your country.
Yes.
And that you have some,
well, it is quite literally
ownership of it.
It is quite literally the reason that they implemented the service guarantee citizenship thing. If you have served your country, you feel ownership towards your decisions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But you look at the you look at the crime rates and things in Singapore. They're zero essentially.
Yeah, and probably a large part of it is due to the cultural attitude of respect and things.
Well, it's not just that. They also punish crime, which is I know quite an odd idea.
Yeah, that's
but what they do.
What's
what
this
they do
punish
is they actually
crime concept thing?
Yeah.
Well, what they do is they take the punishments that are written down in the books and they apply them.
So, what you're telling me is that they don't let rapists out of prison unsupervised for 9 months so that they can rape more people. Is that what you're telling me? Because that's my next story for you guys.
Oh God, what?
Yep.
What?
Broome man Rami Rahman, 39, jailed for 19 years for knife-point rape of mother and daughter. But, Broome serial rapist Rami Rahman released from jail unchecked 9 months before new attacks. A convicted rapist who went on to attack 4 others was not supervised when he was let out of jail due to an anomaly in West Australian law. Also, I would just like to direct everyone's attention to the photograph. Do you think if this man was white European, he would have been let out free? Also, thank you for subscribing, Bappity Bean. Do you think this man, if a white European had done the same thing, they would have gone out scot-free? I don't think so, because I can tell you one thing: Broome is not a traditional white European city.
Yeah. Can I just ask a quick question? How many subscribers have you got now?
Let us.
Holy shit, we have 41 subscribers.
I think we've got a bit more than that. Let me have a look in the channel dashboard for the live statistics.
YouTube, right?
Yeah, YouTube.
44. Jesus Christ.
44.
44 subscribers to a shit posting podcast. What the fuck?
Fuck me.
Yeah, thank you everyone who's subscribed today and the guys who are here already. Thank you. It's
how many subscriptions today?
I believe we've had 3 during the podcast.
I'm claiming responsibility for all of those.
That's fine.
Okay by me. Also,
we're okay with that.
My English still happened, but also thank you, Oil. Keep bringing them in. You shall be able to mock me as much as you want, almost.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I made 27 more of those videos, so I mean, it's fine.
Hey, if you really want to mock him, talk about Jane Foster's female Thor.
Yeah. So let me tell you more about the serial rapist. So, the court heard Rahman had only been out of jail for 9 months when he committed the attacks and he'd been in the community unsupervised. He was first convicted in 2017 over the attempted rape of a young girl in the Cable Beach sand dunes. A sentencing transcript revealed Judge Michael Gething...
At least that's romantic.
A sentencing transcript revealed Judge Michael Gething said it was clear Rahman had used force and threats to subdue the girl but had become physically unable to carry out the act of raping her.
At least it can continue.
He was sentenced to 4 years jail with the possibility of parole after 2 years. 4 years jail?
4 years jail in a rape attempt of a kid.
Yep.
So he didn't get wood chipper.
Yep. And it was determined that his crime was not serious enough to warrant supervision.
A rape attempt on a child.
Yeah, because apparently the law in Western Australia determined that attempt and conspiracy do not count as being serious.
Bezek, Australia is no longer allowed to call itself the first world country. It's a fucking third world shit.
Solomon Guthries asks, is this man a citizen? Based on his looks, I would assume that he is a First Nations citizen.
Oh dear.
Yuckamuckamur.
Yes.
No, he's a... Well, not if he's a First Nation citizen, he's not.
Well, he's something, all right. He's a dirty, filthy criminal piece of crap. So, let me tell you what he did. So, serial sex offender who raped a mother and daughter at knife point among a string of other sex attacks in a northern town, WA's town, will spend at least 17 years behind bars. Rami Jonathan Rahman was sentenced in the Broome District Court to 19 years jail with a non-parole period of 17 years after admitting to 3 sexual assaults in the town on June 10th and 11th last year. He was subject to a 4-day police hunt before he was found hiding in a friend's bathtub. The most serious of the assaults on the night of June 11 saw Rahman threaten a 30-year-old woman and her 10-year-old daughter. 10-year-old daughter! With a large knife before raping them both. I don't want to kill anyone, but I'll kill both of you. I'm ready to die, the court heard Rahman told them. And I will remind you that this is in Australia, where it is illegal to possess a firearm for the purposes of self-defense.
But, to be fair, she was over 9, so...
Well, so what you're saying is he's got higher standards than Muhammad?
Yeah, actually he does. That's the only positive thing, which is
so
the
attack
thing
continued.
Anyway. Wood chipper.
The attack continued for several hours, the court was told, before he fled the house. The night before, a teenage girl woke to find him in her bed after he broke into her home. He placed his hand across her chest before she screamed and fled, alerting her family. He fled and arrived a short time later at a second property where he attempted to pull down the pants of a 17-year-old girl, but was forced to leave by other women at the property.
Based.
What the fuck? 4 years for this.
As Solomon Guthrie says, he must have been having a sexual emergency at the time.
No.
Student of history recommends wood chipper, and I agree.
No, wood chipper's too good for this guy.
Yes, but wood chipper feet first.
Well, that's the thing.
Wood chipper crotch first, and then you bend him slowly.
Well, here's the thing. I think some of the sexual, like, assault or whatever laws in the U.S. are, like, too extreme. Like, you can get put on the sex offender registry for publicly urinating at a playground in, like, the middle of the night, right? So it's like, oh, you're at a playground, some shit with kids. It's like midnight. No kid is going to be at the fucking playground. You know, just some teenagers hanging out and taking a piss. But if you get caught for that, you could be put on the sex offender registry. That's kind of fucked up. But it's also like I'd rather err on that side of the like enforcing sexual crimes than like whatever the fuck that side is.
Yeah,
it's about keeping their innocence.
So this piece of shit.
What?
I think he might be talking to one of the people he is volunteering with today. So, not only was the piece of shit jailed in 2017, he was also jailed previously. He is a repeat sexual offender. This is why the death penalty needs to be a thing. This guy can never be let into public again.
Let me guess, the first thing he's going to do when he gets out is going to fucking fuck the first kid he sees, isn't it?
Yeah, he's going to rape someone. I guarantee he is going to rape someone.
Well, funny thing about the death penalty is that there's also like a question of not opposing it from the standpoint of mercy, right? Like a lot of people are like, oh, the death penalty is a cruel and unusual punishment. It's too cruel for people.
But 40 years in prison,
I'm kind of like, if I got like the option between life in prison or just getting executed, would I honestly consider the execution a more cruel punishment than spending the next like 80 years in a cage stuck with a bunch of other crazy people? Right? And so it's like, is like the death penalty really crueler than a life sentence is kind of something that's coming to my mind.
It is a good question, but even if it is, fuck this guy.
Yeah. Oh, another slight philosophical question for you guys. Do you think if we could eliminate child rape, we could also eliminate communism?
Yes.
Well, they have the same root cause.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we could eliminate child rape, would that stop people becoming communists?
Probably stop them becoming Muslim too. And dead silent.
I mean, on a serious level, obviously, no. Because
I just couldn't make a quip. I'm just fuming.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm not fucking happy.
Oh God, this is no. You said this was bad, but fuck me.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. He might try to.
No, but dude,
but Trim isn't a 10-year-old girl. Trim isn't a 10-year-old girl. He's not interested.
But Trim, you gotta, dude, Trim, you gotta take the advice of Ethan from H3H3. Bro. That's what the government says, dude. Just don't even think about it, bro. So fucking
H3H3, please fuck off and jump in a wood chipper if his ideals support shit like this.
Jump in a wood chipper. Go on. Solomon Guthries asks, was Carl doing an interview with Yeonmi Park, that North Korean refugee? I think so. That's supposed to be coming out soon.
To, yeah.
I don't know if he's had the chance to have it yet, but he wants to. He definitely plans to.
Didn't he reach out, but he hasn't got response yet?
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember too well, but he definitely wants to.
I should watch.
I want to hear it.
I actually haven't yet watched Jordan Peterson's conversation with her. Have any of you?
Oh,
no.
I should check that out later today.
Yeah, sounds like a good watch.
Yeah, like I'm, I mean, obviously I'm part of the, Sargon Lotus Eaters community, right? So I'm a Jordan Peterson fan, but I'm a pretty big Jordan Peterson fan. Like I have all 3 of his books. And
don't
shit.
say.
Yeah, I've got all 3 of his books.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, I got
but I mean, typically the Lotus Eater fan base aren't interested in him, right? So.
Well, no, obviously they are, but I mean, I have like all of his books. Like, I got the Hail Lobster T-shirt, and I actually met the dude in person when his book tour came to Austin. I got a picture with him.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just let me stop you there, guys. I'm going to expose this guy right now because Second Plague is Jordan Peterson. He is Jordan Peterson. He has a picture where this dude who you see in his video speak, right? The thing is, that isn't Second Plague. That is basically a stand-in with Jordan Peterson standing behind the camera, speaking, and then the kid is basically just moving his mouth.
You think it's Jordan Peterson? You think it's Jordan Peterson in a monkey Halloween costume?
No, it's not a Halloween costume. It's Jordan Peterson. What's it called?
In a monkey costume.
No, well, if that's a word for it. What's it called? It's not linguistic. Ventriloquism.
Well, he's like, apparently, according to Trim's conspiracy, Jordan Peterson is hiring this like guy as like an actor to do the body thing for like every video comment while he just dubs over it.
Speaking yourself in third person. That's just creepy.
Seems plausible.
I know, right? Because the thing is when you can launch into a full-on Jordan Peterson tirade without a second's hesitation or a.
Well, here's the thing, Grim. You were accusing me of being Jordan Peterson. You were speaking mistruths that you know to be mistruths. Which
I'm
is
on you. I'm on to you, Peterson. I'm on to you.
Well, no, you can fail to tell the truth because you don't know it. You're saying what you think is true, but it's obviously not true. So speaking the truth is a level higher from not saying what you know to be untrue. Because a person can be honest and still say things that aren't true because they believe them. But a person who says things that they do not believe is obviously going against the very spirit of truth. We can't be expected to know everything, but we can be expected to communicate things to the best degree we understand them and to not mislead people, to not get in the habit of twisting the world to suit our whims, because once you do that, man, it is a dangerous path to arrogance, to thinking you can be the arbiter of reality. And when you do that, you can take your enemies and go into resentment as well, man. So it's the evil trinity,
resentment, arrogance, and deceit. You don't want to do that.
See what I mean, guys? See
Yeah,
what
okay.
I mean?
I'm going
Yeah.
to clip that, and that's going to be a video of it signed.
Not even a single moment of hesitation. Not even a break. Just all of it. I am on to you, Peterson.
To be fair, guys, I also have to admit to using special effects to create my videos. Although I think you'll notice quite seamless.
Yes.
I mean, I thought it was me.
Yeah, you use a very photorealistic trim puppet.
I was just like, when I was like, I'm gonna wind him up, I've got to get him. I was like, how would I do that? And then I was like, how am I gonna make a pup? Oh, I know. Bit of Google, bit of Amazon.
You didn't even get me winded up. I loved every second of both videos, and I almost died laughing. That's fucking beautiful.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna get a lot worse. I'll be honest.
Of course, but I should be able to handle a joke.
I have a few things in mind.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want some vocalization to him, just give me a sound.
Oh no! We're gonna do that. I'm gonna do two sets of. I've got There's gonna be the sort of ripping on you, sort of one, and Norwegian cooking for beginners classes. I think we'll do.
Works for me, dude. Works for me.
Yeah.
This is like I love it because this is like a just for the memes like conflict.
Yeah.
I'm not even going keto, so it's like
yeah.
After all that.
Although, I will say as a suggestion before that oil guy posts the next video, you need Trim. You need to respond to that and be very clear that that's what you're responding to in a way that recaptures the context because they obviously missed the context today. So kind of
I'm not that good at making it. What should I do? Should I be like standing there with a bucket of flour and just like, oh hey, whatever? I don't know. If anyone can help me out with it, I would be grateful.
You should just reenact the video. You should reenact the video. Make a cock pastry and just fucking go for it.
Yep, and then eat it.
Yeah, just make a fucking cock pastry. Everyone will get it. Just me.
Fuck it. I'll see what I can get tomorrow.
Yeah. No, but yeah, you got to communicate the because they lost the context in the second video.
But I just couldn't. But they didn't get it in the first one. I thought he got it in the first one, but he obviously didn't understand it, or.
Yeah.
They got it when they saw the Learn to Code book, right, with the chef waving over.
Yeah, they got that one.
Didn't get it afterwards.
I still don't think they actually attributed it to you though.
They
just said, "I love that oil guy's good bands," but I don't think he actually.
I remember that. I remember that Callum said. I remember that Callum actually said that he referred to the battle between us.
Yeah,
I can remember he did that.
But he doesn't seem to have. He doesn't seem to have fully thought that the chef was, there's a ginger fucking chef.
A ginger fucking chef.
No, I think he got it the first time, but the problem was the second one was too far removed from that it didn't connect.
Hmm.
I thought it was so literal. It was I didn't need to explain it.
Well, right, but I mean, you had to do it sooner, man. With my imitations, I did Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, and Tucker Carlson 3 days in a row. So they internalized that awareness of me.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to keep it for nice Friday special sort of thing, something to look forward to.
Yeah. So let me guess, this is gonna end up becoming the. I'm gonna be low key ending up as the cock pastry guy, ain't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's certainly my plan. Yeah. That's certainly my plan.
No, dude, Trim, you gotta do a vagina pastry to be, and then be huh? You thought you were getting me? No, I make vagina pastries here. I'm a real man. I'm super straight.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
That would be good too. So, I've got a couple more news stories for you guys. What would you like to hear?
Oh, good.
Would you like to hear about terrorists getting released from prison due to female privilege? Would you like to have scum whining about being scum? Would you like me to rant for possibly the next 4 hours on COVID? And I have a white pill for the end.
So wait, was it you? Wait, was it you or like, was it you or somebody else who said, or was it you or Jezza? Politicization of sports.
It was going to be Jezza, but I think he went drinking and accidentally couldn't make it.
Well, I'm drinking and smoking weed.
Nice.
And I'm
Yeah,
sober.
but remember, it's Jezza went drinking in Australian time.
Ah.
So he was probably very much unconscious before we even started.
I'm still driving. I mean, I've been driving since 12 o'clock. So I've been doing deliveries for 7 hours now.
Ooh, damn. Good. That's a decent drive.
Oh yeah, kind of funny thing, because there were some people earlier, or somebody earlier mentioned like the Simpsons with like the mutant three-eyed goldfish, right? Because the nuclear power.
Yeah, because of the nuclear power.
Yeah, but kind of the funny thing is like the bong I have, which for legal reasons I'm gonna say is for tobacco only, but which I've taken a couple puffs from this podcast. Like it is like made with a certain kind of glass that reacts to UV lighting, so it looks really cool and shit. But the percolator in it, like that's like based on the design, on top of the water is like a three-eyed goldfish, like the one from The Simpsons. And when you put it under UV lighting, like used bong water turns green. So it literally looks like the three-eyed mutant fish from The Simpsons swimming around in green water when you put it under UV lighting.
Yeah,
so
that's pretty cool. Phil K, thanks for giving us a subscribe. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Are people still like? Is the chat? I mean, obviously I can't see it. Are people like chatting on the YouTube?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Huh?
I mean, Robert Longshaw, melancholy poet, Solomon Gruntist, and student of history.
Yeah.
I'm just listening to this on my phone, so I've got no idea what's going on.
Student of history has apparently missed a few minutes. We were talking about how, for obvious social reasons, pedophile rapists were let free until they commit more pedophile rape.
Followed by angry Thomas noises, and I actually smacked my head into a wall.
Yeah.
It didn't help. Well,
Yes.
actually, it kind of did, but not much.
So, yes. So here's... I'll pick one at random. Turkey's going full feminist.
Okay.
What?
Former Australian citizen and ISIS bride Zara Daman free in Turkey despite 7-year prison sentence. Would you like to guess why they let her free from prison?
Because she's a woman?
There was no one else available to care for her 2 children.
Hey. Women have no privilege over men. Men have all the privilege, guys.
Oh yeah, she's got all the privilege despite the fact that she was married 3 times to ISIS terrorists and all 3 of them were killed for being ISIS terrorists. Yeah. And despite the fact that she's got a 7-year prison sentence, she's been let free because she needs to look after her kids. Solomon Guthrie says she left her kids for ISIS. No. This stupid bitch had kids with ISIS members. She was 19 when she left. It was a different dumb bitch that left her kids for ISIS.
You know what's weird? I'm actually being sort of white-pilled by this. Shows how Western governments are. It's like, at least this decision, there's a lot of fucked up shit in there, but at least it kind of recognizes a mother's responsibility to care for her own children. Like I'm like probably more pro-life than most of the people here, but it is kind of this weird thing where it's like the left so vociferously argues for universal healthcare and welfare and shit, but then is like, oh, it's your responsibility to take care of these strangers. But then it's like, if a woman conceives a child she doesn't want, then it's like, yeah, just kill your own child so you can get out of it. Like, it's so fucking perverse how it's like, oh, like you have more responsibility to a random person than a mother has to her own child in the eyes of the state or in the eyes of progressives. It's so weird to me.
Sounds of America here. Was that seagulls or police sirens?
I don't think it's coming from me.
Oh. Because I heard
As
definitely
student of
not.
history points out, second, yes, but also does an ISIS terror bride, is that an ISIS terror bride actually the person you want raising children? I'm going to go with
exactly.
no.
Exactly. No, she isn't, which is, I'm not saying the decision is good. I'm just noting that
Yeah.
they still, like, obviously respect the importance of, like, mothers, like, raising their own kids,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Like, mothers
like, the
raising their own
decision is
kids
still-
is usually a moral good.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they
Whereas
happen to
the
be an
decision
Islamic
is still,
terrorist.
like, fucked, but it's, like, in comparison to, like, the UK, I don't know, releasing, like, fucking rapists or whatever and shit. And then also having that progressive mindset of it's everyone else's responsibility to take care of your kids. I'm just kind of pointing out that difference there. It's obviously still fucked.
Yeah. And one of the just annoying things about this whole situation is the ABC being a leftist shithole like the BBC that should get the same fucking treatment, which is defunded. Australian women still at risk is the conclusion the ABC has released. Because the convicted terrorists aren't allowed to come back to Australia, and that's a bad thing because social justice?
So they became a terrorist, and then the people they joined up with want to rape them.
Yep, and then they have kids, and they're married like 3 times, and all their husbands get killed. But they voluntarily went to join ISIS, a terrorist organization, but they should get to come back to Australia.
You see,
Okay.
it's kind of one of those things where I would have more sympathy, actually, if it was somebody who grew culture. Right, where it's like, take a woman. She marries some jihadi ISIS guy, and she grows up with, oh, this is fucked. I need to get my kids away from this. And then, like, she wants to, like, seek asylum. Like, that is a more sympathetic case than somebody
That's
who
actually
grew up in a Western
entirely
country who
sympathetic.
joined ISIS and
Because then
wants to
you're
come back.
fleeing persecution.
Exactly. But I mean, it's kind of the point where it's like there's a difference between someone who grows up in it and then is like, I'm in danger and like gets red pilled on how fucked it is and wants to get away, as opposed to like someone who joins it and then it's fucked and then they want to return.
That's it. The person who's raised into it is a victim. The person who joins it willingly is a co-conspirator.
Yeah.
And yet, the ABC is whining that there are at least 63 Australian women and children trapped in dangerous conditions in detention camps in Syria's northeast. Don't fucking care.
I agree
you went to Israel.
Take the kids, leave the wench simple as.
Yeah, sounds good.
Go.
No, terrorists get the nuke too.
Well, works for me.
Well, and it's kind of this thing where it's like, from a Christian perspective, like, I believe in the redeemability of, right? And so it's like, if there was like a 100% guarantee this woman would return, be like a normal fucking human being, like, I'd want that for her, but that's not a 100% guarantee. And when you deal with bringing someone back into the country and letting them loose free, it's like, it's not just a question of love for that person specifically. It's also a love for all the people who are already in the country. What risk are you willing to expose them to? And then the question of guilt and innocence comes in.
Yeah. And even if these people do come back to Australia, like, what's the value in having them in our prisons? Because this bitch should spend the rest of her life in prison for treason.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Solomon Guthrie mentions like the.
Well, sorry, second, you've cut out again. We've lost you.
Imagine the
Solomon Guthrie mentions like the kids in the Palestine TV show. Wasn't that shit aired in Britain too?
Really?
Yeah.
God, why?
Oh dear.
It's like if you're gonna be in a country that is against free speech, at least shut down the terrorism, right? Like if you're already against free speech, don't allow like terrorism networks. Like,
yeah, if you don't care about free speech and rights and shit, why not at least eliminate the terrorists?
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I think things are going to get much more interesting in Israel in the short term.
So I think so too.
I'm pro-Israel, so yes, I hope so.
I really don't give a shit at this point.
Well, you know, there's this sort of coalition. This coalition that's looking to push out Netanyahu. Do you think they're
crap.
left or do you think they're more right wing or more left wing than Netanyahu?
They've got to be left wing of him. All right.
No.
Oh, they're not. Ooh, so things will get the good kind of interesting.
Well, it's a big coalition of people, but there's some very strong, you know, there's some very strong right wing part of it, and you know, they a big chunk of the people were condemning Netanyahu for not being strong enough, not for going in hard.
Yeah.
So I guess the answer to the Netanyahu question, you get rid of him. Fuck. If you get rid of him, who do you think is going to fill the power vacuum is the question.
Someone even more based.
This can get really.
The thing is, actually, he's really, you know, like you say what you like about it, but the Israelis have gone to huge lengths not to kill civilians. I mean, they've killed loads of civilians, but I mean,
they haven't done it on purpose.
Yeah, but I did a video I did a little video showing just how insanely easy it would be for Israel just to wipe Palestine off the face.
Yeah, we saw that God comment.
Yeah, and it was just, you know, it's insanely easy for them to do it, and to say that they're being anything but restrained is stupid, because obviously if they just wanted to kill them, they'd do it. Just could do it.
Yeah, absolutely. They remember why that's a bad thing, though. Yeah, no one could stop them.
Well, that's the thing. Like, the left fetishizes weakness. So because Palestine is like weaker military speaking and they're browner, then the left sympathies all go towards them. And I'm not necessarily saying that everything Israel done has been on the up and up there. I mean, I'm sure there's some shit where they've like gone overboard or gone too far, but it's kind of this thing where it's like they're judging entirely the basis of who has what power and who has what skin color. And it's kind of like, you know, the fact that if it was like the other way around, that Palestine would have just erased them from the map right now, I think that's worth like mentioning, obviously.
Like, isn't it like literally the second thing in their fucking in their manifesto to murderize Israel off the face of the earth?
Okay, exactly, gang. And the idea that Israel or inferiorness is just absolutely asinine, folks. And I'll tell you more about that in just 1 second. But first, you need Policy Genius to help you find a better life insurance. Type policygenius.com/Ben for 20% off. Okay, gang? My wife's a doctor, so life insurance is important.
And I repeat, if we ever get a single offer to be a commercial for something that isn't a fucking scam or bullshit like that, we'll have you read it up.
Someone in chat, much earlier, jokingly said, "Oh, the Sultans of Shadilay are sponsored by Russia." I'm like, bitch, if Russia offered me cash, I'd take it in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've literally taken Russian money before, so you know.
Russian than Chinese.
I'm quite happy to take Russian state money, no problem.
Same.
It's
good
money. It's
the Sultans of Shadilay, sponsored by the Russian government.
Well, here's the thing: like, as long
I've taken Russian money, I've taken Kazakhstani money, I've taken Singaporean money, I've taken Dutch
what
money,
about
I've taken
Kyrgyzstani
American
money, huh?
money, I've taken Canadian money, I've taken
And
French
Norwegian.
money, I've taken Monegasque money, I've taken Norwegian money. I will take anybody's fucking money. I don't care.
You'll take anybody's money, and doing work for it is optional.
I mean, especially if it's just
not so much optional as it is
unpreferred. You know.
Well, I mean, I would say like the moral question is:
Suboptimal.
are you doing what you would do otherwise? And if so, if someone wants to like give you money for doing what you would do anyways, like what's the problem with that? And
Well,
the left
I guess the moral question is that I'll do the oil stuff for anyone. The military stuff, I'm a bit more picky about, I guess.
That is
That is
I mean,
reasonable.
like, if you would do it anyway, so obviously you're not going to do your shit in a way you consider unethical, right? But it's kind of like the left like gets on that with Planned Parenthood. They're like all these politicians, or not Planned Parenthood, the NRA. All these politicians are bought by the NRA according to the left, but it's like more likely that these guys like already fucking agree with the NRA, so the NRA is giving them money. It's not like their views have been compromised. It's that they already agree, and so the people who agree with them are giving them money. It's not like they're corrupt or anything. And the thing is, the left is aware of that concept because Planned Parenthood and the abortion lobby is as big of a lobby in politics money-wise as the NRA, as the pro-Second Amendment lobby. Yet the left never casts that accusation that Democrat, like, fucking politicians are bought by Planned Parenthood, because it's obvious they agree with Planned Parenthood and that Planned Parenthood is giving them money because they agree with them, as opposed to, like, giving them money to change their position on something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't worry too much about the morality of my work. I work on the basis that somebody much higher paid than me decides whether it's moral to use it or not.
Yeah.
Man, this is a really good chat. Gotta admit. It's only got quiet though.
Yeah, I make what they want to make. You know, well, try to make what they want to make.
This is how you should do. Business is business.
I mean, like, I've worked on all sorts of weird shit over the. I mean, like some of the. You realize as well, like in military development, and the vast majority of stuff that gets designed never, or even prototypes, never ever gets into use. I mean, even stuff that works, is, weapons are produced that are kept secret and kept because they don't want people to know that they have them. They're kept so long that they become, obsolete, and then they're just destroyed. They're never used. There's tons of stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, how much of modern warfare now is honestly?
And we've lost everything you just said, second. Sorry, man.
Well, how much of like modern warfare is just kind of political theater at this point?
Well, all of it.
Every single thing.
I mean, all the weapons that you think are the things that you should be worried about are not the things that you should be worried about.
Exactly. What we should be worried about is the weather-altering devices that are going to fuck up the weather and cause droughts in Texas that are going to kill a lot of American citizens. You think the government doesn't have those things? They have those things.
If you realistically think that you could hit a first world country with an ICBM, you're just fucking ridiculous. The ICBM's a 1950s piece of technology. Just no.
Well, for those of you who live in first world countries, that must be a nice thing to think about.
Yeah. Oh fuck. Like,
I mean, think about some of the technology that exists, right? You think about the Israeli Iron Dome, right? That's the thing to shoot down. That's the thing to shoot down small, unguided rockets that are, a meter, sort of a meter long and sort of 4 or 6 inches in, diameter. Like an ICBM's like 4 to 6, like 4 meters across. And
like hell, America doesn't have shit designed to wipe that out.
30 meters. I mean, like, as if you could get one anywhere near anywhere that, that is for, America or France or Britain or Germany or something like that. I mean, fuck off. That'd be so ridiculous. I mean, of course you can't. I mean, the Germans have a fucking laser tank. You know this? I mean, it's not hidden. You can look it up. Yeah, but they've got a fucking tank with a laser that I've seen test fires for, where they were shooting 60mm stainless steel balls out of the sky at a 2-kilometer range. I mean,
so what you're
just
saying
evaporating them out of the air, just like,
yes.
come
So
on.
what you're saying is that the left is largely impervious to attack from like weaker countries.
The left or the West?
The West.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if that's what you're saying, it's like I kind of have to wonder how much of the playing up of external threats and in the political atmosphere, where it's like, oh, if we do the wrong thing, this country will like nuke us and fuck us over. I have to wonder how much of that is like played up by the left as an excuse for their own policy positions at that point.
Yeah, but you have to think of the countries that are nukeable. So America, bits of America probably nukeable because just pure landmass purposes. It's hard to cover the whole thing. UK can't really be hit by anything anywhere because it's so fucking dense. There's not a square inch of the UK that isn't covered by anti-aircraft weapons and things like that. There is none of it. Britain learned its lesson in the Second World War. So, but like China, I mean, China's not bits of China is first world. The vast majority of China is third world. The upshot of a war with China is you can hit any bit of China and kill a Chinese person. It wouldn't be hard. No, it's true, right? Population density, landmass. You've got to think about these things.
Yeah.
Whereas the UK is a much how would anybody attack the really? How would anybody attack the UK?
Across the English Channel from France with submarines. Wait, no, that was tried and didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Or with chimpanzees infected with a virus that make you lose all sense of self-control and just succumb to a violent rage for about a month or two.
But people, till the 8 days live. People are people in this country think that they're a huge threat. Also, you have to be really motivated to attack Britain. There's a lot easier places to go. Better, bigger rewards. It's like, why would you? It's a hard place to get to.
Well, actually, Solomon Guthries brings up a very good point that ties into something that actually happened recently. He says the satellite wars are coming. It's all about communication and tech now. The first strike will take out a ton of American satellites. The second attack will be denial of service on a never-before-seen scale. Possibly, and especially considering that apparently 75% of the fucking internet is on Amazon servers, won't be fucking difficult.
But do you think the rest of the world couldn't simply cut off China's communications to the rest of the world?
Oh, I'm sure they could. If all the Chinese weren't already in Australia.
Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, the left are so internationalist, but like the one area where they need to be internationalist, they're like, oh, let's keep cucking to China.
No, but I mean, like, China's economy is entirely export driven, right? So you can crush them basically just by you could just stop buying their stuff. That's it.
Yeah, what we need is an outspoken leader who refuses to cut to China and demands onshore production. Fuck, we tried that and the left has swinged about it.
Let me guess. He's supposed to have a yellow toupee, orange Cheeto powder in his face.
Yeah, basically.
And he
the
likes
thing
to
is,
say the word huge.
We know the left could get away with this too, because they could just stop trading with China and then like print a bunch of money and give it to people to create the illusion that it hasn't created a problem. Like, it would obviously create an economic problem, but they've proven they're capable of creating the illusion that it doesn't if they just print a bunch more money. So they're capable enough of like deceiving people into thinking that no hit has been taken from not trading with China if they like throw in the money printing and the media propaganda.
Well,
the left is fully capable of like doing that, but they don't.
Well,
Like they could
not
use their
only
evil powers for good, and they don't.
yeah, not only that, but they also have the perfect ideologically consistent reason to do so. If they remove the Chinese dick from their mouth, they'll be able to see that brown people are being abused and genocide against in China, and that sounds like an excellent reason to stop trading with China. All they need to do is remove the tiny Chinese dick from their mouths.
Yeah, like if we could get the left on board, it would be so easy to be like, fuck China.
That's actually going to be one of the points I will ask the people doing the whole. We have an election in Norway soon, so when they start doing these, they don't do like massive rallies and shit, but they have people in the local memberships of each party stand around to, tell people why you should vote us and blah blah blah. I'm actually going to ask every party with what is your intention with China?
Dude, if you can get away with it, see if you can video it. We'll put it up.
I can try that.
We'll pimp that out to the later seeders and see if we can't get that going.
I'll ask nicely.
Yeah. Well, theoretically, they should be fine with it.
They should, but I don't want to be too much of a disrespectful cunt.
Oh yeah, don't be disrespectful about it, but I can't imagine that they'd have an issue if you were like, hey, I'd like to film this while I ask you these questions. Is that okay? I can't imagine they'd have too much of an issue with that, and if they do, who cares? Move on.
The people standing there are just pretty much the average day people. As one thing I'm really proud of my country is how undramatic our politics are. Of course, we have our fair share of idiocy and stupidity. Like, we have our own director of tadpole collecting. That happened today. Yeah, stupid as fuck, but hey, at least it's no fucking drama. So, small blessing, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I can do
Robert Longshore has a point. Tell them you're a citizen journalist.
That'd be cool.
I mean, I've actually been thinking about doing something like that myself, because you remember that story I told you about the youngest drag queen? I've actually been thinking of going out and interviewing local politicians, going, is any of my money going towards this child abuse?
Still have nightmares about that, by the way.
Good.
Actual fucking
nightmares. So do I. But it's just fucking filth. It's just filth. Get away from the children, you fucking freaks.
I won't fucking try either.
Yeah. So, for a little bit of a lighter story, do you want to laugh at some scum complaining that they're being treated like scum?
Go on.
Okay.
You've never played Tuber Simulator.
What'd he say?
Yeah, I had caught none of that.
It was a PewDiePie meme. I was like, you were like, what? And I was like,
and you were like,
God,
what?
What is wrong with your mic, dude?
I don't know. But like, Trim, you were like, what? And I was like, you've never played Tuber Simulator.
No.
It was like a PewDiePie meme.
Right. So, this comes from a news article titled, Murdered Toddler's Dad Tells Court His Pain is Unbearable.
Good. Now give him more. More pain.
No, we don't do that. So, the child was murdered by her mother's boyfriend, and her mother failed to get her medical attention.
Wait, okay, so it's a mother and her boyfriend.
Yeah. So, on June 19th, 2018, the 20-month-old girl died from multiple injuries, including bleeding and swelling on the brain, hemorrhaging to both eyes, 6 broken ribs, and a collapsed lung. The girl's mother, who cannot be named for legal reasons, was found guilty of manslaughter earlier this year. Cannot be named after being found guilty.
She's the one who deserves pain, and the other fucker. Well, I formally apologize to the father.
So, do you want to hear what the mother had to say about this?
Go on.
So, she said, I've been subjected to abuse. The impact it has had has been extremely difficult. I've struggled greatly. I've become severely depressed, suffered anxiety, and I have reoccurring nightmares. Good! You deserve to suffer, you fucking bitch.
Yeah, I approve.
Yeah.
More of this.
So she then goes on to say, I have been subjected to online abuse. I've been subjected to abuse from the public, which has made tasks like going to the shops extremely difficult. Oh no! The person who stood,
the horror,
the piece of shit who stood by where her child was murdered was subjected to online abuse. You're right, there is a problem there. Why the fuck was this bitch allowed outside?
That's a better question.
Yep.
What the fuck is wrong with your country?
Yeah. It's like, losing my daughter is still something I struggle with every day. Good. Fuck you.
On struggling is all I say.
I have so many unanswered questions about my beautiful little girl. Is there something I could have done? Something I could have known? Yes, you could have called a fucking ambulance. That would have been an excellent fucking start.
Yeah, that should have read, not losing my daughter is something I struggle with, should have been being complicit in the murder of my child is something I struggle with every day. That would have been more
yes,
accurate.
but she's a woman, so she's not responsible for her own actions, remember?
Of course. How dare I use fucking expectations?
Oh, yep. Defense barrister, even after the jury's guilty finding, defense barrister Terry Healy said his client maintained she did not know her co-accused, Timothy Andrew Whiteley. Oh, so he's named, but she isn't. Thank you, ABC. Had delivered fatal blows to her child. Right. So her issue was that she didn't know he'd delivered fatal blows. Not that he'd hit the kid in the fucking first place and didn't get help. Oh, she didn't know it was fatal. Right, so if it hadn't been fatal, the bruising and damage would have been fine and you would have just carried on.
Fine, yeah.
Guys, no. I need to mute myself for a second. Just
like, what the actual fuck?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Yet another perfect example of a fucking woman being complicit in the murder of their own child who did nothing and is now whining about it.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear. If he hadn't killed her child, she would still be with that guy now.
Yeah, and he would have continued beating the child. It's like, no, I feel no sympathy for this woman. I'm sure there are useless pieces of shit going, oh no, she was abused. No, fuck that. This bitch let her kid get killed.
She's a victim too.
Let me guess. No, she just did a late abortion, guys. It's okay. It's just a late
it's
abortion.
not quite that stupid in Australia yet, but they're rapidly working on it.
Yeah, it fucking seems like it's on the way there. Jesus.
Oh, fuck me. Well,
actually, to be fair, if they let those late abortions through, millennials are in fucking trouble.
You do realise that Trim and I count as millennials.
It's a sacrifice.
Trim is a Norwegian, and that does not count.
I am willing to make that sacrifice, even if it means putting myself on that chopping block.
The Norwegians are not millennials. There are no Norwegian millennials, I don't think.
Right,
I'm pretty sure.
Not in the sense that you guys think of it.
No, we do have our. We do have our. Yeah, we do have our kinda there, but not even they get that retarded. They have to be fully Americanized. But what? Sorry.
The outdoor culture of Norway is too strong for it to develop a millennial in the way that Norwegians are very self-sufficient generally.
Yeah, because
of the outdoorsy nature of their lives. It's not. I don't think it's possible to develop a millennial culture the way that big cities have.
Yeah, because if you
even in Oslo, Oslo's done.
Actually, that has changed a bit in cities like up to Trondheim, at least. The third biggest city. Yeah. There are that kind of culture there, but it doesn't get far out. It just is around the central area, and it just fucking dies out when you get further out.
But you know what I mean? But even in Oslo is obviously the main, big city, and even in Oslo, people are finishing work and taking buses into the mountains to go skiing after work, and then coming home again, or going up to cabins for the weekends and stuff like that. And so you don't get they're not spending all their day fucking on Twitter and Instagram and shit like that. Even the young people are still going out and doing outside things, and so they're not falling into the sort of bubble of just living on the internet.
was trying to take a bicycle trip in the woods, but I decided that this podcast is a lot more fun.
Yeah. So I've got something along the same lines of people refusing to take responsibility for their actions. Slightly less tragic story, though. Someone still dies, but this time it's the piece of shit responsible. So,
That's good.
Okay.
online backlash shatters Bailey Penny's family after Bowen's stolen car crash. The sister of a 13-year-old boy killed in a stolen car that crashed in North Queensland on Wednesday says her heartbroken family is devastated. A barrage of negative social media comments aimed at them. Oh, boo fucking who?
I'm
Correct response.
so sorry that it happened. Oh God.
Yeah. So
humanity. Do you buy it?
So,
Yeah,
dumb fuck was killed when a car he was driving rolled and caught fire. A 14-year-old passenger was taken to hospital for treatment. His sister, some useless slag, as Melancholy Poet points out, oh no, not negative social media comments, anything but that. So, this idiot's useless piece of shit sister said she had to turn off social media after witnessing a barrage of hateful comments on posts about the incident. Have you considered not supporting criminal scum?
I think you're asking too much.
As Robert Longshore points out, Bogan's out again. Yes, definitely a Bogan.
What's a
Wait,
bogan?
isn't Bogan spelled with an A instead of a E?
Yes.
Bogan?
Bogans,
Yeah,
Bogans
there
are
was an
basically
Australian-
white trash.
Yeah, there was like there was an Australian like foreign exchange student in my Christian group on campus for a while, so I picked up on the Bogan thing.
Yeah, they're basically deep south trailer trash.
Okay, we have one of those.
Billy
we call
Blogs
them
asked,
Dardis.
"Did they steal the car?" Yes, yes, they did.
We call them Dardis.
Yeah, but I think every culture has their own version of a bogan. Like you've got the
They do.
chavs in England and whatnot.
Yeah, in Scotland they're called Neds,
Hello,
Yeah.
Ned.
and it actually has an interesting. You'll quite enjoy this. The
Go
term
on.
actually comes from the school system, and it actually comes from the Scottish school system. And the NED actually stands for non-educated delinquent.
Oh, yep, sounds right. Yep.
But it's official Scottish education.
Yeah. So, something else the stupid bitch says about it is, I got to the point I couldn't even look at social media because there was so much negativity when our whole family's hearts are bleeding. Have you considered not being bogans? The last thing a family at a time like this needs to see. Maybe it is because you're partially responsible. The family understands that bad decisions have happened, but you can't blame them. Yes, we can. We can blame car thieves who kill themselves and severely injure someone else for their fucking actions. 13's old enough to know that shit's wrong. No, it was someone else in the car. So also a criminal scum.
But what if he'd hit a pedestrian or something, you know?
Oh, I'm sure they wouldn't care. He was a good boy who didn't do nothing.
No insurance to pay for the damaged car either.
Wait, so what exactly did they post? Or what exactly did they post that got all this outrage?
I think it was just generic news stories posted on Twitter, like someone going like, dipshit dies in car crash. And then people are like, fucking idiot deserves it. And I think that's what they're having an issue with.
So, like, the family posted the story and then people got mad at them posting the story?
I think they got mad specifically at the comments because someone would have posted the story and then the replies would have been like, haha, fuckwit deserves it. Or fuck around and find out. Or play dumb games, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Shit like that. And of course, they wank on about, all excuses. Unfortunately, our mum passed away last year. He's just started to spiral. It's like he couldn't grieve or get over it. He became almost emotionless and blocked everything. Okay, so why didn't you get him therapy? It's fucking free.
Or a hand job.
Free? Well, that too.
He's
13, they're already
so,
white trash, right? They're already white trash. Doesn't really stop them.
Melancholy Poet says that they have a cousin who did something similar, but he was high at the time, was being chased by the cops, and 2 people in his car died. Pretty much everyone in my family disowned him. Yes, as you fucking should. And then the family goes on to say, we never would have thought he would have gone to the extent of stealing a car or doing something silly like that. But yeah, something silly like that. No, it's fucking stupid. It's not silly. It's not... It's
silly.
not...
Criminal, one might call it.
Yes, it's not fucking teenage fucking around on fucking bikes, throwing rocks and the like. That's silly shit. No, this is criminal bullshit. And if they'd hit someone, it would have been murder.
Do you really think they?
But we never would have thought he would have gone to the extent of something. Is it because you were too wrapped up in yourselves, you selfish cunts, to pay attention to the kid?
Maybe.
Maybe. He'd been living in a state-run halfway house in the month leading up to his death. Right, so the family had fucked up.
Of course
he was already a criminal piece of shit.
Of course. How vibrant.
How vibrant.
I love that sentence.
Yeah.
Miss Penny said she did not want Bay's death to define him. Yeah, well, that kind of happens when you're a car stealing piece of shit criminal. You get what you fucking deserve.
God, that's a good time. I mean,
he really is a didn't do nothing. He had a heart of gold, but there was more to him. He's all about the outdoors, fishing, camping, football. He's had it tough, like a lot of people have. Yeah, he's a didn't do nothing.
Wait, so here's what I want to know. Did the family bring this into the public?
Seems like it.
Well, they apparently decided to go public with their wankery about it, which is how we get this news story.
Right. I mean, that's kind of the thing where it's like, I'm not going to get mad at, like, the family for continuing to, like, love their erstwhile child. You know, I'm a family value guy, but it's kind of like that thing where it's like, they post their child's like fuck up to the world and then arguing.
There's not anything wrong with going, he's our brother or my son and I still love him. No, that's not an issue. It's when because you can quite simply go like, he's a fuck up and an idiot, but he's still our family. What they're doing is they're denying the fucking fault of his actions.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I wouldn't necessarily say they're obligated to say that, depending on whether or not they brought it into the public eye. And this is what I'm kind of like curious about. Were they the ones who like brought this into focus for everyone, or was it somebody else and then they got somebody else who wasn't them and then they got drawn into it? My level of sympathy for them kind of differs on that basis, because it's like, if they and their family get dragged into the whole thing by somebody else posting it on social media, and then they're like driven to like try and defend their child, it's like, I have a bit more sympathy for that. But if they're the ones who like sparked the whole discussion to begin with, then it's like the dignified thing is to like not put that in the public eye and to like feel like fuck.
Yeah, I think it came from them having an overly emotional reaction to people going fuck around, play stupid games, win stupid prizes on fucking news articles on the interwebs. Have you considered that if someone dies in the middle of a criminal act, maybe you shouldn't go on Twitter looking them up?
Yeah,
like. Sure, there is some sympathy to be had for him, but also for the family. But who cares?
I don't know. Like, I mean, I can put more judgment on the person who did the thing, and you know, probably some of the shit the family did might have been like responsible for that. I don't know. I just kind of have this like.
Well, I want to know.
Kind of got like drawn into this, and it's like, to me, it kind of seems like they're between like a rock and a hard place, where it's like, there's no like winning. Either they, you know, just kind of let, you know, somebody they love get kind of like utterly torn into on an emotional level, or they come in and defend.
I wouldn't have too much sympathy for him, because for the same reason I have no sympathy for the family of Stabby McStabby bitch who got shot the fuck up over in America.
Shut the fuck up and shut the fuck down.
Yeah, you don't end up in the care of child services if you're not a monumental fuck up. Because it takes absolute fucking atrocities to get child services to actually do something.
Yeah, that's true.
But I do get where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from. But
I agree with the position of second there.
Yeah,
but
I think you've got a good position. But
Yeah,
If,
and
if
I
they
mean,
try
well,
to
it's
do
also
the
like
whole
how much of that
sympathy
is
game
like
afterwards, then
disproportionate.
they can just go fuck themselves. And sorry for talking over you again.
Right, but I mean, it is also kind of this thing where even if they do something up that they deserve to be criticized for, like, there is also the question of, you know, if their child was like just kind of a fuck up who missed out on doing that and become a story, like they're still owed criticism, but kind of like viral criticism, let's say, where that kind of comes in, where it's kind of like, is that maybe a bit disproportionate? And it's like it's kind of the question where it's like between say Greta Thunberg and Nick Sandman, right? Where it's like regardless of who you think is right in their views, it's kind of like Nick Sandman kind of got turned into a national story, whereas that's kind of what Greta Thunberg intended to do. So it's like even if hypothetically Greta Thunberg was in the right and Nick Sandman in the wrong, you know, I feel like Nick Salmon's criticism would be more kind of fucked because he didn't choose to put himself in the public light by that. It like that. It just kind of happened to him. He had no intention of being a public figure, I guess.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
kind of dropped out a bit there, so I didn't get everything. Sorry.
Yeah, who knows? It's a
Someone
series of
give me the
bad decisions,
TDLR.
starting with the parents, I'm sure.
I didn't get everything he said. Could someone give me the TDLR?
I can't really explain it well enough, but
Wait,
yeah.
I said it wrong, didn't I? TLDR.
Yeah.
Retard Thomas again. Woo!
Yeah.
So basically, it's kind of a thing where even if somebody does something worth criticism, like kind of, you know, criticism from people around them versus kind of viral online criticism, I think there's a distinction between somebody who intends to be a public figure and somebody who just kind of gets drawn into it. Like, regardless of who's right between Greta Thunberg and Nick Sandman, Greta Thunberg like chose and intended to be a public figure, and Nick Sandman was just kind of like turned into a news story by like a viral reaction to something he did. So it's like regardless of who is right and against whom criticism is more justified on a principle level, I would feel more sympathy for Nick Sandman, even if the politics of the two were reversed because he didn't like choose to be that, I guess. So I'm kind of wondering if it's the same situation with the parents where they would have just like gone on like kind of quietly mourning, or even if they had fucked up, them kind of being turned into a national news story because of it, how much that is disproportionate kind of thing.
Yeah,
That's kind of what
it was already a national news story before the social media coverage hit.
Okay.
So, but
I agree with that. Actually, that's a pretty good.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I still don't think that it's a beneficial reaction to come out and start whinging about it, because all you're going to get is people like from my position and people that are even less forgiving than that going, nah, don't care. Stop whining, your fault.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It's just... I'm just frustrated with people refusing to take responsibility for the actions of criminals.
Holy fuck. Wait, go back to that picture. Scroll up a bit.
Yep.
Is that a pool?
No, not a pool. It looks like it is a pontoon or jetty.
Okay. I miss swimming.
What's a pontoon?
It's basically a floating jetty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Free Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I've got there. I then have like 10 news stories on from the last day on COVID, or I have a white pill if we're feeling like we're getting to the end of the day. So,
are you
what
going to do
guys
any
feel
Q&A
like?
with the chat?
Oh, we could do Q&A with the chat. That's probably a good
Should we
idea.
do should we do a separate one, or because we're starting to get really long into this?
Yeah. What do you guys think, chat? Should we do some COVID stuff, a white pill, or should we do some Q&A? Or maybe the white pill, a quick white pill, and then some Q&A. What do you guys
Look,
reckon?
I'm just saying, if we were gonna do the Q&A, we don't have to make that a separate thing. We can flip it later.
Yeah, we can super easy clip it out. So,
Okay.
What do you guys? We'll just wait a bit to
White pill and Q&A.
see what the guys in chat feel like.
I mean, there aren't many here, so a quick Q&A would be really short too. So we can do a white pill and then a Q&A.
Okay. All right, that sounds like a plan. We will do the white pill, and then if you guys have any questions that you'd like us to have a crack at, pop them in while we do the white pill. All right, so seconds might be familiar with this. Texas being based, they'll build their own border barriers since the Biden admin will not do its job.
Oh.
So based Texas man.
How does it feel, Plague?
I mean, that's just fucking great to me, and I think that's like the one good thing to come out of the Biden administration is that like Republican states are actually realizing that, you know, they can actually do shit on a state level. I think the threat of like a Democrat federal government has kind of scared them into being like, oh shit, like we actually have to do shit on the state level. So you got the Texas government being like, we're gonna do our own border, since that's where much the Mexican border is, right? And obviously there's the other things like the biological males not being able to compete in women's sports, the right-wing states' resistance to the left's like let's loosen voting as much as possible. But yeah, like the biggest white pill of the Biden administration is that like red state response of like taking like state control over shit as opposed to like relying on the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like a really good start. I think what they should do is continue to build that border all the way around Texas.
That'd be great.
And make California pay for it?
Yes.
There's plenty of oil.
Yeah, let's make California pay for it. For every fucking person that comes to Texas as a refugee from California, they have to give us $1,000 for a border wall.
Sounds like it. That's fair. I mean, they escape insane taxes anyway, so they got money to spare.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Texas has no state income tax, and the amazing thing is that even with like changing demographics and people who are like, oh, Texas is gonna like go blue in the next however many whatever. But there was like a referendum in the 2018 midterms where people like by a large majority voted to make it much harder for the state of Texas to like implement a state income tax. Now to do that, the state government needs like 3/4 of the state legislature to say it's okay before like a state income tax comes into place. They need like a super majority to actually like tax us on a state level now.
Oh, that is beautiful.
What would be a really good idea though is to have a one-time wealth tax on immigrants from California
or New York.
So if you want to resettle in Texas from some awful Dem hellhole, it's 25% of your entire value.
Well, that's the thing they need to recognize. If they come here, you're here as a refugee, not as a missionary.
Mm-hmm. You have to really want to come. 25% of your total value, I think.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So, speaking of Breitbart,
No, but
Texas,
I don't want to punish Elon Musk though, because Elon Musk is based.
Musk can just boycott New York at this point.
Oh, please, fucking do
it! Yeah, get it done.
He'd probably run it better.
Do it.
It'd be hard to run it worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
at this point, he could probably buy Scotland. Actually, it should be pretty hilarious.
Okay, let me just put it. Let me put this into perspective. I could run New York better.
Yeah, but a blind drunk monkey could run New York better.
Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly.
We don't need any. Yeah.
Yeah, so
A lot
being
of bakeries.
with lots of bakeries if Trim was in charge. Yeah, so being the base
Hey,
bastard he is.
free Taco Tuesday every Tuesday. Okay, just saying.
So
I mean,
Abbott
that is
said,
basically Texas. Like, we have like a lot of like Mexican food and shit here. I would say that is like one benefit or whatever that America actually has is like kind of that like, yeah, like pretty much any kind of fucking food that you'd want in an American city, you can just like find somewhere that sells it.
Oh, that's cool.
yeah. So Abbott said his state will immediately begin building border barriers in areas where migrants can easily cross the Rio Grande border with Mexico. Good. The barriers will in part enable state law enforcement to arrest migrants for violations of state law. Awesome.
We're just waiting for a food.
Bad things are happening around here, so they need help from the state to help them address this exploding crisis. Nice. Very good.
Is that oil guy getting murdered?
He is delivering food at his volunteer thing, so he is probably talking to the lucky recipient.
Oh, he's speaking the natural language of Scotland, which is, oh, I'm gonna fucking smash your face here.
Yeah.
Hey, you wee numpty, I'll bash your head in with a frying pan. You wee numpty, dumpty, flumpty. You're a wee cum stain.
And then I'll drink whiskey on your body.
Yeah. So, Abbott went on to say, what people have seen in videos across the country seems to be the Biden administration welcoming these people to the United States. We won't be sending that message. If you come to Texas, you're subject to being arrested. You're not going to have a pathway to roam the country. You're going to have a pathway directly into a jail cell. Fucking based.
Yes, and more yes.
Yeah. They're going to be very aggressive in working with local officials and begin making mass arrests. Fucking awesome. In the end, only the federal government and Congress can fix this, but as it stands right now, the state of Texas is going to step up and we're going to start making arrests. Saying a message to anybody thinking about coming here. You're not going to get a free pass to the US. Nice. Oh, I didn't see that. Apparently, Ted Cruz highlighted the dire circumstances brought about by Biden administration policy or lack thereof. These are the Biden cages, the senator captioned a video of cramped migrant camp. What? Thousands of kids in the midst of a pandemic crammed in at 15,000% capacity. This is just one of the pods at Donna he added. There are 7 more equally full. Oh, I do enjoy Ted Cruz.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, though. Like, the border wall is a waste of money. We really need to be giving that money to AOC's abuela.
No.
We're giving nothing to AOC's family.
It's not even my money, and I am fervently against that.
I'm not gonna lie, I agree with the Lotus on that it was like a bad optic move to the normie, and that it was.
Yeah, well, wouldn't call it a super bad one, but it was definitely suboptimal. Like,
Yeah,
you could have just mocked AOC.
I'm not gonna lie though. Like, it was funny as fuck to witness.
Yeah.
Especially when they kept like using the term false sincerity of it was just funny to me.
But the good thing was that the gamble kind of paid off because, again, if AOC had possessed a single shred of cunning, she would have taken that money and used it for like a Democrat thing. But she didn't.
Well, that's it. The stupidest thing she did was refusing to take it.
Exactly.
It
just shows how spineless she is.
Well, and she could have twisted that very easily. She could have been like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna take this money," and instead of like coming across entirely misappropriating it, she could have gone on this like fucking rant about like,
yeah, like some portion of this is going to my grandmother, but then we also need to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else, which is why we're donating it to the Black Lives Matter Foundation to fight the racism that is at the root cause of this issue. Like, she could have spun that really easily with politics speak.
Thank Lord she's a coward.
Yeah.
Oh, she's
mean,
just
she
fucking
is.
stupid, bro. So
Yeah,
fucking
well, that
stupid.
too.
Well,
But
yeah.
You don't even have to think about it, dude.
Yep.
H3. Oh god. Again, disappointed. Disappointed. So disappointed.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
I'm as disappointed in him as I'm as disappointed in Tim Schafer when he fucking went full on Gamergate fucktard.
Yeah.
Sorry, old pet peeve of
Yeah.
mine.
Fair enough. So we do have a couple of Q&A questions.
Yay!
Woohoo! So, let's see. First one from Billy Blogs. You've been going for 5 hours. Are you on drugs?
Yes.
I will political speech. Come on, I will abstain from answering that. No, I've just been drinking a little bit.
I am on drugs. Unfortunately, they're only prescribed ones, and not enough at that.
Speaking of drugs, I actually need to take my antidepressants, which is actually not for depression. It's actually me losing weight.
Fun side effect.
Yeah, actually, that's a fun thing. It was Misimba, as it's called, was originally meant to be an antidepressant, but turns out weight loss was the primary side effect. So they just rebranded it as a weight loss pill.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not taking them anymore, but like a year prescribed antidepressant, but for anxiety as opposed to depression. It's like the actual anxiety pill is like benzos and shit. And after like seeing what happened to Jordan Peterson, I was like, I'm not like doing any benzos because that seems fucked.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just happy to go through it because I started hearing some really, really like bad shit. He was suffering some minor brain damage. I was like really getting worried that he might get some really permanent damage. So what's a pusta lätta ut, made a breath of relief, you could say.
Yeah.
When he got back.
Yeah, it was good to have him back.
I have a lot of respect for the guy, and if I ever meet him, I'm going to thank him for a lot of things.
Make sure to get a picture with him.
When I get a picture with you, you mean?
Well, then you've already met him, though.
Yeah, but I'm talking about meeting you in person, you know?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Are you on drugs?
Sorry about that. No. Just to be clear, the national language of Scotland is violence, and that's what was happening. And that's what was happening in the streets.
It's always happening in the streets.
Well,
at least
look,
some
the
Scots
thing about
have it
taking
a tradition.
The thing about taking food to people is you're not generally going to the nice parts of town.
At least you have the balls to do it. Applause to you, man.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it in my sports car, to be fair.
Yeah. So, next question, two-parter from Billy Blogs again. Do you think the CCP was running a bioweapons program?
Yes.
There is no doubt in my mind, and I think you guys will agree with it, there is no doubt that the CCP was running a bioweapons program. The only thing in question is whether the release was due to intentional actions of the government or due to the Chinese being fucking idiots and failing at basic fucking safety protocol.
Yeah.
I
Never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence.
Yes, and
I think Chinese are both incompetent and malicious.
Yes, but I think in this case we can safely assume that it was incompetence.
Released accidentally, transferred around the world on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
They didn't exactly shut down the airport in a big hurry for outbound flights, did they?
Oh, by the way, this is in Minecraft, Susan. This is in Minecraft.
Hold it, Chinaman.
Oh man, yeah. So essentially, that's what I'm thinking too. yes, bioweapon. China does shit like that, and it was gross
Every-
incompetence that let it out.
Look,
and
look,
what?
every first world country is doing bioweapon research. Let's not be fucking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
in the
Stupid
best
do.
case
You think that-
scenario, they're doing bioweapon research to see what the others might have and then figure out a way to defend against it.
I mean, but let's just be clear. Botox. that's
Yeah,
used
bioweapon.
willy-nilly all around the place is a Russian bioweapon. Or failed
Botox.
Russian
Yeah,
bioweapon.
derived from the botulinum toxin, like
Yeah,
one of the most deadly things we
No.
can find.
Bro, like
But the actual-
botulinum
but the-
toxin is like the most like deadly poison in the
Yeah, well,
world.
that's what Botox is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
people
Botox
just
is-
fucking dilute it and
Botox is a
inject it
weapon.
in their faces.
Well,
It's a failed. It's a failed Russian bioweapon. It didn't work. But look, it does this. Oh right, okay.
It's
I
also
imagine it only
political,
didn't
bro.
work because of like dispersion or something, because that shit deadly as fuck, dude.
Well, I'm just gonna throw in what I was about to say. Again, made in China on purpose as a bioweapon, released through sheer, utter communist incompetence, and then maliciously spread around the world because, hey, China is not gonna suffer this shit. The rest of you gets it too. Ha 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 ha. Laughs and calming.
Yep.
And famine, of course.
Yeah, I think that's probably how it shook down.
Billy Blogs. Russian bioweapon is Botox, botulinum.
Yeah.
So the second part of Billy Blogs' question was, do you think Fauci knew and was helping fund / supply with the tech? We don't just think it was in the fucking emails.
Yeah, it's. I wish I could fucking wave that away and be like, nah, Fauci's just an idiot. But now it's like,
He's
holy
also
shit,
an
Fauci's-
idiot.
He
Fauci's
wasn't
not
allowed to do.
he's not just an idiot, is he?
He wasn't allowed to. He wasn't allowed to do it in America, so he just.
Dr. Fauci.
Why did
He
you
wasn't allowed to do it in
lie?
America, so he
You
just moved
sent
it
for
over.
China, and now millions have died. We read your emails. Now men are competing with females. Why did you lie? You're all screwed now, Fauci.
Yeah,
Why
okay,
did
you need to do a
lie?
full version
The
of that.
only thing you can do right now is resign.
Yeah, you need to write this shit
You
down.
need to write
because
this and do it. That'd sound
this
good
was
a
actually
cappella.
pretty fucking
That
good.
was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? He wasn't allowed to do he believes in the research. His foundation wants to do the research. He wasn't allowed to do it in America, so he just funneled a load of money to China and got it done there. You know, it's fucking.
Yeah, as the
And
American
they-
government tends to
And
do.
Fauci, and you just sent this to the Chinese without knowing. I can trust him. I'm
You-
Fauci.
Right, so idiot at best, liar at worst. Because if you trust the Chinese, you're either an idiot or lying.
Boy, again, he is both. I am willing to bet my left leg that he's both.
Yeah.
I would say so.
Yep. So the next one is from Solomon Guthrie's. You guys see the new coming out of the ATF. They proposed a revised list of definitions. This was not voted for, mind you. They just changed the rules. Basically, the worst rule is length of pull over 13.5 and over, felony. Weight of weapon 120 ounces or more with mag, no ammo, felony. Yeah. Yep.
What?
Yeah. But
Well, yeah,
it's still
like-
not as stupid as Australian gun laws.
Well, that's the thing. Like, from what I remember, the dude Biden appointed head of, like, involved in, like, all of the worst fucking scandals from that group you could imagine. Like, that dude was involved in, like, Waco and shit, and is just open about being against the Second Amendment.
Wow, what a fucking surprise.
So you think the ATF rules are crazy. In Australia, one of the differences between a rifle and a pistol is that a pistol is under 75 centimeters. So an AR-15 that is 75 centimeters or less, that is under 75 centimeters, including fixed stock, is a pistol, except that it's an AR, so it's black and scary, and then it's banned for that reason.
Okay, no straight white male needs an AK-15, right? People will be like, oh, but what about the founding fathers? No, okay, no. They obviously didn't mean that. We're trying to have a discussion here.
You want some bacon grease? Come on, Chuck. Have some bacon
Yeah, I
grease.
need bacon. Okay, fine. I'll take the bacon grease, because of course.
The unmistakable silhouette of an AK-47.
Ah, yes. Well, what about all those weird under-barrel attachments, like the USS Kitty Hawk?
Kitty Hawk?
It's one of their attack ships. There was a thing ages ago when they were talking about underbarrel attachments and shit, and the memers just went, fuck you, we're going to include shit.
Well, it's also like you can tell when they don't know about guns when after one of the shootings, like the left was like, oh, why does anyone need a silencer if they aren't murdering people? It's like, so that they can shoot their guns without like fucking up their ears, man. Like it doesn't make the gun silent. It just makes it not
at all.
It just brings them below the instant damage to hearing level.
Yeah.
Like
anyone who doesn't know that has never fired a weapon with or without a silencer.
Absolutely.
All you've done is watch films where they go. I mean, fuck off.
Well, you also get these like fucking idiots who say,
yes,
"Oh,
congratulations, you got rid of the sonic bang," but what about the fucking big lump of metal smashing against the other lump of metal? Yeah.
Well, you also have all these lefty normies who are like, we need to ban all like semi-automatic weapons. And you ask them what a semi-automatic weapon is, and they're like, it's a weapon where you just hold down the trigger and it keeps firing. Like, and it's like, no, that's an automatic weapon, you fucking idiot.
They're already banned.
Yeah, huge difference.
And I still maintain one of those would be ideal for home defense in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think possibly the most important, the best way to deal with lefties is to reintroduce wolves around the world.
Yeah.
I think that would.
But like
suddenly think a lot of things were better to have them.
So you guys probably all know the copy pasta about defending your home with a musket and a smoothbore pistol.
I think I have it
as
somewhere.
an Australian, I would take that as an improvement over what we have now.
Yeah, sure.
Do you want me to read it up? I think I have it here. Yeah. You guys want me to read it up?
No, I want one of these days. I want to get second to read it up, so I can as a clean audio track, so I can upload that to the channel.
Yeah, that'll be a lot better. Actually, never mind.
So yeah, we're going to abuse and use you second.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Yes.
You just tell me what to do, man. You tell me what to think. I don't even gotta. Bro.
Yeah, so we do have some more questions. Solomon first up from the Discord. My age group came up for the vaccine call. What can we do to stop the social shaming and coercion to get vaccinated? I'm being told I won't be able to ever leave the country if I don't take a flu shot. I won't be able to hold down a job since it's not mandatory to get vaccinated, but as silently companies can discriminate against the virus spreaders. Making myself a social pariah just to stand by my principles would be worth it, but I feel like I'm alone in this issue. There is no pushback in my Dutch government. I feel like this will be our hill to die on. Just don't want to do it alone.
I can actually bring this one because I've been through this and I'm probably gonna be through it again when I get aboard the boat. We have a discussion in Norway, and there's a lot of people they just want to get the vaccine. Of course, in Norway, we only have the safe vaccine because we got a lot of money, so we can be fucking picky, and we take the safest vaccine because fuck the other shit. So what it is, though, I use the explanation that I don't trust any vaccine that's younger than 3 years. So if I'm gonna vaccinate myself, and I actually believe this, after 3 years, I will probably take this vaccine just to make people stop nagging at me.
Well, hopefully once the world goes back to real normal, they'll fucking forget about it. It'll be
Oh
like
yeah,
the
that's
flu.
what I'm hoping
Oh,
too.
did you have the flu
But
shot? Ah, no, didn't feel like it.
but yeah, basically though, just it's not an anti-vaxxer, but it's a fair point to just be skeptical of what is essentially a rushed product with little to no testing.
Yeah, I think honestly the best answer, other than fuck off, mind your own business, is I am waiting for the results of the trials.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, it's not little to no testing. It's just they ran a lot of this like tests simultaneously as opposed to in series.
That's
Yeah,
what I
this
mean
is
with
true.
little to probably I used the
But
wrong word. actually.
there are quite a few more tests that I'd like to see. Like I'd like to see the data on fertility.
Long term.
Like we
long-term
haven't, we
development.
kind of, it's not even possible to have seen the effects of the vaccine on pregnancy. The testing lasted less than 9 months.
Right.
Yeah, long-term
so I-
consequences of the
oh,
vaccine.
I got the COVID vaccine, so feel free to take this with a grain of salt. But like, I feel like one of the best things you can do to argue against these people is just cite all of the left-wing sources that were like arguing against the vaccine before Trump lost the election. Like you can just like point to like CNN like fear mongering about the vaccine before Biden was president and be like, oh well, you see these like mainstream sources actually made good points. Now they're going against them for the sake of politics.
Well, one of the biggest things that concerns me is just the sheer number of side effects. Not the necessarily even the number of severe side effects, but just the sheer amount of side effects in general. Like my stepfather, he got his vaccine, but he's in an age group that actually justifies it. He's in his 60s, and he got it, and he was laid up in bed with a fever and headache for the rest of the next 24 hours. Like the even minor side effects are so damned common. Not a fan.
No, my father got through pretty well. He didn't get any. Well, he did suddenly start bleeding. Like he opened a wound that he tends to have
Shit.
every now and then because I can't fucking put it. He can't just fucking leave a wound. Always unfortunate. The same damn thing. And he just came back to said with a piece of paper on his chest. It's not like a deep wound, but it's like deep enough to be a very bleeding one. And he's like, I just wondered why he has a piece of paper in his chest. Like, oh, I've been doing this for 1.5 hours. Like, what the fuck? Can you just give me some more paper? So it was sitting like that for 3 hours, bleeding profusely.
Damn. Yeah, like I didn't get that many side effects. Like I just felt slightly like a fuck.
Yeah, sorry, we lost everything after you just felt slightly.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt like slightly off.
Off?
Okay, it hates me.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah, we basically just lost all that again, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just seems to not like you today.
It's because of the fucking Jane Foster comments, you know? Stop it. Fucking stop it.
Yeah. Billy Blogs has another question for us. Are you aware that if they had considered HCQ, ivermectin, and so on, then they would have not been able to get emergency use authorization for the experimental vaccines? Well, I actually have something for this as well. I was reading through the Fauci files, and one of the emails he got back in February 2020 said that HCQ has been around for years, so it's not of interest. It's not of financial interest for companies to pour millions of dollars into it to run the trials. So they're not going to do it. If anyone's going to do it, it has to be the government. So I'm thinking that that's one of the reasons why they wanted to get the vaccine in. These companies are making shitloads of money from it. They would not have made shitloads of money from treating it with available retrovirals or whatever they're called.
Yep.
Nah, dude, you just gotta trust the CDC, bro. Like, don't even think about it. It's so fucking
The
stupid.
Communist Disease Center. Why would we trust the Communist Disease Center?
Nah, bro, like, so fucking stupid, dude.
And Billy Blogs follows up with, do you think if there's a big increase of autoimmune disease, infertility, and cancer, they will be able to cover it up or suppress it? I don't know if they'll be able to, but they'll fucking well try. And Student of History says we are up to 45 subs. Thank you, whoever that is who hasn't come through the notifications yet. Hello, are you guys still there, second interim?
I
Yeah.
am. I just zoned out. Sorry.
No,
What?
you're
Well, you know
right.
what I find fucking funny? Apparently, in biblical history, like a leper was forbidden to be within 2 cubits of another person, or no, 4 cubits of another person. Do you know how much 4 cubits is?
Well, isn't
No, I
a
have no
cubit,
idea.
but from like the tip of your fingers to your elbow?
Yeah, it's like 1.5 feet. So 4 cubits is 6 feet.
Okay.
It's literally the same social distance.
Yeah, as Billy Blog says, HCQ was too cheap, no longer under patent, too well tested and safe. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the money.
Yeah, if that's the question, do you think there'll be a big increase? That's the one you were talking about when I zoned out, right?
Yeah. Do you think if
Yeah.
there's a big increase of autoimmune disease and fertility and cancer, they'll be able to cover it up or suppress it? My response was, well, they'll try.
Oh yeah, they will try, but they will fail in the long run.
I hope they do.
You will try.
Have you played the game where it's like, you will try, my old friend? God, I love that game. It's corny as fuck, but I love it.
Yeah. So, speaking of the topic that is verboten, I want to show you guys something interesting from the most trusted source in data, Wikipedia.
Oh god.
So, yes, second, I do have a Wikipedia article to support that claim.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, you know, if you don't have, you know, getting serious research is super erogatory and not obligatory, but the base minimum level is Wikipedia. You know, if you get a Wikipedia article, you have met the standard of proof, and you can then skim the Wikipedia article and not understand it at all and just draw these outlandish conclusions from
Can I just point out a thing about the efficacy of Wikipedia?
Yes.
When I was in my late teens, there was a Wikipedia page that said I was Scotland's first astronaut.
What?
Nice.
Yep. Complete with a number of books, including my own autobiography of me being an astronaut.
Did you write
There
it?
was, yeah, of course I did.
Of course you did. I talk about the article, not the autobiography.
I also paid somebody to Photoshop the books. But the point was, it was there. The point is, it was there for. It had multiple references that had been confirmed. It was there for years.
Well, you see, here's
before it was
the
taken
thing.
down.
Wikipedia is a good source for information. So, based on the fact that you were trying to sabotage it, I can assume with deductive reasoning that you're a white supremacist, because white supremacists are the people who hate Wikipedia. So, if you're trying to sabotage Wikipedia's accuracy, that just means that you hate black people and that you're doing this to spite the left.
Yeah.
Well, one of those is true. Everything I do is
so
despite
the
the
thing
left.
I wanted to show you guys. So second, you know how a lot of Americans on the left are constantly wanking off about how well Australia did at controlling the virus, right?
Go on.
Yeah.
So, case fatality rate. The number of people diagnosed with the disease that have died from it. The case fatality rate of Australia is 3.0. Would you like to guess whether America is more or less than that?
I'm gonna go with less.
Yeah, exactly. Let's scroll up for freaking miles to find America. It's in here somewhere.
You passed
Well,
it. You passed it. You
I
passed
did.
it.
I must have
Well, the
passed it miles
thing
ago.
is, like, they shifted the narrative so
Yeah.
fucking quickly.
Here we go. United States case fatality rate of 1.8%. Yeah, thanks, guys. We're doing
Well, it's
so well.
fucking- like, does nobody realize this? They originally pushed for lockdowns on the basis of we have to keep our healthcare systems from getting overrun, so we need the lockdowns. And people were like, okay, yeah. And then they, like, under the table shifted it into we need to stop people from getting COVID regardless of whether or not our healthcare systems can handle it. And they just did that really subtly under the table and nobody fucking noticed it.
I was too busy with in my own self-pity because I just lost my job and was not in the best headspace at the moment. So I kind of did not look at that.
So if you the case fatality rate, it's actually better to be an American than an Australian if you look at case fatality rate. Of course, deaths per 100,000 is a bit different. For America, it's 182. Is it 100,000? Yeah. So it's 182 per 100,000 for America, which is, again, still bloody small.
Can you check out the best country in the world, Norway?
So in
that's my
Australia,
English
the deaths
talking.
per 100,000 is 3.59. But again, that's a stupid number because only 30,000 people in Australia have ever had the damned thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Norway's rate will be tiny because no black people, very few obese people. America's death rate, high.
Yeah.
Lots of black people, lots of obese people.
Yeah. So Norway, 0.6% case fatality rate, 14.75 per 100,000. And again, Norway only had 127,000 total cases. So that this is why deaths per 100,000 population is fucking stupid when we look at Australia.
So we're a small country, but we're
for Australia, 3.59 per 100,000. And then they'll be like, "Oh, that's a really small number compared to America's." Okay, but consider that we had 30,000 diagnosed cases in the country ever, according to Wikipedia.
I mean, it's almost as if the disease was engineered to kill black people, isn't it? I mean, it's a strange thing.
McMurray,
Yeah.
Let's be politically correct.
Well, it won't surprise me if China pulled something like that. They're not fans of the blacks.
Yeah, didn't they be like,
I mean,
"You are not
they're not particularly friendly to the whites either. To be honest, if you've ever been there, you'll find that they're not. I mean, people that say you can't be racist to a white person, I can assure you, I've lived all around the world and I've suffered racism. I'm just not a complete fanny, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, so it's not like Japan where all of the pop stars try and get like surgery and like skin whitener to look as white as possible.
Well, in Singapore, even a lot of the Asians try to get whiter with like if you buy, you've got to be careful about some of the skin products you buy. If you buy like like sun cream, some of the sun cream have sort of skin bleach in them and stuff like that. You've got to be a bit careful. But you get a lot of the taxi drivers are Chinese. Like Chinese, maybe have come there from China, and they don't like taking white guys in their cars. I mean,
And a lot of
they call you Ang Mo, which means red man.
And in a few South American countries, they like buy white people's semen so their kids will like come out more white or something. It's kind of funny. For all the talk about white supremacy, Western countries seem to be like the least interested in like making their minorities as possible because that's desirable or whatever.
Yeah. Well, actually, the thing in China is with them wanting to be light or skinned is that basically, I mean, it's actually the same as in the UK originally. All the aristocracy would be porcelain white, and the reason for that was if you had a tan, it's because you had to work outside. So actually, being very pale was an indicator of wealth, and that's the same thing. That's the same thing for China. It's the same thing for China.
The whiter you are, the wealthier you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it means you're not working outside. You're not in the fields, right?
Yep, makes sense. It's horrible, but makes sense.
Where it comes from.
Yeah.
I gotta bow out, my dudes. I gotta meet.
It's been a pleasure, dude.
It has been great to have you, man. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, no problem. Peace, my dudes.
Bye.
Right.
Shadilay.
All right. Now that the American's gone.
Let's talk shit about the States.
Well, we've only got Antipodeans and Noggies, and then God's favourite people, the Scots.
Well,
I don't know. We've seen your politicians.
Yeah.
You should see our fucking neighbours.
Yeah. Well, actually, we're kind of the same situation with the fucking Swedes, but hey, the prototype
know.
must
Like, what
come.
I mean,
The prototype
it was
must
about-
come before the perfect object.
Yeah, I mean, I lived in Norway. I mean, it must have been a decade ago or something. I would lived in Norway. In fact, it would have been. Yeah, I mean, it was probably a decade ago. I lived in Norway, and Sweden was a lot less mental than
Oh
it is
yeah,
now.
I mean, I remember from my fucking childhood, Sweden was actually a cool place, and the banter was just a happy thing. Jesus, it was good.
We would go to like Gothenburg and stuff like that. You know, be good.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Gothenburg. Most of my childhood summer vacations was spent in Sweden with camping trips. It was
Yeah.
fucking awesome. But then when politics started taking over, they just in 2012 just took all the Kool-Aid and drank all of it, leaving just tiny droplets for Norway and Denmark. So I mean, I resent what they've become, but I'm also thankful for their greedy, unintentional sacrifice.
I really enjoyed the. I don't know if the other guys know very much about what's happened in Sweden and stuff like that over the years, because they've had a full feminist government for some years now. There was a really fun thing. There was a really fun thing that happened. I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago. Maybe you remember this. Tiff. They changed the plowing routes. So in the winter, they have the basically they have these preset plowing routes when it snows, and the feminist government decided that these plowing routes were done largely for people who drove cars, and it was mostly men that drove cars to get to their jobs. A lot of women took the subway and buses and things like that, and they said, it was a patriarchal system that favored men. So the feminist government rewrote all the plowing routes. To do the.
How many years was this again?
Were working, but the metro area where most of the women work, that was all being serviced by small buses and stuff like that. And you think, that'll probably be all right. Except, of course, they didn't plow the route to the bus station, and all the bus drivers are men, and none of them could get to work.
Yeah, that's feminist for you.
But then again, how many years was this again?
It wasn't that long.
3 or 4 years ago. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah,
4 years ago.
4 years, huh? Oh
I just remember it being hilarious. And the guys couldn't get to the train depots. They couldn't get because they didn't plow the motorway. So all the guys who came in to drive the buses and the trains couldn't get there.
Fun fact: I was actually on a Sweden trip with some friends of mine, and we just drove through the fucking highway, and we just every town to the side was just a mess.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I just remember it really. I mean,
it was really funny. I remember Sargon actually covered it at the time.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a plowing, but he covered the feminist.
They've done some incredible stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, really like going full hijab to pander to the religion of peace. Because they've taken the Islam pill. Oh my god, they've taken the Islam pill.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fucking SJWs.
Some of my Sweden. I mean, I know some girls in Sweden, and I know 2 girls in Sweden, and they both dyed their hair black.
Their hair black.
God.
Yeah, well, like dark brown or black, because they're blondes,
so...
and they did it so they wouldn't get hassled.
Yep.
Well.
All right, we've got 2 more questions, and then shall we call it quits? Because we're coming up to the turn of the hour.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I need breakfast, and the cat keeps harassing me, saying that he needs it as well.
Okay.
So, I believe Solomon got in as one. So, What if aliens are real? They see we're creating a system that will cause our annihilation. We're going to take over a socialist order in Europe and America. Are we ready for this as a species, or will the existential realization we are small and alone lead to our short-term destruction as a species?
Depends on
Probably
the
fine.
ego. It depends on the ego of the one in charge.
What do you mean, Sam?
That's
Probably be
basically
fine.
it.
I mean, you'd have to assume, like, the only reason, like, there would have to be a reason for them to want to hurt us, wouldn't there? So, you know, I mean, I think there's a certain amount of ego in all of our films that all the aliens always want our lovely M-class planet. You know, it's like, what if they're not carbon based?
Yeah.
They might not be interested at all. What if they
What
don't
if they're
breathe oxygen?
silicon
What if they
based?
don't? Yeah,
Well-
well, whatever. But I mean, like, the assumption that what we've got is what they want is not really, you know,
No.
Yeah,
necessarily true.
not necessarily true at all.
We might not
don't think
taste
they're
nice.
intelligent.
You
I
Well,
mean,
that's
want
it. And
maybe-
if they just wanted to kill us, big asteroid straight into the side of the planet, problem solved.
Yeah.
I mean,
But maybe all they want to do is eat our delicious semen. You know, who knows? I mean,
only
it
if
could
they
be just
look like the big titty
high-
anime
high-
girl.
high in protein. You know, who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
It could all
Wait,
it could all be good.
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Merriweather, well, that you have. I have seen a Merriweather cartoon where the cartoon manga called or whatever. I think it's a Western guy drawing it. And there's this alien chick coming to Earth saying, "Give me the fucking carbonated water." It's like, "Oh, you want a soda? Here it is." And apparently in space, soda is the answer to everything in space.
Yeah.
It could be.
Of course it is.
Yeah. And we had another question from good old Billy B. Am I a crazy conspiracy theorist to think that the CCP virus, fair enough.
The answer is always
The
yes.
BLM, Antifa terrorism, big tech censorship, and election fortification was all used to get rid of Trump as he was beating the CCP in a trade war. That depends. Are we talking about you today or you in 6 months when it all turns out to be true?
Yeah.
Okay, let's. I say yes right now, but I have a feeling that you're gonna do an Alex Jones pretty soon. Let's just say that.
Well, I do.
Yeah.
I would wonder how much China had in. Well, in the the thing with the CCP virus is we've already covered that that was probably an accidental release, so it may have just been ahead of schedule, but hard to tell. BLM Antifa terrorism, won't be surprised if that's funded by the Chinese. Big tech censorship, well, we know the Chinese own a lot of big tech. Election fortification, I don't know if the Chinese even need to get involved in that.
China is not above using stacks upon stacks upon stacks, so you know.
Well,
they don't need.
that's
I
it.
don't need. I don't think the CCP directly funded BLM or Antifa, but
Well-
I think they funded the politicians who headed those
Well,
organizations.
I
and
think
defended
that China is into it for the long game. I don't think that they would have bothered with election fortification. They just would have waited 4 years and then bought whoever won. The only reason they couldn't do that with Trump is because he was richer than they were.
Yeah.
Well,
And he had standards and fucking a spine, which Biden do
Yes,
not possess
he's
at
probably
all.
not richer than they are, Royal, but it's good for the
no,
memes.
I mean, Biden has he has less spine than a fucking jellyfish. There are few people on this planet who deserves that use the phrasing, but Biden is one of them.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's what would have happened with the Chinese. They just would have waited for the next election and then brought the winner. Probably cheaper than buying a country.
Yeah, it is.
Because that's what they did to Australia.
Yeah. And New Zealand.
Yeah.
Oceania is fucked. For the moment.
Yes, we've always been at war with Oceania. Wait, what?
Just wait for it.
Yeah. It's been absolutely disastrous.
Eh.
But hey, at least our politicians are finally pretending to stand up to China. God knows why. Maybe the money ran out. How about this for a conspiracy theory, says Billy Blogs. Floyd was caught using forged notes and fentanyl, both Chinese exports. I'm in.
Oof.
Yeah, I can get behind that conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Why not?
Sure, why not? Chauvin was he was a sleeper agent, so when the Chinese saw it, they just like click the button. Like Chauvin couldn't control it. It's like the knee without his control, just without his knowledge, just pressed down and down and down.
Well, no, it was a different Chinese export that killed Floyd. COVID.
Oh,
because
yeah.
remember, everyone who has COVID is a COVID death.
But he died with Chauvin, not off Chauvin.
Exactly. George Floyd, the only man in 2020 to die with COVID, not of COVID.
Yeah. Because when you kill by the when you die in a way that is ideologically abusable, you die in the way that is ideologically abusable.
Yeah. So he had 3 Chinese exports. Chinese agent confirmed.
Haven't you seen the fucking meme with Tom it's called Tom Cat, and he gets hit in an episode. He gets hit by one of these record plates, and then he sits and just spins around, look like one of their Chinese dolls.
Maybe.
I'll see if I can find it. Just keep talking shit if you know.
What have we got in memes?
Unavailable.
Okay, we will just do some quick memes.
Yeah, that one. He got it. Solomon has it. It's that one. Tom Ching Cheng Han Ji.
Oh dear.
Just play it on the play it. Just play it, please.
Okay, I'll play it. Stand by. Oh dear.
金钱看齐，墙上写着秦香莲的三十二岁的壮个当朝，驸马郎的齐君王啊，满皇上的回汉岁的壮个当朝，金钱看
I
齐。
will admit that during the 3rd month of my incarceration, I mean,
You went for the 1 hour version?
The 10-hour version, and I got halfway through.
Oh dear.
I was low-key insane at that point.
So I do know the cartoon. I just don't know it under what you called it. I know it as Tom and Jerry.
Me too.
Oh, I swear you said something different.
Oh yeah, that's
Yes, you called him Tomcat.
Yeah,
Yeah, Tom
it
the
was
Cat.
Tomcat. It's one of
Yeah.
the names I saw.
Yeah,
They're like
that-
making it sound like a artist and shit.
Yeah.
I love that one. It's fun. Thank you, Solomon. You are a scholar and a gentleman.
Indeed. Bapaji Bing says, say fentanyl in the mirror 3 times and George Floyd will appear and burn down your city.
I was just about to say it, but I like Steerdal, so no.
Yeah. All right, I think that brings us to what is the end of a ridiculously long podcast today.
Holy fucking shit!
You've
6
just...
hours?
Yep, 6 hours. I can't believe you guys in chat have joined us for this whole thing. I am very flattered.
11 people watching this stream for almost 6 hours. What the hell is wrong with you people? I mean, thank you.
It's the power of autism.
Yeah, weaponized autism. Yeah, thank you all. I don't know why you enjoyed listening to us for 6 fucking hours, but I'm glad you did. Thank you very much. You are all base scholars and gentlemen.
Shadilay, everyone.
Yep.
Love you.
Thank you, as usual, Trim, for joining me. Thank you, Oil Guy, for making a special effort to join us today. You have a standing invitation to join us anytime you are free. For the guys in chat, happy to have you with us once again. Good to recognise the names. We will catch you all next Friday for maybe not quite this long of a podcast, or we will catch you through the week in the Discord. Have a great week, guys, and see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.